Warning. Before the video starts, I'd like to give several disclaimers regarding the sensitive nature of the information presented throughout this video. There will be considerable amounts of vulgar language, as well as in-depth discussions on topics such as sex, pedophilia, grooming, sexual assault, and rape, along with mentions of school shootings, racism, cyberbullying, and suicide, among others. No graphic content will be visually shown, but will be audibly discussed, which may trigger traumatic imagery in those more easily disturbed. Also, do not make any attempt to harass or threaten any entities mentioned in this video. This is something I do not condone, as it does not contribute anything positive towards important conversations about the sensitive topics mentioned. Viewer discretion is advised and proceed with utmost caution. That being said, this video aims to discuss such topics in a genuine, nuanced, and non-biased way. So if you do decide to continue watching, you may end up learning something new. All I ask is that you watch until the end before forming full conclusions or verdicts of your own. With all that being said, let's begin. My name is Unknown680. I'm just your average internet user who spends a lot of time online. And I'm here to share the mental health journey I embarked on in 2022. For those watching who don't exist in an online social circle, I'm essentially referring to communities that are created on various internet platforms as a result of sharing some type of common interest, whether it be in a video game, show, profession, etc. It's very similar to making friends in real life, but on a much more global and grander scale. I joined the online community I'm currently a part of in 2017, and am still part of this social circle up to this day to some extent. As veterans of my social sphere know, I reside in a community surrounding a video game known as Geometry Dash. On the surface, it appears to be a simple mobile game in which you play as a character in a two-dimensional space that dodges various obstacles to reach the end of each level, thanks to its robust level editor. However, you can create much more complex masterpieces for all to enjoy, which is mainly the reason why such a large community exists around this game. I'm not going any deeper than that, as that's not what this video is about. I just wanted to provide enough context to give insights into the type of the online gaming community I reside in. I've undergone a massive mental transition in the year of 2022 due to traumatic, concerning, and distressing events that have occurred in the online social circle I resided in towards the end of 2021, specifically in the form of allegations regarding the sexual misconduct of individuals in our sphere. Never in all my time online have I ever seen a higher concentration of allegations than in late 2021 and 2022. That being said, it is critical to note that each set of allegations towards each individual is unique and has had varying degrees of validity to them. Some were more justified than others, some less, and some were quite sensationalized. It's quite a mixed bag. I won't be mentioning any names from my specific sphere, as that's besides the point. If you'd like to know more about what actually happened, you can contact me privately and we can discuss further. Instead, I'd like to go over the alleged atrocious acts themselves, which include the following: overly sexual DMs that push boundaries beyond their limits, the creation of fictional child graphic photos in which the characters depicted represent real people. Think along the lines of an online avatar being exploited, making said images available to other minors, the sending and receiving of real-life graphic photos to and from minors, and even a case involving actual rape. The reason that I mentioned these acts is that I had some form of respect for these individuals in the past, and I treated them with the same fundamental respect as I did with everyone else. I wasn't this hyper-obsessed fan or anything like that, but I did consider them acquaintances, as I did have associations with them before these allegations, as with everyone else in my sphere. I've known these individuals ranging from a little less than a year to a few years relative to the time the allegations were brought forth. Apart from one person, I wouldn't be considered a friend of theirs at any point in time, but there were a couple of genuinely positive interactions that I wanted to keep as good memories. Unfortunately, all that went down the drain in the last few months of 2021. And not just for me, but for pretty much everybody in our sphere. The first, largest, and most severe exposal, the one that includes rape, happened in late October, and the community at large, apart from those who were involved in the investigation, were completely blindsided by them. It was devastating to hear that these were the type of people that they were behind closed doors. Even though I wasn't a direct victim of their actions, it did affect me to a large degree, and here's why. The Geometry Dash community fundamentally changed from October onward, and we even got a hashtag trending, calling for that person's removal from the internet after his atrocious response. This resentment and frustration led us to become more hostile and on edge overall. The community was in a state of absolute betrayal and distrust towards one another and became hyper-vigilant, ready to pull the trigger on any form of behavior that was even remotely perceived as similar at a moment's notice. More allegations against others came out soon after, and were met with the same hostility. Again, some of it was more justifiable than others. There's a whole principle that exists where one person coming forward with allegations leads to more and more people gaining the confidence to come out with their own stories. It's generally a good thing to do when put into practice in the real world through a trusted authority figure. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the online world, some of this hostility proved to be dangerous, as some took advantage of this emotionally volatile state to go after people they didn't like. They weaponized and took specific interactions out of context to make their target look worse than they actually are. Thankfully, a video came out that defended this person and debunked the allegations made, calling out how poorly executed the whole situation was. This is the individual I called my friend, by the way, so part of me was relieved that there is at least some voice of reason that still exists on the internet. Essentially, in terms of severity, it was a bit of a yucky situation that was sensationalized into something way worse than it was. Unfortunately, I knew most of the internet wasn't like this, so these voices of reason get overshadowed by larger figures and performative people online. Around the time that this all went down, I found myself constantly thinking about the discourse going around, and it pretty much invaded my timeline as a lot of people I followed were a part of it, and it was at this point where my mental state started to decline. I began to question a lot about the nature of my interactions throughout all my time on social media. I contemplated how much I should have trusted people. What if someone could successfully sensationalize and fabricate any singular thing I may have posted or said out of context? What if they go online to paint me in a negative light, whether out of spite, or if they genuinely believe that I was a bad person or a danger to society? I then thought more about the difference between the intent that interactions have versus their execution. I was a person who spent the majority of my first 5 years under my username, valuing all of the typical qualities revolving around positivity. I spent so much energy focusing on friendliness, optimism, and kindness. It only became more reinforced by the supportive comments I've received over the years, especially from people I looked up to, some of which I still do to this day. The moral imperative that came with all that was a hill I was so dead set on dying on. After all, if negative content exists on the internet, I must amplify that positivity to make up for the difference, right? Since everything on the internet lasts forever, all content I put out needs to be primarily positive to ensure that I remain a good person, right? I need to leave the best possible impression to make the world a better place, right? Right? That one word at the end of each question started sending me down a mental spiral of doubt. And it was at that moment that I realized that the world is a lot more messed up than I originally thought. Then it all hit me like a truck. What if the very things I tried to do for the sake of positivity and trying so hard to do the right thing was the fundamental problem with certain negative interactions I've had over the years spent online? After all, I've had several lesser conflicts with some people and have been given various labels over the years, including but not limited to the following: fake, disingenuous, bot, attention-seeking, preachy, hypocrite, manipulator, brainwasher. Granted, most of these labels came from people I wasn't close to, so those were easy to ignore. However, there were a few people that I respected and even looked up to that also agreed with these individuals. That secretly hurt a lot. Yet, I tried to power through silently regardless. I always tried to be the bigger person in every situation. I never understood why people thought this way about me until now. With the rise of allegations against people I thought I knew, the labels I just mentioned would also be applied to them, after all. When deceptive people were brought to light in my sphere, I began worrying about the prevalence of these labels. After all, I thought the community had justifiable reasons for using them now more than ever. Since I was called them in the past, what if those labels about me were true to some extent? What if those labels gain meaning to the point of associating them with predators and get thrown around enough to where the mob comes after me? What if it was too late to change my ways and everyone turns on me as a result? What if I became the very thing I swore to destroy? After remaining ignorant of the reality for so long, my worldview and confidence in it shattered overnight. Very quickly, all of these thoughts consumed me and I hit the lowest point ever in my life. I spent every waking moment feeling like an absolute piece of shit, and my mind ended up applying the worst possible labels to myself. These are the ones that both people said directly to me, as well as the labels that get thrown around on social media constantly. Maybe I did pretend to be a good person, while, in the background, ended up hurting or invalidating someone by trying to be as positive as possible when talking to them. What if that particular person ended up being significantly younger than me, and I'd be labeled as a danger to children due to out-of-context messages? Maybe I did harm someone I considered a close friend by overstepping boundaries. Maybe I did support a person in the past who potentially did some immoral act I'm unaware of. What if that suddenly means I condone what they did, and by extension, am a fundamentally bad person? What if some of the inappropriate content that I got exposed to online came back to haunt me somehow, since whatever you do online stays there forever, and Big Brother is always watching? The list of questions goes on, and on, and on, with the questions becoming progressively more insane. Then, my mind started accumulating each thought I had into some form of long body of text, such as a Twitter thread, a twit longer, or a Google Doc, in which I play the role of a person who dislikes me so much that they start a campaign against me. After all, anyone can say anything on social media, and a considerable amount of people will instantly assume it as fact without due process. Every good thing I've ever done, every positive experience I've ever had, everything I've built, all of it can be tainted, revoked, and destroyed in an instant if someone pulls the trigger and hits their target successfully. If that day ever does come, that's it for me. I'd go back to being alone before my time under my current alias, but also in a worse state because everybody I ever loved would be against me. More importantly, I would have failed my most important goal of becoming a positive role model and moral guide for people to look up to. All of these thoughts spiraled in my head starting from around mid-December 2021. And would continue to eat away at me for the next month and a half or so, maybe even longer. I tried to make sense of all these thoughts and feelings like my life depended on it. I did an excruciating amount of soul-searching, researching the various topics I spent so long being ignorant of, and revisiting past interactions. I ended up seeing some content that I didn't want to associate with, as they triggered awful memories and intrusive thoughts in full force. I kept beating myself up more and more as I kept doing this because that is what I felt I deserved as punishments for being so ignorant. This cycle would repeat itself again and again, increasing in intensity over time. I told myself I would only stop when I felt satisfied with washing away my ignorance and making sense of it all. The rational side of me was asking why I was thinking this way now all of a sudden. After all, I've seen some disturbing stuff in the past, which is honestly unavoidable in today's internet. Why wasn't I feeling this way as strongly in the past after so long? Clearly, there was a reason, and that it meant something to me. So I pressed on because I felt I had to find out. As time progressed, I stumbled across more information on the most disturbing topics I never thought I'd see in my life. I then applied that to myself, since I was in such a state of self-loathing. Then, I started thinking about what would happen if I took my own life, weighing out the pros and cons of it. I felt this was my ultimate time of judgment. Was I just clinically insane and needed specialized help? Was I beyond saving? Was I a horrible person that deserved death? I considered making peace with the possibility that I may never recover and that I would either improve in some form of afterlife or go out quietly. I almost lost myself completely. Fortunately, by some godforsaken miracle, I discovered a video that changed everything.
Few mental afflictions are as humbling or as terrifying as what is known as pure OCD, or more colloquially, intrusive thoughts. In standard obsessive compulsive disorder, a person is haunted by a worry that compels them to repeat an often counterproductive or fruitless action with manic intensity. Hand washing, turning off gas pipes, checking their pulse, and so on. But in pure OCD, there is no outward physical action. The problem unfolds, hence the name, purely in the mind. Yet it is, if anything, an even more distressing condition. The pure OCD sufferer is tortured by thoughts that they want to do or have done some of the most censored and abhorred acts in our societies, acts that they themselves despise and fear at an intellectual level. They grow convinced of their wish, for example, to murder a loved one, harm a child sexually, or assault a stranger. They cannot shut out the idea that they may become, or have already shown signs that they are, a psychopath, a rapist, or a paedophile. They scan their mind ceaselessly, looking for evidence to confirm their dreadful apprehension. So burdened are they by these thoughts, they may not be able to go anywhere near children, or may take fright at the sight of a knife in a drawer. Left alone with a colleague, they may panic that they could lose control and lunge inappropriately at them. At the station, they're flooded with anxiety at the feeling that they may push their partner or their child under a train. Having to think of oneself in these terms quickly drains life of any of its pleasure. The pure OCD sufferer wakes up every morning certain that they are one of the worst people ever to have walked on the planet. There is not, as yet, a foolproof way of treating the condition, but discussions of how to approach it reveal large differences in assessments of how the mind operates. Psychiatrists tend to prescribe antidepressants in order to lift the general mood of sufferers and thereby lessen the tendency to ruminate to the point of exhaustion. CBT psychologists will try to argue closely with the intrusive thoughts, so that eventually sufferers can logically acknowledge that they truly have no intention of harming anyone or doing anything obscene. But it is psychotherapists who have what is perhaps the most imaginative and unexpected solution. They don't target the thoughts themselves or argue with them directly. They don't try to reassure people logically that they're not about to murder a loved one or harm a child, because they don't believe that this is what is actually at stake, and judge that offering reassurance on these points only legitimates a pattern of thinking that has no basis in reality. They locate the origin of the problem somewhere quite different. The sufferer of pure OCD has, first and foremost, a problem with self-esteem and shame. The unfortunate person feels, at some level, utterly disgusting and beyond the pale, and will, in the background, have been feeling like this for a long time. Somewhere in their past, normally as a result of very traumatic and degrading childhood relationships, they will have derived an impression that they did not deserve to exist. Their current thoughts are not plans for the future. They are attempts by the mind to find a match between their basic sense of self and what would be needed by their society to concur with it. They are a move to bring about a form of dreadful inner equilibrium, ensuring that the judgment of the world falls in line with the judgment of the self. Cases of pure OCD are sometimes diagnosed just after sufferers have achieved something rather positive in the eyes of others. They have been promoted or begun a fulfilling relationship or mastered a project. It should be a cause for celebration, but happiness simply feels unwarranted. By latching onto thoughts of complete illegality, one is assured that one's self-esteem will remain at rock bottom. Interestingly, in societies that find religious transgression particularly abhorrent, pure OCD sufferers will be haunted by feelings that they have offended God and are about to be outed as sinners. Behind pure OCD is a person's need to find a reason to feel awful. It isn't about this or that condemned act. And as the definition of awful changes, so too will the manifest content of the intrusive thoughts. The disease is anchored in self-loathing, not in blasphemy, incipient paedophilia, or murderous intent. This analysis opens the way to treatment. What the sufferer of pure OCD needs, above all else, is to begin to repair their self-loathing and shame. They need to learn, through repeated encounters with an outsider who casts a generous and sympathetic eye on them, that they're not the worthless being they take themselves for. Their problem began with a deficit of love, and needs to be healed by a loving act of witnessing. Pure OCD thoughts are not wishes. They are symptoms of radical self-distrust, and these will start to lift once the afflicted learn that most vital of arts, being a friend to oneself.
This video single-handedly saved my life. I was astonished by the fact that there exists a clearly defined, diagnosable, and treatable mental disorder that applies to me. Never has any singular video beautifully explained what I've been suffering from since the 5th grade. I then realized how much my own experiences harmonize with the identifiers of pure OCD. And from there, everything started to click. Even though there was a substantial part of me that still felt broken in early 2022, I briefly felt a moment of solace, of hope, the potential for my circumstances to get better. A path forward for me was unlocked that I never thought even existed. The journey I'd be taking would be difficult, maybe not even possible, but this was the necessary road for me to take to recover. And once I felt ready, the spark that is the production of this video could ignite. I am grateful to stand before you today to premiere a cumulative project that I've wanted to make since spring 2022. I knew from the start that this would be the most important video I'll ever make in my life. There's a lot of topics I'll be covering here today, and I have a lot of knowledge to share with you all. So, without further ado, sit back, strap in, and enjoy the ride. for 2022 is my year of revelations.
You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden throne, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now, a little stronger now.
Welcome to the first main segment of the video. Let's start by posing a question. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the term OCD? If you were to ask me this question before 2022, I'd instinctively think of it as just another mental disorder. I think of other mental illnesses alongside OCD, such as ADHD, autism, BPD, and GAD. I knew next to nothing about OCD for most of my life, with the only information I did know coming from social media in generalized tidbits every once in a blue moon. As such, I only knew of the stereotypical increased focus on organization and cleanliness for the longest time, until now that is. After realizing that the anxiety I've been experiencing for a lot of my life fits so well with OCD in general, I sought out various internet resources and people's experiences with suffering from OCD. I knew I needed to do research and educate myself more on what exactly I was suffering from. After all, education and understanding the problem is the crucial first step to even begin approaching it. So what is OCD? It stands for Obsessive Compulsive Disorder. It's the name given to a recognized condition that causes someone to become stuck in a cycle of distressing obsessions and compulsions. To truly understand what OCD is, two core fundamentals of disorder need to be understood: obsessions and compulsions, hence the name OCD. It's also important to note the order of these two fundamentals, and you'll see why in a bit. Let's define obsessions first. Obsessions are persistent thoughts, pictures, urges, or doubts that appear in your mind again and again. They interrupt your thoughts against your control, and can be really frightening, graphic, and disturbing. They may make you feel anxious, disgusted, or uncomfortable. It's important not to be confused by the more general dictionary definition of the word, which often conflates thoughts with motivation/intent. When we refer to the word obsession throughout this video, we are not referring to interest, motivation, or desire in any capacity. OCD obsessions are negative or debilitating in some way, and if we, the OCD sufferers, had the choice, we would not want these obsessions every single time. Please keep this in mind as we move forward, as it's the foundation for understanding OCD. You can think of obsessions, the contents of the intrusive thoughts, as a container of sorts. These contents and the meaning that sufferers apply to them can be related to many different themes. In fact, OCD UK states, there are infinite types of OCD. It can impact any thought, on any subject, on any person, on any fear, and frequently fixates on what's important in a person's life. The rest of this paragraph goes into more examples of how OCD targets what you value, giving examples that are similar to the video on Pure OCD shown before, so you can pause it and read it if you'd like. We can group these infinite types into a few common categories, as shown here. These categories will come into play later as we discuss a few OCD themes, so keep them in mind. We could be here for over an hour discussing each of the common OCD themes in detail, but I'll keep it brief for the sake of the video. OCD can latch onto themes that include, but are not limited to, the following: contamination obsessions, fear of coming into contact with perceived contaminated substances/things, such as bodily fluids, germs/disease, environmental contaminants, household chemicals, and dirt. Violence obsessions, fear of acting on an impulse to harm oneself, fear of acting on an impulse to harm others, fear of violent or horrific images in one's mind. Responsibility obsessions, fear of being responsible for something terrible happening, fear of harming others because of not being careful enough. Perfectionism-related obsessions, excessive concern with evenness or exactness, excessive concern with a need to know or remember, fear of losing or forgetting important information when throwing something out, excessive concern with performing tasks quote-unquote perfectly or correctly, fear of making mistakes and the consequences of such. Sexual obsessions, unwanted thoughts or mental images related to sex, including fear of acting on a sex-related impulse, fears about sexually harming children, relatives, or others, fears about aggressive sexual behaviors towards others. Religious/moral obsessions, excessive concern with offending God, damnation, and or concern about blasphemy. Excessive concern with right/wrong or morality. Identity obsessions, excessive concern with one's sexual orientation, excessive concern with one's gender identity. Now let me actually pause for a minute here and say that it's different from gender dysphoria in that not knowing if you have a clear imbalance between birth, sex, and gender is where the distress comes from. OCD sufferers try so desperately to find certainty in their identity to the point of an inability to function. Self-hatred comes from not being able to make up your mind rather than knowing your identity in a distressing atmosphere. Superstitious obsessions. Some examples include unlucky numbers, colors with a special significance, or not being able to step on a sidewalk crack. Racist obsessions, fear of using a racial slur, fear of accidentally or purposefully causing emotional harm to people of color, fear of ability to discern own behavior as racist or not, fear/thoughts of being racist and being perceived as racist. Relationship obsessions, which includes doubting and contemplating aspects of romantic partners and relationships. Death obsessions, obsessions about death/existence. Real events/false memory obsessions. For example, excessive concern about things that happened in the past and what impacts they may have had. Emotional contamination obsessions, fear of catching personality traits or characteristics of other individuals. Somatic or body-focused obsessions. Existential/philosophical obsessions, fear of saying the wrong thing. Here, it's often the most inappropriate thing you could think of at the most inopportune or inappropriate time. This also extends to fear of not saying the right thing and then worrying about not being perfectly understood. Fear of losing one's personality or positive qualities, and the fear of vomiting. The list goes on. That's a lot of different themes with both an immense variety and a range of intensity. You may struggle to understand how they connect with OCD. Maybe you even feel certain emotions arise when you hear certain words that you would associate with morally reprehensible actions. Where do we even begin when it comes to having these difficult conversations? The answer lies in analyzing the stigmas and stereotypes. In my experience, out of all the mental illnesses out there, OCD isn't commonly discussed at all. In my sphere, ADHD and autism are discussed much more often, whether in memes or conversations. More and more people are understanding of them and take them more seriously as a result. I don't think that's the case with OCD, especially since I didn't even know what it was before this year. As a result, I was influenced by the stigma and stereotypes to a considerable capacity. Therefore, we must explore the root of the problem to break them. People with OCD fear stigma at work, at home, and in their relationships. They worry about being judged or mistreated because of their OCD label. This fear is very harmful. It keeps sufferers from seeking help and talking to others about their problems. It can also seep into other aspects of life. Stigma from others sounds like, that person is crazy. I can't trust being around him/her because of their OCD. They aren't as fit for the job because they have a mental condition. I don't want to date a person with a mental disorder. Mental illnesses make people violent. People with OCD shouldn't be parents. Stigma towards yourself sounds like, I'm a monster for having these thoughts. No one's ever going to love me. If people know that I have this condition, they're going to treat me differently. I don't deserve to be a part of society. I'm going to get fired from my job. I can't be an active member in society. I'll never be a parent. I can't have a healthy marriage. I definitely used to apply some of these comments to myself. Even today, I worry about the morality of these themes. Racism, violence, and especially sexually intrusive thoughts are considered disgraceful in our polarized society since many believe these thoughts are a prerequisite to actions. Every conversation, motion, or expression that makes a person slightly uncomfortable is instantly labeled as bad without thinking more critically and mindfully about it. Uninformed mob mentality ensues soon after. I'll elaborate more on this massive issue later, as it is the most stigmatizing attribute of OCD. I'd also argue that this is the most stigmatizing attribute of many other mental illnesses and societal issues in general. The media, people, and companies, all with platforms big and small, have been trivializing OCD. Thousands, potentially millions of people are reaching their platforms. They will blindly believe whoever they follow without questioning anything, which means mass misinformation runs rampant. Lately, OCD has been described in the media as beneficial and a blessing. To be 100% clear, OCD isn't beneficial. It's not a good thing to have and nothing good comes out of it. It's a mental illness which has previously been ranked as one of the top most disabling illnesses of all time by the WHO. It is common for people to think that OCD is the reason that an individual has become successful, paid attention to detail, given them highly competent organization skills, or made them careful. But the truth is, it's who you are as a person that brings positive things. OCD is a painful illness dressed up as a sufferer's best friend, not a personality trait. The media have got to stop dressing OCD up as a hero, when if we were really going to personify it, it's the devil in disguise. We all have mental health, we all get anxious, we all get nervous, and we all deal with things differently. But mental health is very different, and you can't be quote-unquote a bit OCD. Unfortunately, there is still a lot of stigma surrounding OCD. This is likely because it is often misunderstood. People often think of OCD as a quirky personality trait or something that someone could just quote-unquote snap out of. But this couldn't be further from the truth. OCD is a real mental illness that requires treatment. It also often gets worse without treatment. The stigma surrounding OCD can make it difficult for people to seek help, which is why it's so important to break down the myths and misconceptions about this disorder. OCD is often portrayed in the media as a joke or as something that is not serious. This contributes to the stigma and makes it harder for people who suffer from OCD to be taken seriously. It's important to remember that OCD is a real mental illness with real consequences. The effects of OCD can be debilitating, and it can even lead to suicide. If you or someone you know is struggling with OCD, please reach out for help. There are many resources available, and treatments can make a world of a difference. Now, here's a few examples of how OCD gets misused in everyday conversation within my social circle. Can I edit a video real quick for you to get editor role? My OCD for different colors is kicking in. All the flights have 12 steps, but one has 11. I hate it. Damn, evenness. My OCD is immeasurable. My undiagnosed OCD quickly detected an uncentered element. It's the button. We see that OCD is often used as a quirky trait, referring to organization, symmetry, consistency, and specific colors. Many believe OCD is just a mildly frustrating inconvenience. This is not the reality, and so we must break down the stigma of it. I'll explain how we can work towards this in greater detail and present my own ideas more so towards the end. Just keep the following in mind for now. Be wary of the ways OCD gets misrepresented in the media. Understand that anyone can have mental illnesses like OCD, and that people who have them don't quote-unquote look a certain way. Be more mindful of the comments, jokes, memes, and unsolicited opinions you share when bringing it up in conversation. Remember that OCD is real and debilitating to its sufferers, even to the point of suicide, so it shouldn't be taken lightly. OCD isn't a defect or disability. It doesn't make a person less human, less lovable, or less worthy of happiness. Repeat that to yourself. Say it out loud. I'll also add my own tip here as we move forward. Do not, under any circumstances, conflate the moral-oriented themes of the OCD obsessions with actual words and actions made. Every individual has intrusive thoughts as part of the human condition. The problem lies in interpretation, a mass societal issue. OCD sufferers apply meaning to these thoughts in self-deprecating ways, and we wish to be rid of them so much to the point where we cannot function in our daily life. We are not at risk of acting on such thoughts any more than the general population. On the contrary, we are often the least likely to, since we spend so much mental energy doing everything we can to be rid of them. Let's move on to compulsions, the second of the two fundamentals of OCD. They refer to repetitive activities that you feel you have to do. The aim of a compulsion is to try and deal with the distress caused by the obsessive thoughts. You might have to continue doing the compulsion until the anxiety goes away and things feel right again. You might know that it doesn't make sense to carry out a compulsion, but it can still feel scary not to. Repeating compulsions is often very time-consuming, and the relief they give you doesn't usually last very long. The emphasis here is placed on the have to part. OCD sufferers often perform these compulsions to try to relieve the feelings of anxiety, guilt, shame, and other various emotions in the short term. They feel that there must be something that they can do or think to counteract or correct the intrusive thoughts at almost every waking moment. Otherwise, they experience difficulties functioning in their day-to-day life. Generally, compulsions can either be physical, actions that manifest in the external world, or they can take the form of mental rituals. People who only have mental compulsions sometimes refer to their OCD as pure O, or patterns of thinking that invade the mind. There can also be a numerical component to compulsions where you may feel temporarily at ease only once you perform the compulsion a specific number of times without interruption. Much like with examples of obsessions, there are plenty of explanations for various compulsions, so I'll list some common compulsions here. Common compulsions in OCD include, but are not limited to, washing hands excessively or in a certain way, excessive showering, bathing, toothbrushing, grooming, or toilet routines, cleaning household items or other objects excessively, doing other things to prevent or remove contact with contaminants, checking that you did not/will not harm others, checking that you did not/will not harm yourself, checking that nothing terrible happened, checking that you did not make a mistake, checking some parts of your physical condition or body, rereading or rewriting, repeating routine activities, repeating body movements, repeating activities in multiples, mental compulsions such as mental review or rumination, praying, counting, undoing, canceling, replacing, somatic compulsions, compulsions relating to focusing on the body and how it feels, worries about health conditions, constant monitoring of sexual arousal, hyperfocus on a specific bodily function such as a heartbeat, other compulsions such as rearranging, confession, reassurance seeking, and avoidance. Again, we see that various compulsions can accompany any number of obsessions that an OCD sufferer faces. Now that we have a good foundation on the fundamentals of OCD, let's dive deeper to better understand what sufferers of this illness go through regularly. This diagram shows a great summary of what happens in OCD as a cycle. Think of OCD as a 4-part cycle. An OCD sufferer enters the cycle when they have an obsession. Obsessions, as we've established, are repetitive and unwanted images, thoughts, or urges which can have any combination of themes we already mentioned. Next comes distress. Here is where the intrusive thoughts start to mentally affect people. Because of the disturbing or frightening nature of the contents of the thoughts, OCD sufferers feel that those thoughts have significant meaning in some way, and so it bothers them. Various negative emotions and debilitating sensations can start to settle in at this point, such as anxiety, disgust, shame, and guilt. As an aside, it's important to note that OCD is not necessarily an anxiety-related disorder. These types of emotions may or may not be accompanied by obsessions and compulsions, so generalized anxiety alone wouldn't likely result in an OCD diagnosis. In my case, I do experience both generalized anxiety and OCD, though your experiences will obviously vary. The distress then leads to compulsions and repeated behaviors to try and reduce it. Compulsions give temporary relief that makes you feel better for a little while, not really that long. The obsessions eventually come back and the cycle repeats. It's compulsions from this cycle that occupy several hours or more every day. Over time, this turns into weeks, months, years, or in some cases, even decades of debilitating anxiety, lifestyle changes, and missed opportunities. This cycle tends to reinforce itself over time without proper treatment and becomes devastating rather quickly. OCD is typically given as a diagnosis when there is a considerable impact on your day-to-day functioning. The main factor considered is the amount of time spent doing those compulsions, which is different from generalized anxiety or other disorders. Now that we have a good understanding for what OCD is and its impacts, let's quickly look at treatments from a high-level overview. To put it in 3 simple words, break the cycle. OCD feeds off of this self-perpetuating feedback loop with every compulsion performed. Obsessions are always where the issue starts, whether sufferers realize it or not. These obsessions cause distress because of the interpretations given as a result. Compulsions are carried out. These compulsions provide temporary relief until the next obsession, and the cycle repeats. I would argue that it's easiest to break the cycle at these 2 points. Ideally, treatment would result in the intrusive or unwanted thoughts being dismissed without much distress. However, this often proves difficult at the beginning since you obviously can't just control distress levels, so this becomes our item of interest. How do you deal with the distress that comes about without performing compulsions? This is where specialized therapy techniques come into play. As an aside, medication can also assist in treating OCD, but I'll only focus on therapy in this video since I recovered without that particular need. You can learn more about the medical side of things in the linked sources if that piques your interest. Let's talk about cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT, next. Cognitive behavioral therapy focuses on training your brain to think and act differently to stressors. Think of it this way. The part of your brain that solves problems and makes rules for how to respond to problems develops a glitch, and through CBT, you can detect that glitch and correct it. Cognitive therapy uses all kinds of different strategies to get to that point, including deep breathing, self-talk, journaling, and what's known as quote-unquote playing the script until the end. a sort of thought experiment where you imagine the outcomes of the worst case scenario. Letting the scenario play out shows that even if your worst fears come true, you'll still be able to find ways to manage and overcome that situation. There are two main branches of CBT: exposure and ritual prevention, ERP, and acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT. Both share the same principles and strategies, but ACT adds a little nuance. I'll just give a brief summary of the two branches and elaborate more in regards to my own treatment later on. ACT deals with the interpretations, rather than trying to force out thinking about certain things or forcing the thought itself to change. Accepting that intrusive thoughts exist and are common, combined with viewing them from a distance in a nuanced, rational way, helps transform those interpretations into something less debilitating and potentially better for your well-being long-term. ERP deals with understanding the obsessions and compulsions, followed by challenging the patient to not engage in compulsions, increasing in intensity as treatment progresses. This delayed response to perform compulsions helps lessen the need to keep performing them over time. That's essentially it for an overview of OCD. From here on out, I'll be talking about my own experiences. Let's start by revisiting the list of OCD subtypes. OCD sufferers can experience any combination of these obsessions and to varying degrees. These are all subtypes that I've realized I've suffered from. It all started out with contamination in parallel to the fear of vomiting. Essentially, I ate a bad breakfast one morning in the 5th grade, felt weird in class, and was walking to the bathroom. I didn't make it and threw up all over the hallway floor. Long story short, I felt shame and humiliation internally, along with the fear of it happening again up until late high school. It was on and off from there. I spent the next few years being conscious about everything I ate and touched before I ate, even my favorite foods. It got so bad that I lost so much weight to the point where I was underweight for my age. I went for blood tests and went to my doctor to see if I was suffering from anything physically. Nothing much came about it. I spent so much time worried about both thoughts of throwing up and especially the feeling of throwing up for so long. OCD was the very reason I ended up being so unwell and so uneasy when it came to food to the point of malnourishment. Number 2, let's talk next about real events, false memory, and fear of conversation. These 3 OCD obsessions, though not nearly as intense as the previous set, emerged the most in my day-to-day. These typically come from mentally reviewing past interactions growing up, whether online or in person. I contemplated whether certain events happened in different ways, thinking obsessively about what to and not to say to eliminate or minimize conflict in the future. Number 3, relationships. To me, relationship obsessions relate to the above, but to the more loyal relationships that I'd like to have long term. In real life, I had a difficult time making friends with people. I could not fit in with the crowd and culture of the social spheres I was in, more so in elementary school than anywhere else. This isn't to say I had absolutely no people I hung out with at all points in time, but it never went beyond the surface level. They weren't nearly as deep as the friendships I have now. I essentially had one quote-unquote closer friend with who I ended up sharing a surface-level bond with that acted as a gateway to the rest of their friend group. If this critical connection is severed, I'd be cut off from the rest of that social network. At least, that's what I trained my mind to believe. Simply put, I am an introvert and have social anxiety. I was more interested in video games and reading books. It was difficult for me in an environment where sports, mainstream media culture, and excelling at outdoor physical activities dominated the scene. As a kid, I often wanted to stick to myself with my own hobbies and interests, but I felt pressured in junior and intermediate grades to make friends mainly by my parents. I even went to a specialist to discuss my social anxiety and behavioral issues regarding social interaction. At that time, I believed that being a socially anxious introvert was the explanation for everything. Because of that, I felt at war with myself when interacting with people. There were a lot of awkward exchanges that came about, as you can imagine. Unfortunately, there were also instances where I felt I had to reciprocate the same energy as my peers to fit into the pack and meet the status quo. This energy was sometimes more aggressive or harsher than what I wanted to put out into the world. Those fears got reinforced over the following years as a result. There's also an aspect to relationship OCD that deals with more romantically intimate relationships. I had a couple crushes in my youth, as you do. I was especially interested in romantic relationships in fiction, often called ships. These are some of my favorites, by the way. Apart from one time with one unnamed person I felt super comfortable with, I've never actually admitted I had feelings for anyone. I kept it all to myself, no matter what. However, this isn't for the reasons you may expect. Sure, there was the fear of rejection and the common conception that the girls I liked were quote-unquote out of my league or uninterested. But that wasn't all. Throughout my years of consuming more traditional TV shows and movies, I developed a warped perception of elementary and high school culture, especially in romance. I took a mental note of almost every conflict, whether it be petty drama or something more serious. The latter became more common as I got older and my interests changed. Eventually, there were so many negative interactions that I put my foot down and swore to never get involved in romantic relationships with another person. Something would go wrong somewhere and do irreparable damage. That would inflict pain on people that I care about, when it all could have been avoided in the first place. Even if the prospect of a healthy relationship seemed plausible, the risk was too high. I would be in a worse spot than if I avoided engaging in the first place, as enemies would be made and people would dislike me. More recently, the fear of becoming a universal social outcast has been growing for reasons I'll get into later. These are the values that I lived by up until this year because of this fear. As a result, I decided to live 100% independently and never pursue any form of relationship beyond friendship, online or otherwise. To keep it brief, this fear of meaningful relationships in life led me to engage more on the internet. I felt I had more control over what I could say and do, plus grow closer to like-minded people. But that's a story for another day. In summary, regarding relationship OCD, the fear of hurting another person or giving them ammunition to use against me was the main motivator in me never pursuing meaningful relationships in real life. I took to engaging online as a result, but now even being online poses the same issues. The polarized climate of today and how insane social media has become made sure of that. Unfortunately, the online sphere I was a part of started to develop problems of its own over the years, which frightened me a lot, as this was all that I had in terms of socialization. Number 4. Responsibility, emotional contamination, and the fear of losing personality/positive qualities, as these three go hand in hand. I mainly experienced these fears in my high school years. Around this time, I started putting the values I had learned in elementary school to what I believed was good use, plus educating myself on real-world issues. The three societal issues I gained a passion for were internet safety, cyberbullying, and gun violence. The first two were ones that I developed in elementary school. I felt ready to begin applying my knowledge once I started using my Twitter and Discord accounts seriously in the summer between the 9th and 10th grades. Meanwhile, gun violence was an issue I took part in following the 2018 Parkland shooting. That sparked the March for Our Lives movement created by the surviving high school students and many others. They advocated hard for comprehensive gun reform and common sense gun laws. I followed this movement for most of 2018 and 2019, but my interest died down as I decided to focus on other things. Why did I mention all this? Well, I developed an interest in ethics and morality from a young age and categorized myself as quote-unquote lawful good back then. I was a natural-born rule follower and wanted to ensure that I always was because of these fears. Another motivator for staying away from companionship was the fear of being emotionally contaminated. Many can relate to being stuck in a school environment that does not respect them. Bullying, drama, and overall toxic values are placed at the forefront and run rampant everywhere. We feel like we cannot trust anyone or make friends. I resonated with this profusely, although for me, it extended beyond worrying about being hurt. Emotional contamination obsessions stem from the fear that certain people, places, or objects are contaminated with some form of moral impurity. To quote, this can lead them to feel dirty or evil and to attribute this feeling to an object, situation, or even a person. I definitely feared this when it came to certain situations or people. If I engaged too much with others or exposed myself to taboo topics, the chance of being quote-unquote contaminated would be too high. I'd become permanently corrupt, since knowledge of how to be immoral would exist in my brain. That was my thought process. This fear led me to completely tune out of the world leading up to and throughout most of high school, which made me retreat to the online sphere even more as time went on. Consequently, Twitter is where I got all my values and morals from. Unfortunately, as the online world worsened, I increasingly felt that there was no escape from being emotionally contaminated. I developed this sense of duty, this obligation to become the best person I can be. I worried that if I wasn't putting out positive vibes into the world, I would fall short of the expectations I set for myself. The same logic is also applied when speaking about injustices on social issues. I'd lose my positive qualities and succumb to the emotional contamination. I was essentially at war with these thoughts for a while, on and off. The fear of losing my personality and respect from others comes into play here too. That was my motivator due to what I was told in internet safety presentations growing up. To be specific, the fact that everything you do online is permanent and that the word delete is a myth was the defining principle of my online presence. As a result, I took it upon myself to always put out the quote-unquote right things online, since I'd be vulnerable to attacks or become a bad person otherwise. It was never about persona, clout chasing, abuse of power, or brainwashing, as some have claimed over the years. My motivation was purely an internal battle to keep the worrying thoughts about not being responsible enough at bay. Nothing more, nothing less. All in all, these three specific fears contributed the most to becoming isolated in my youth. Not just social anxiety or being an introvert. I've also realized that this is the true origin story of the Unknown 680 name. I felt no one ever truly knew me or what I was going through. I wanted to find a way to express that without coming off as depressed, needy, attention-seeking, or anything like that. A cool sounding word that embraced how I felt was in order. Thus introducing Unknown. The 68 came from the fact that it's a cool sounding number and a recurring one I've heard in my family. For the first few years, that was it. However, Unknown 68 isn't unique enough since it was just a common word and two numbers. I needed something to wrap up the name nicely and neatly. I ended up using the first letter of my first name since 6AD sounded cool and also like a number. So, if you ever wanted to know the origin story of my username, there you have it. OCD is to thank for my entire online identity. With that fun fact out of the way, number 5, sexual. It's time to bring the conversation to the most severe obsession that really started to cripple me in late 2021. Welcome to the living hell that is intrusive sexual thoughts. These are unwanted thoughts or mental images related to sex, including fear of acting on a sex-related impulse, fears about sexually harming children, relatives, or others, and fears about aggressive sexual behaviors towards others. Honestly, this is the most difficult, yet most important part of my mental health recovery journey, so I have to talk about it. I'll do so through research to ease your way into this taboo realm. It's quite a misunderstood subtype of OCD as well, given the sensitive nature of the intrusive thoughts. Now, once again, a reminder that viewer discretion is advised for the remainder of this section. Sexually intrusive thoughts are extremely common, and among the general population, over 90% of individuals report having experienced these types of thoughts during their lifetime. Studies have found that as many as a quarter of OCD patients have had a history of sexual obsessions. These numbers may be an underestimate of the actual number of people suffering from unwanted sexual obsessions because the stigma associated with sexual thoughts may cause individuals to avoid reporting their obsessions. Sexual obsessions and sexually intrusive thoughts are equally divided among males and females. These thoughts typically start in early adolescence and may progressively worsen or have a waxing and waning course. When conceptualizing sexual obsessions, it is important to recognize that people with sexual obsessions find their thoughts immoral and do not wish to act them out. They are different from fantasies, as the obsessions are unpleasant and provoke guilt, rather than being enjoyable. As a result, the thoughts cause distress, which may be connected to unwanted emotions such as lust, anger, and frequently guilt. This distress is directly related to the frequency of the sexual obsessions, and may lead to depression, difficulties concentrating, and anxiety. Sometimes, fixating on the thoughts can even lead to a groinal response. Our genitals often react to stimuli that are sexually relevant, but not necessarily things that we want or even that align with our beliefs. The actual term for this is non-arousal concordance, the disconnect between your mental and emotional experience of pleasure and how your body physically experiences and responds to these external stimuli. The reverse can happen when you're trying to be intimate with a partner and are emotionally aroused but are unable to achieve physical arousal. Anxiety can interfere with normal sexual functioning, but can also contribute to an unwanted groinal response in people with OCD. Where the groinal response becomes a symptom of OCD is when a person with OCD experiences an intrusive thought or an image followed by a groinal response. This groinal response will cause a great deal of distress as sufferers fixate on the possible meaning of the sensations. Groinal responses occur in both men and women. Keep all of this in mind as we move forward, as it's critical information for understanding how debilitating OCD can be. As an individual who cares deeply about morality, learning about all of this information was a godsend that saved my life, and that's no understatement. It gave me all the answers I needed. It's time to explain my experience with these OCD obsessions. This pairs hand in hand with the moral contamination fears I developed growing up. I reinforced the notion that I needed to abstain from learning about what sex and any of its topics are, like consent, assault, rape, molestation, etc. I thought I'd contaminate myself and put myself at a greater risk since I'd be crippled by thoughts about what not to do. I thought to myself, if I never get exposed to sexual interactions with others, I can't be corrupted by them. As such, I repressed almost all of the conversations of sex and sex jokes with everyone. I also rejected any mention of sex in conversation and kept my sexual preferences, kinks, and fetishes entirely private. Relationship OCD also comes into play here concerning interactions with females, as I am your typical straight white male. The sexual fears I had just got exacerbated with them, on top of fearing becoming a potential abuser by overstepping boundaries I didn't know of. When these thoughts took hold throughout my life, I proactively refused to give this thought any chance of becoming more than just that, which further drove me into isolation in real life since I thought that staying away from people would be best for me. At this point, it was second nature to stay away from people in general, since I already avoided them for many other reasons anyway. I retreated to the internet, believing that my knowledge of internet safety education would mean I could interact in a space where I have more control over myself. Ironically, these fears manifested themselves online, through no fault of mine. Still, it was the very place I went to escape from them. It was devastating for me. I explained why at the beginning, so I need not speak further. You should be able to connect the rest of the dots yourself. I'm not going into more detail than this, as this was the trickiest part to write in the script. It's just one of those situations where the intricate details are best kept between me, my family, and my therapist. OCD treatment itself also agrees that the contents of the intrusive thoughts ultimately don't matter. Treatment for them works the same way, so sharing them would be discouraged, believe it or not. That would be considered a confession compulsion. As such, I'm setting a firm boundary here. Nothing more to say. Next, I'll be discussing the journey toward recovery that I've had with my therapist. I was fortunate enough to have connections with a therapist I talked to for previous mental issues of mine, so I decided to email her to start sessions again. The first session acted as an exposition, more or less everything that I mentioned in the intro, but in much greater detail confidentially. The second session is where things got underway. After learning about OCD, I started pondering how it may apply to my life. I wanted to see if I actually had it through an official diagnosis. I told her I wanted to be evaluated for OCD. She handed me a questionnaire to diagnose me. Lo and behold, I did have it. She also specialized in OCD treatment, which was a godsend. What are the odds? From there, the path to recovery began, split into two parts. We started with surface level CBT, where I documented every type of intrusive thought that I had. These were all sexual in nature, as these were the most distressing to me. I wrote down 6 items per situation, those being the trigger or situation that starts the obsession, what the intrusive thoughts are, feelings from the obsession, interpretations of the obsession, a more balanced alternative interpretation, and feelings from the alternative interpretation. Through practice, I got all the thoughts I felt burdened by out of my system in a trusted space and began developing healthier ways of looking at them to the point where I could start acknowledging their existence without assigning any labels to myself. It was here that I learned that intrusive thoughts are just a part of human nature and mean nothing about a person or their identity. It's the meaning you apply to them that matters. OCD sufferers apply self-deprecating connotations to them since they don't have the ability to dismiss them as easily as the rest of the population. We can't change or force out thoughts, but we can change our relationship with them. The remaining sessions focused on exposure response prevention. Once again, ERP is a specialized branch of CBT. I exposed myself to various environments, situations, and content that made me feel uncomfortable. These gradually increased in intensity on what is called a fear ladder, and intense they were. I won't get into specifics though, as that's a personal matter between me and my therapist. The whole point of ERP is to build up a tolerance to situations that make you feel stressed so that the negative emotions you feel when confronting them lessen over time. And it worked. As I climbed the fear ladder, my interpretations of those thoughts improved. Now, I'm happy to say I'm at a point where intrusive thoughts no longer get in the way of my daily functioning. I'm on the final stretch of the fear ladder with one more activity to go, finishing this very video. It was an idea I came up with as the ultimate test. If I could share my story in spite of the stigma and taboo themes, I could take on the fucking world. Upon its release, my journey will be complete. Hopefully forever, but at least for now. I also want to share the various resources and inspirations I discovered throughout my research on OCD to further help out my fellow sufferers. After disconnecting from my online sphere, I read 2 books about Pure OCD. The first is Pure by Rose Cartwright. The second is Pure OCD, The Invisible Side of Obsessive Compulsive Disorder by Chrissy Hodges. These two books helped me tremendously when I was at my lowest point. Both books are essentially autobiographies of their life dealing with OCD. They mainly consist of sex-related obsessions, but also touch upon a few others. Finding individuals who endured experiences with these intrusive thoughts and have shared them with the world was what I needed to know that I was not alone in my struggle. Everyone with OCD has different obsessions, compulsions, and their own stories. Over time, I've come to appreciate the beauty in that common struggle, despite the horrors OCD can bring to the mind. It's comforting to know that you're not alone and can share your pain with others. As such, I'd like to shout out both of them for their commendable efforts in OCD advocacy. Currently, Cartwright is involved in various projects in the entertainment industry. She also writes about mental health pieces. Hodges focuses on breaking the stigma around OCD, peer support, and education on her YouTube channel, where she makes videos frequently. I'll be providing links to various resources of theirs in the credits document linked in the description. Thanks for being my saving grace in my time of need, and more importantly, being so courageous to share your stories in the first place. Your efforts will never go unappreciated by me. Next, I'd like to highlight the meditation service that has helped me tremendously throughout my recovery journey, and is still a service I use today. Introducing Headspace, along with one of its former co-founders, Andy Puddicombe. He, among many others, will be one of your guides throughout your Headspace journey. Hearing his voice alone makes my day better. Listen to this.
Hi, I'm Andy, and welcome to Headspace Guide to Meditation.
Headspace is a science-backed platform that provides meditation and mindfulness tools to help you focus and sleep better. It helps you create life-changing habits to support your mental health and find a healthier, happier you. I use their app almost daily for 10 to 20 minutes of meditation and would highly recommend using it to integrate meditation into your daily routine, especially for my fellow OCD sufferers out there. Of course, you can always check out their YouTube channel for free if you prefer. The best way to explain the benefits of meditation is to walk you through the exercise and the fundamentals of the practice. Various instructors guide you through exercises with unique styles. To keep it simple, I'll walk you through Andy's teaching methods here. There are daily meditations under the meditation section of the app, and they usually follow a formula that goes a little something like this. The first minute or two is dedicated to giving insights into a particular topic. It's a good listen and a great way to subconsciously shift into the meditation mindset, as to give you something to think about. Here are a few examples. Next, meditation begins. You start by getting into a comfortable position without distractions, often keeping the eyes open and maintaining a soft focus, not on anything in particular. Deep breaths, in through the nose and out through the mouth. After a few of them, gently close your eyes. Feel the weight of your body pressing down and return to your regular breathing pattern. From there are intentional pauses in between Andy speaking that can vary in length. You can usually meditate anywhere from 3 to 20 minutes. After a pause, you're instructed to start from the top of the head, scanning the body all the way down to the feet for any sensations. The goal here is to locate and acknowledge the way you currently feel, but instead of trying to change it, you sit with the sensations and become more familiar with them. Being able to actually sit to process these emotions and sensations is a very beneficial skill for your day-to-day life. They make a subtle yet meaningful difference over time. After another pause, thoughts become the focus for the rest of the meditation session. Here is where the relationship between the thoughts and feelings can begin to change. The goal of meditation is to clear the mind and just exist in the present moment. Here's a great analogy for training the mind that describes it best, voiced by Andy himself.
One of the most challenging parts of meditation is what's sometimes called the dark side of the mind. These are the thoughts and fantasies that we'd rather didn't appear in the mind. Whether they're exciting, violent, vengeful, or maybe even sadistic in nature. We might think we shouldn't be experiencing them. But these thoughts are perfectly natural, and there's obviously no need to act on them. But why do they seem to appear more often once we begin to meditate? Well, typically, we go through our day with quite a heavy filter on the mind, blocking out these thoughts that we don't like, either habitually or intentionally. When we block them out habitually, we're unaware that it's even taking place. We're just so caught up in our day-to-day thinking. But by meditating, we're creating more space in the mind. So it's not that there are more of these thoughts, we just see them more clearly. But when we're blocking them out intentionally, we already see the thoughts clearly, but we're resisting them, perhaps fearful of what they say about us as a person. But what meditation shows us is that we're not our thoughts, so there's no need to judge them, to identify with them. We see that they don't make us a mean person, a terrible person, a twisted person. And it's through this process that we discover peace of mind, allowing thoughts to come and go, at ease with the mind, exactly as it is.
The practice trains the mind to allow yourself to let the thoughts go with almost no effort by first gently acknowledging them. Then you shift back to the object of focus. In meditation, this would often be the breath. In your day-to-day, it may be the project you're working on, the conversation you're a part of, or anything else you're focusing on. I'd also like to emphasize that these intrusive thoughts can be about anything from simple distractions to stressful thoughts to even the most disturbing thoughts, especially for OCD sufferers. Regardless, the same method for training a mind applies to all of them. Then, there's a short moment in the exercise where you actually let go of everything entirely. At this moment, you allow the mind to do whatever it wants. This further strengthens the ability to let go and be at peace with accepting things as they are in the present, regardless of pretty much everything, good or bad. With the eyes closed, you're instructed to bring the attention back to the body. You familiarize yourself with your surroundings and the sounds around you, and overall come back to your senses in the real world. Finally, once you're ready, open your eyes. That's it. Now, as with most things in life, with enough practice, your meditation skills will improve and may even become second nature. Meditation isn't best for everyone, but I'd recommend checking out Headspace all the same, especially for OCD sufferers like me. You'll be equipped with the tools to develop a better mentality for the world around you and a better relationship with yourself. So one last time, a big shout out to Headspace and Andy for revolutionizing the way I approach training my own mind. It's safe to say that undoubtedly, my everyday life is better because of you. I'd also like to give any and all potential OCD sufferers a reliable resource that I'd recommend as a starting point to your recovery journey. As such, another organization that I'd like to spotlight is NoCD. They are a mental health platform that connects you with like-minded people who are likely suffering from your same obsessions and compulsions. This service can also connect you to specialized therapists qualified to treat this particular mental disorder. They understand OCD much better than your average mental health professional, in my opinion. Going to any general therapist for OCD may do more harm than good, and here's why. The mental health professional assigned to you has a higher chance of misdiagnosing you with some other disorder upon hearing the OCD themes you suffer with. Not knowing how to word yourself correctly to a general therapist can result in misdiagnoses or make the problem worse in other ways. Here's where NoCD's specialized treatment comes into play. Having a therapist who specializes in OCD and knows exactly the types of treatment that are right for you will likely be your best starting point to recovery. Think about it. They already have some understanding of what you're going through before you even enter your first session, since you know you're in a space that's familiar with it. Your specialist will work with you further from there. There are also various articles, blog posts, and even a space for the community to interact through the mobile app. Even if you don't interact with anybody on the app, you'll at least come to see that there's an entire community of sufferers out there who you can relate to. That feeling of knowing you're not alone in your fears can, in and of itself, have a positive impact on your recovery journey. They also host live streams on their YouTube channel, such as Q&As and informative videos on the disorder. All in all, there are a lot of resources through this organization alone. If you're interested, NoCD currently has therapist support available in the US, Canada, United Kingdom, and Australia, with their goal to have global support eventually. Check them out if you're in need of professional support. That concludes this segment, OCD and me. As a recap, I've covered an overview of OCD including obsessions, compulsions, and the OCD cycle, treatment, my journey to recovery, and resources that helped me in my recovery. I hope you found this information helpful if you're an OCD sufferer like me, or are at least more enlightened if you're just a general viewer. If you've made it this far, you're clearly in it for the long haul, which I appreciate wholeheartedly. Let's get into our next segment. Unlike the first segment, which was heavily research-oriented, I'll mainly be talking about my own experiences here. A lot of what I'll be saying here will come from the heart rather than documented facts. I'll start by describing the type of person I was online in previous years and give a snapshot of how my values evolved over the years in chronological order. Let's roll. Before I even stepped foot on the internet, I was thankful enough to have prior internet safety education through guest speakers. It was here that I learned about digital citizenship, digital footprints, and cyberbullying, among other things. These three items stuck with me the most, especially with one recurring guest speaker, Paul Davis. I'll also be shouting him out here, as he hosted presentations in my area a lot over the years. He delivered powerful messages that honestly shocked me to my core regarding the consequences for those who participate in negativity online. I'll leave a video of a TED Talk in the sources if you're interested in what he generally teaches for each assembly he hosts. Here, I learned and lived by the principles of the internet never forgets and the word delete is a myth for a long time. To a large extent, I believe this statement still remains true today. Unfortunately, the internet is changing very fast to the point where these principles alone don't paint the entire picture. They don't acknowledge nuance, misinformation, the design of social media platforms, the mental health struggles/needs of all generations, but especially the newer ones. Self-improvement, none of that. We'll get into more of that in the next section. As an aside to Paul Davis, in the 1 in a billion chance that you see this video, I'd encourage you to watch it to the end. While I still believe what you educate students on is commendable, the information you present may be somewhat outdated and out of touch concerning the modern day internet. There are a lot of new problems with social media that have emerged that I could never in a million years have prepared for. I believe that as social issues evolve, so too must the content that we educate students on. Fast forward to 2017, which is where my social media journey began. My YouTube journey began in 2016, but for all intents and purposes, I started shaping my online identity the following year. I spent the first few months trying to create good first impressions for the online community I wanted to be a part of. Given everything I was educated on, I felt I was ahead of the game when it came to being enlightened on social issues and ethics as a whole. I thought I understood the importance of positive qualities like optimism, kindness, compassion, inspiration, hope, and more, as elaborated in the intro. As a result, I kind of began taking the role of a pseudo-therapist in which I tried to help as many people as possible with their problems. There was a specific section in the community dedicated to venting, and that's where I primarily resided as a result. Over these months, I gained a lot of admiration, compliments, and respect from my online peers, even those I looked up to. I received more friend requests, more followers, and more subscribers as well. Apparently, I expressed impressive levels of optimism whenever difficult situations came about, and that the internet needed more people like me in the world. That was awesome to hear at the time, and made me feel like I existed for something more than myself. I ended up shaping my entire persona and personality around all things positivity, amplifying that energy in almost every message I sent. I used blue heart, hug, blush, thumbs up, and a bunch of smiling emojis, along with emphasizing certain words in all caps. It only became more of a self-fulfilling prophecy, with people I respected and admired liking this version of me. Others, however, started to feel resentment toward me. Around early 2018, I entered my quote-unquote social justice arc, after deciding to virtually tune in to a rally to end gun violence in response to the Parkland tragedy. It was a life-changing experience that made me much more aware of various world issues. I'll be blunt here. I became your average left-leaning radicalized social justice warrior and shaped my identity around these issues. I believed I needed to do my part to make the world a better place and that this was a way I could at least do something. That quote-unquote advocacy dwindled a lot in 2019, and I got back to my gaming roots heading into 2020. Then COVID happened, another life-changing event for me, as it was for the rest of the world. Nothing more to say here. In a nutshell, it was awful for almost everyone, and there is no quote-unquote back to normal as we recover. Instead, as my calculus teacher said just a day before lockdown, we'll learn to appreciate the new normal. That brings us to the end of 2021, where tweets and discussions of sexual misconduct began flooding my social media feed. At this point, I thought I knew what occurs in typical domestic abuse cases and sexual violence decently well. However, it was around this time I realized how uneducated I was about the intense severity of sexual abuse, the lives it affects, and the precedent it sets. I didn't think that allegations of sexual misconduct hitting close to home in my social sphere would affect me as much as they did. Since it took me off guard, the intrusive sexual thoughts that came as a result were the most disturbing and crippling ones that I've ever had. They probably came about because I spent so much energy avoiding the reality of these situations for fear of being contaminated by them, as mentioned previously. Going up the totem pole of severity, this was my previous understanding of sexual abuse. Misconduct, where one's behavior, such as words and gestures, makes others uncomfortable. Harassment, where the behavior is more direct on one or more individuals and is often accompanied by some form of anger or aggression. Gentle but unwelcome touching also starts at this stage. Assault, where the interactions became blatantly physical, including inappropriate touching, pain inflicted without injury, and other non-consensual sexual advances. Finally, rape, in which hardcore sexual acts are performed. I thought rape had to be both non-consensual and aggressive to the point of injury to be classified as such. To emphasize again, this was my previous understanding of sexual abuse. It was not entirely informed, and I steer cleared of all four because I wanted to stay morally pure. I already mentioned how OCD shaped my worldview around relationships, but I'll reinforce a few points again. Through my isolation, I avoided social interaction wherever possible, while also learning to show the utmost respect whenever I needed to talk to people. This was especially true for women and girls because of the way they are systemically and socially treated. For a long time, a part of me was always on guard of doing the wrong thing or making a wrong physical movement. I feared the females I'd interact with wouldn't want anything to do with me if I slipped up even slightly. I felt the right thing to do was force myself to master the art of discreetly avoiding the maximum amount of people in real life over the years. I often planned and executed the path of least resistance, whether in school or in public settings, even if that meant getting from point A to point B would be longer. Eventually, I retreated to online communities to distance myself from the real world. It was my safe space, if you will. At least up until it wasn't anymore. Unfortunately, with the rise of allegations and labeling, which invaded the spaces I was in, those fears ended up in those call-out posts. I realized I was not even close to fully educated on these issues. I ended up hating myself so much at the end of 2021 and beginning of 2022. I felt ashamed for not educating myself properly on the definitions of these words, which I interpreted as the potential to harm a person sexually because of how ignorant I conditioned myself to be. I thought that by steering clear of these taboo topics and protecting myself as much as possible from becoming morally contaminated was the way to be the bigger person. The reality is that the opposite is true. We reduce abuse through education and being informed, not through protecting everyone from everything. That's not how life works. Since I was 19 when I realized all this, a part of me thought I was already too far gone to be saved. I was so mentally crippled, worried I'd become a disgusting human being at any moment if I didn't educate myself in time. I was an individual who didn't pick up on social cues nearly as easily, nor did I feel comfortable talking about sex at all to my family. I now realize that was mainly due to my OCD. So my definitions were all I had to rely on for a lot of my life, and they clearly weren't even close to being enough. As a result, I felt it was my responsibility to gain a thorough understanding of all things sex-related. I knew I needed to make up for lost time and teach myself the sexual education that I was never taught, given that I was raised Catholic. Nothing ever extended beyond just no sex before marriage and sex bad. So I kept it all to myself. As I've mentioned before, religion failed me phenomenally when it came to sex in this regard. But I'll get to all my gripes with the education system later on. Fortunately, what I lacked in street smarts, I made up for in both research skills and critical thinking. After all, I educated myself on the other issues I mentioned just fine. As such, I felt I was capable of doing this too. I got to work right away. I started out browsing the web in early 2022. I brushed up on my knowledge on what specific definitions actually meant and looked into varying sex laws / moral perspectives on the social issues surrounding them. I was also starting to learn about OCD around this topic and researched all of what I mentioned previously alongside sex. My goal was to cross-reference and understand the difference between intrusive thoughts, fantasies, and actions. This research also applied to watching videos as well. I'm not going to share much of what I discovered and revisited, as some of it is way too graphic and abhorrent to even begin describing. All you need to know is that most of what I found was just flat out unhelpful for my mental state. There was way too much sensationalizing, buzzwording, and holier-than-thou vibes. So many comments were speaking with such certainty about such sensitive issues without the ability to think critically and understand nuance. Some sensationalized the content for clicks. Some just wanted the feeling of self-gratification and all those tropes you've heard of before. All of it hurts credibility, and I had to train myself to take it all with a grain of salt to preserve my sanity. It made my intrusive thoughts worse in the short term and reinforced the fears I had. Ironically enough, I learned of another type of OCD compulsion that involved over-researching. Here, sufferers spend so much time looking for answers, for certainty. What ends up happening is that they keep coming back to the same information. I'd only be able to slowly break free from this cycle over the upcoming months. That's not to say I didn't learn anything new, however. As part of my research, I introduced myself to a new genre of media, predator approaching. For those who don't know what this content is, I'll share my understanding of how it started, how these operations work, and the direct outcomes of these sting operations. I'll also give my perspective on how it influences the bigger picture in conversations surrounding sexual abuse and predator prevention. The first notable rise in predator catching is in the TV show To Catch a Predator, which is an American reality television series that features hidden camera investigations by the television news magazine program Dateline NBC. It was devoted to impersonating underage people, generally ages 12 to 15, and detaining male adults who contacted them over the internet for sexual liaisons. People were lured to meet with a decoy under the pretense of sexual contact and then confronted. Show host Chris Hansen clarified in an interview with NPR News that these subjects should be labeled as potential sexual predators and not pedophiles. Pedophiles have a very specific definition: people who are interested in prepubescent sex, he stated. One of the goals of the decoys is to cleverly steer the conversation that gets the potential predator to build up an incriminating chat log that can be used against them in a court of law. Sexting, grooming, or even straight up graphic content often comes into play. More importantly, the goal is getting these would-be predators to take that critical step further and show up at a predetermined location, often referred to as a sting house. When the predator shows up, an of-age actor playing the role of a young boy or girl invites them in, and Chris Hansen confronts them once they get settled in. They have a conversation about their chat logs, then Chris reveals his camera crew to them. A decent amount of the time, they also get arrested since they work with law enforcement. That should give you some insights into the level of professionalism that goes into these sting operations. This is about as close to a police-led sting as you can get. There were unique scenarios and interactions here and there, but overall this was the general flow of the show. It raised a lot of awareness and opened the eyes of general audiences since it was aired on TV back when it was the driving force of entertainment. It also led to the convictions of these individuals, preventing childhood sexual abuse on a whole new scale. It's safe to say that this show was an overall net positive for society. Though this show doesn't air anymore, it did inspire a new generation of people to follow in his footsteps. That brings us to what I like to call modern day predator poaching, prominent to YouTube. The premise is the same when trying to catch predators using their chat logs and a decoy, making their age clear from the beginning, but this is where the similarities end. Obviously, the professional camera crew and coordination aren't present since these are independent content creators, so what they work towards is a little different in a few ways. For some creators, their end goal is to lead up to a voice call where the decoys reveal themselves to publicly shame them, along with reporting to relevant authorities. For others, the goal goes one step further, where a place and time to meet in person is established. If the decoys get them to show up, the poachers confront them, armed with cameras and chat logs. These predators go to various locations thinking they're meeting up with a younger minor for sex, including but not limited to shady streets, parks, parking lots, fast food places, outside the predator's place of work or home, and most commonly, shopping centers and supermarket aisles. Maybe it's just me, but the number of these people I've seen get caught in these places specifically is astonishing compared to other locations. Some confronted leave right away, some leave partway through the conversation, and some stay to try having a conversation. In that last case, they're followed to their car or bus. Sometimes there are also police confrontations and arrests, whether right there and then, or at a later time. Every encounter is a little different, but there's a general flow to these videos that you pick up on once you watch a few of them. I want to believe that most of these channels raise awareness and generally are a net positive for society more often than not. They save children from potentially lifelong trauma and get dangerous individuals off the streets. However, given that it's the internet, when you start doing research and examining the way some of these operations are conducted, you start to see some problems. This is where I reference two videos made by the same creator that explain the issues with predator catchers and vigilante justice better than I can. This creator goes by Archwizard CJ, who weighed in on one of the most publicized predator catching videos on YouTube. It was the catch of the 30-year-old EDP445, who attempted to meet up with a 13-year-old for a quote-unquote cupcake. You can connect the rest of the dots yourself. In which he rightfully condemns both EDP and the people who exposed them. Both sides of this situation have their issues which cannot be ignored. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the content, both of these videos are age restricted, but I'll also be linking a reaction to his first video that you can watch without the restriction, so you can at least watch that if you're interested. The videos talk about a plethora of alarming red flags concerning how his situation was handled and how this may actually do more harm than good long term. Here's my take on it. If in our culture, we retain a one-and-done policy with presumed child predators, the same logic should be applied both ways. Accusing someone who objectively didn't do anything to warrant these life-ruining labels, or just completely botched the confrontation, means you should no longer be qualified to participate in these operations. I'd also argue you shouldn't be able to speak on the matter without consequences either. That, non-binaries, ladies, and gentlemen, is the current state of predator catching in a nutshell. Now, you may be asking why I'm bringing this up at all. How is this relevant? What are the connections that can be made here? What's the point I'm trying to make? As painful and anxiety-inducing as all of this content was, it was what I needed to learn a lot more about myself. It also did help me learn to navigate this insane world we live in. I felt I needed to fundamentally change my worldview and perspective on life for the better to become a better, more educated, and enlightened person. I learned a lot from what I experienced and exposed myself to, so I'd like to share a breakdown of all the life lessons and concepts I learned about one by one to wrap up this segment. I'll start by elaborating on what I mean by becoming educated and what the true meaning of the term learning is. I grew up often being told that I lacked common sense and street smarts, which is one of those statements that got to me a lot, mainly because it was a harsh truth. I could perform more complex tasks with ease and learn very well in the traditional classroom setting, resulting in consistently high grades. For example, on most of my math tests, I didn't study much, if at all, and still performed super well. Yet I struggled immensely with everyday skills. I had practically no knowledge of anything outside my specialized interests, so basic human tasks were harder than complex ones. Anyways, tying back to academics, even though I did exceptionally well in elementary and high school, I still resented the school system structure for many reasons. For one, I wish the teaching of essential life skills were prioritized more, such as financial literacy in terms of understanding bills, types of accounts, cards, and especially taxes, as well as practical skills like cooking and home economics. Second, society is changing at a faster rate each day, yet our school system structure has barely changed. Students are not equipped to face the realities of the modern world. They are conditioned by a system designed for outputting obedient factory workers, not critical thinkers. I'm sure most of you are aware of this conversation, which has been preached to kingdom come already, so I need not elaborate here. Lastly, current schooling does a very lackluster job at best when it comes to teaching our youth how to be ethical, responsible human beings. Core values aren't integrated into the day-to-day routine. They get chucked on as an afterthought to appear as if the system cares. Students aren't equipped to properly deal with failure, since the perception of grades always revolves around chasing the highest number possible. Students think success is all about numbers as a result. Again, we've heard this all before. Students also aren't taught how to give and take criticism. They don't know what accountability is. They can't handle conflict, apologize, or learn the importance of saying no and how to say no. They can't develop healthy relationships with their negative emotions. They can't think critically and in a nuanced way. No one understands important current laws, nor understand legality versus morality. They don't know how to logically interact instead of emotionally interact, as well as learn from mistakes and past actions. The list goes on, and these are just a few examples that resonated with me so much. An additional hindrance particular to me was that I went to a Catholic school straight from kindergarten to the 12th grade. Fortunately, I wasn't brute force instilled with Christian values that are at odds with modern day societal values too much. Instead, what happens in our school is that conversations surrounding quote-unquote controversial topics like LGBTQ+, and things of that caliber were essentially non-existent. These topics were just brushed aside and never properly acknowledged. I never met a single person who was LGBTQ+ in my school. When it was brought up, the classes were met with responses like, "Oh, the church says this thing is Christ-like, so if you choose to go against it, then that's between you and God." Teachers didn't want to be any part of it, or they were products of the system that they have to abide by. Either is likely, but detrimental to students all the same. These intrusive thoughts, especially the sexual ones, got me reflecting on what I've consumed and have been taught my whole life. I was questioning my sanity and second-guessing everything I knew about both the world and myself. Eventually, I realized that I received a shit education on anything and everything outside of your typical school subjects. I also discovered the importance of adding sexual education to the list of things wrong with the school system. Much like the LGBTQ+ and abortion subjects, I had zero proper education on sex as a concept at all. It pretty much boiled down to abstinence. No sex before marriage. That's all. There was nothing about how our body develops during puberty. There was nothing about how to build a healthier relationship with these new, unfamiliar, and intense urges we begin to experience regularly. There was nothing about the anatomy of the sexual organs. There was nothing about the process of sexual intercourse. There was nothing about safe sex practices. There was nothing about STDs and where they come from. There was nothing about the ins and outs of consent, along with who can consent. There was nothing about age of consent laws and how they work. There was nothing about sexual abuse cultures and its root causes. Nothing at all. That's when it all clicked. The reason I developed intrusive sexual thoughts was that I didn't have anyone to safely turn to for these conversations. I didn't have anyone to guide me in the right direction as to how I should actually process my feelings and urges healthily. As a result, I kept my mouth shut on almost everything sex related. All I had were search engines and my own research skills to understand myself sexually. I activated all the possible safe search filters, along with a VPN and better privacy options to protect myself from seeing anything too inappropriate. I explored that realm the most in secret over the years. It was only there that I felt safe learning about what I was and wasn't into. I learned of various terms, along with what fetishes were, plus dangerous places to avoid. Much like the research compulsions in OCD, it only helped to a certain point. Still, I felt it was the safer alternative than trusting any other person with these topics. I also got some of my sexual values from social media, which I thought would fill that void the education system failed to. There would always be so many tweets that contain sex jokes and imagery in my timeline, which get hyper-glorified. Everyone seems to be on board with certain sex jokes and references. Meanwhile, others get hyper-condemned almost randomly in terms of context. I theorized that some phrases or pictures in one online sphere would be acceptable. In another, that same content would be condemned with no rhyme or reason. I kept my mouth shut, which was a smart move long term, but it still clouded my judgment regarding what was socially acceptable. I'm not going any deeper than that in this video. The rest is 100% between my family and my therapist. Due to these influences, I developed an unhealthy and incorrect perception of sex. Opening up to my therapist about all this in 2022 finally guided me in the right direction and allowed me to begin the healing process. That's all you need to know. Another example of how I've matured is regarding black and white thinking. As a person who's consistently gone above and beyond in school, I see myself as a well-versed, articulate, cognitive, critical thinker. I always wanted to do my best at everything I was passionate about. I even beat myself up when I thought my performance would fall short. This, combined with how binary I thought of my social relationships, led to behavioral issues, nervous breakdowns, and even a few panic attacks. Over the years, I reinforced this pattern when it came to my ethics and moral compass. In my mind, everything had to be hard to find. It had to make sense. I felt I needed to act preemptively to prevent every horrible situation possible, and so on. I even started resenting the very concept of nuance and gray areas. My previous belief was that anything outside the realm of black and white was artificial. I thought it had the specific purpose of diminishing the efforts of good people in a world full of evil. I thought gray areas were just a construct that allowed people to dodge accountability. I even felt resentment from people I looked up to when they talked about gray areas. Thankfully, this year I've realized just how dangerously out of touch this mentality is with reality. Challenging black and white beliefs and interpretations is a part of treatment when managing OCD. Through therapy, I realized that the healthiest and most ethical way to live life is being at peace with uncertainty and finding beauty in gray areas. Here is where I learned the truth. Gray areas and nuance naturally exist as part of the human condition and the world. Black and white thinking is a human construct, not the other way around. I also dramatically shifted my worldview when approaching negativity as a concept. Over the years of trying to be the most positive I could be, there was always a part of it motivated by fear. I envisioned so many scenarios of what to never send to people that sent shivers down my spine, again, relating back to the intrusive thoughts. As such, the beginning was the scariest part for me, where everything I posted had to be positive when it came to conversing with another person. Eventually, this fear subsided as time went on, and I integrated positivity more into my core identity. It transformed into resentment towards negativity as a whole, becoming obnoxious and annoying to some. I thought that always expressing positive vibes would mean I'd have little to cringe over. Boy, was I wrong. Looking back, I cringe a lot at what I said in my past. I was way too terminally online and sheltered. I always thought of negativity as a whole to be something to get rid of. I thought it was to be countered, actively pushed back against, and overcome. That is until I became enlightened through therapy and meditation, as well as in a university psychology course I took a few months prior. It was here that I learned about the concept of negativity bias. In very simplified terms, the human brain is wired with a negativity bias that protects us from creatures like apex predators. Anxiety and awareness of threats served us well in terms of avoiding danger in short bursts. However, what threatens us in the modern day has radically changed relative to our subconscious instincts. This includes bills, maintaining a stable source of income, social perception, and other seemingly constant, never-ending threats like that. It takes its toll on us since we're not biologically equipped to deal with this instinctively. Negativity bias is a constant of the human condition as part of our primitive survival instincts. It is still a substantial part of us, even as our living conditions have changed. We do not deal with it by simply ignoring, suppressing, or fighting back against it. The goal should be to understand these emotions, be aware and compassionate with them, plus allow ourselves time to process and grieve them. A gentle acknowledgement and gently letting go is all we need to do. When it comes back up again, we repeat the same process. It's a skill that needs to be taught and not something we inherently have by default. They need to be acknowledged and processed, not condemned. And I'm happy to say, I no longer do. I also firmly disconnected from engaging with my online sphere for a few months. It was here that I realized how awful online communities can be and how volatile social media can become. I'll be specifically talking about Twitter in my case, which is where my experiences come from. Almost every social media platform has problems, with some spanning across the entire internet, so keep that in mind as we move forward. Many have heard of the whole Twitter bad rhetoric constantly over the years, and probably agree with it to a large extent. Most users just come to this quick conclusion when they see behavior they disagree with, don't like, or when it comes to objectively morally wrong behavior. For me, one activity Twitter users rarely do is actually think critically and in a nuanced way. Many in my environment use the platform constantly. It gets so bad that we sometimes close Twitter, then reopen it immediately, expecting an entirely new set of tweets on our timeline. We quickly realize there's nothing new to see and feel stupid for a minute or two, then repeat the cycle. That's the best way I can describe the addiction as to how much time of our day we spend on the platform. The conclusion I've come to is that the toxicity of Twitter and social media platforms as a whole is getting to us more and more, affecting us in concerning ways. I believe that we are all becoming more a part of the average Twitter crowd than we realize or would like to admit, even if subconsciously, myself included. I believe that now, more than ever, more of us jump on bandwagons to condemn / dogpile some concept or someone at the first thing that they see without doing any research, whether for moral superiority or out of mere compliance to avoid getting cancelled. More of us feel the need to talk about how disgusting XYZ action is the moment something makes us uncomfortable. More of us cannot tolerate disagreements nor have meaningful conversations about sensitive issues with the respect they deserve. Instead, we lash out at each other when these situations could have been handled civilly and privately. More of us want to put the blame on everyone else to shift personal responsibility onto others without focusing on the self. More of us want to find every aspect imaginable to justify hating another person by socially engineering narratives to effectively screw their target over and permanently label them negatively, whether without any reasonable grounds or without opportunity for personal development from the parties involved. I believe we're all becoming worse versions of ourselves by the day due to social media, both culturally, which was discussed, and algorithmically. We get spoon-fed content that we instinctively like to keep us engaged on the site for as long as possible. This, in turn, exposes us to more posts and trends in general, and from there, we fall into a self-perpetuating cycle that gets very difficult to break out of. Before I close off this segment, I'd like to share the rest of the values and life lessons that I now live by. Number 1. The world is messed up in a lot of ways. There's no getting around that harsh truth. Many of us see some messed up thing. Something might be in our social media feeds, in the news, or even in our experiences of our day-to-day lives. Nothing substantial is being done about it more often than not. The hard lesson to take away here is that what comes about because of our reactions can also be messed up. Our justice system is painfully slow to keep up, so our natural reactions are to get very angry or upset by what we see. As a result, we often take matters into our own hands, leading some emotionally charged individuals to participate in disproportionate activities like mob mentality, public shaming, cancel culture, vigilantism, doxing, and violence. The unfortunate reality is that as our current system fails to bring forth justice and the proper rehabilitation channels for healing, this behavior will only continue to grow. Radical change is needed, and right now, most of us aren't ready for that conversation. In my opinion, it's best to assume that this is just the world we live in and need to mentally prepare ourselves for it. The best we can do is be aware of it and educate ourselves on what the proper channels are without being condescending. These are both learned skills that I believe we should regularly refine as our society changes. Number 2, both good and evil will always exist. The reality is that a lot of both good and evil exist in this world simultaneously. Many more people are reasonable, well-intended individuals, contrary to what the media portrays. The vocal minorities that shout and clash with one another make up most of the content that gets hyper-fixated in our minds. We believe that many evil people are out there because it gets conflated with how much content we see of this caliber. This is by design, as both media conglomerates and independent creators benefit from our emotional reactivity. it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of weaponizing our negative emotions against others. It's naive to think the world is all sunshine and rainbows. At the same time, to believe the world is inherently evil is just plain irrational and equally as ignorant. I was more on the naive side of this spectrum, but have since reached this equilibrium on my own and believe more of us should work towards this balance to live a healthier life. Number 3. Morality is ultimately independent of everything. The very concept of morality, when applied as a quality to individuals, is quite volatile in nature. We're often very biased, grouping people into good and bad, judging them instantly without any logical reasoning in both directions. I feel we idolize just as much as we condemn. I'll use the examples of the types of people caught in those sting operations I mentioned earlier. Some are your typical, unhygienic, and conventionally unattractive people. Some look like your average everyday individual who would blend in with the crowd. Some look conventionally attractive. Some have a visible disability. Some have an invisible disability. Some have a spouse already, meaning the spouse has to deal with even more intense trauma from being cheated on. Some have children of their own, which raises even more red flags. Some have established careers, whether in the traditional fields in some sector of society, or perhaps were celebrities in some capacity. Some were mental health professionals. This becomes ironic since predators need mental health professionals. Some work for law enforcement and even in the military. This is also ironic since these people are put in a position to protect and serve. No profession is untouched by this. As such, predators and bad people in general exist everywhere and apply to every environment. Predatory behavior is not an issue that's found in a specific place and only there. Beautiful people come in all shapes and sizes, but at the same time, this is true for all people in the world, good and bad. We should remain aware, but also not jump to conclusions because of our biases. We need to work towards treating each other as people, not as gods, nor as spawns from the depths of hell, as the world is much more nuanced than that. Number 4, inform yourself on the misinformation age. A world of content and modern technology is at most of our fingertips constantly. We get so much information that our attention spans are getting shorter to compensate, which inflicts additional repercussions. An unfortunately growing issue of internet prominence over our daily lives is the rise of misinformation. The content you post on the internet is generally out there forever. Make no mistake though, the interpretations and relationships with said content are the most volatile. Anyone can say anything about everything, so being accurate and truthful when covering topics or issues becomes a tremendous task. I'd even argue it's a chore. There may even be incentives to give in or spread misinformation in many cases from the emotionally reactive reasons I already mentioned. There's an argument to be made that spreading misinformation and manipulating facts is common because it gets rewarded. From there, the cycle of misinformation repeats and becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Ultimately, what we see, think, believe, do, and make as a reaction to the media all boils down to a never-ending game of persuasion. This is what happens when everyone has a say in the misinformation age. Conflicting narratives and agendas compete to gain the most support from the public as a result. Being more aware of misinformation, mindful of what you consume, and training the mind to be less outwardly reactive is the healthiest path forward. It's difficult, but once you develop the mental skills needed to disconnect yourself more, it'll do wonders for you in your everyday life. To close off this segment, I will say this. I spent so long trying to purposefully avoid interacting with the outside world every which way, fearing I'd become worse because of it. This led me to perform those checking, researching, rumination, and avoidance compulsions. These behaviors proved to be counterintuitive. It led me to develop this broken, misconstrued view that clouded my judgment and messed up my values. Education and learning about the very things I spent so much effort trying to avoid is the key to becoming more informed about the world. Learning techniques to train the mind and navigate it the best we can is the way forward. After undergoing therapy and taking the initiative to educate myself, I'm happy to say I'm at the best place I've ever been in my life. I went through the trials of coming to terms with everything and came out the other side anew. In summary, I believe it would be very beneficial to everyone watching to practice moderation, take more things you see with a grain of salt, be more mindful of what you consume, and above all, think before you interact. It's okay to take time to self-reflect. It's okay to not respond immediately to everything. It's okay to not have all the answers and know everything all the time. I developed a lot of gripes with social media over the years, but only recently have I finished coming to terms with what it had done to me. I'll continue that conversation in the later parts of the next segment. Speaking of, it's coming up next, but not in the way you might think. Call it a case study, if you will. Since the beginning of my time online, I never thought I'd touch commentary-styled content on my YouTube channel. Yet, here we are. Much like my worldview has evolved, so has my ethical perspective. I still dislike most drama, along with political and commentary content in general for plenty of reasons, some of which we'll see later in this video. That being said, I'll be taking a bit of a different approach when delivering this content to you in terms of presentation and commentary style. Presentation-wise, we're reacting to a lot of content in this segment. The videos will appear in the bottom right corner with the main gameplay still in focus. Don't worry, this entire segment, heck, I'd argue the whole video, is listener-friendly content too. You can visually engage with whatever you choose while getting the same experience. At least, that's my goal. Commentary-wise, I aim to discuss each topic I have from an ethical perspective in which critical thinking, logic, and education are the top priorities. I view an issue, topic, or conversation from the lens of someone on the outside looking in. You can think of morality as a direct engagement with how we act and feel. In ethics, we study these engagements. I aim to logically interact rather than emotionally interact, to put it simply. Of course, I am human, so there will be some opinions of mine as well as tonal shifts here and there. With all that out of the way, let's begin.
This is CallMeCarson, and in 2021, he got canceled.
Today we are going to be talking about one of the most beloved Minecraft YouTubers known as Carson.
Has been accused of inappropriate texting with fans.
He was 19 and she was 17, literally not pedophilia.
Carson never really spoke on what it was like until today. This is him sharing his experience.
The first question to answer is why I'm even doing this in the first place. Why, in a video about my mental health journey, would I dedicate an entire segment to talking about another person being cancelled? Simply put, you can think of it as an expansion of the conversation we've already been having, in which I shared various life lessons and perspectives. I watched a bunch of videos to educate myself on the topic of sex, as stated previously. I feel the best way to demonstrate what I've learned is to discuss it through the lens of what happened to CallMeCarson of all things. I also want to stand up for the truth, even if it makes you uncomfortable. I want to discuss the issues related to his allegations and start a conversation about issues in general internet culture. There's a lot for us to learn from his case. As with most allegations dealing with any form of potential sexual misconduct, there comes a plethora of discourse around it, from your average Joe to potentially the most popular of content creators. In Carson's case, it can be generalized into three main categories of people. As I discuss each group, think about which one you most resonate with. In group 1, we have individuals who fully condemn him as a person entirely. They believe he crossed the line beyond the point of no return and are pro-deplatforming him. Some believe he is a danger to society and wish the worst for him. Few will continuously harass, threaten, leak private information, and or even dish out death threats. In group 2, we have individuals who take the middle ground. People in this group will typically say what he did was wrong, but that he can learn to improve and come back from this. He can redeem himself and become a better person. In group 3, we have individuals who think his entire situation was blown out of proportion. Some even believe it was planned or faked to some capacity. They believe he was treated horribly by the internet for no justifiable reason, and that the response was disproportionate against him. I'm happy to say that though I took internet safety seriously, I was never in group 1 and definitely never went to those extremes. I always want to see the good in people and want to focus on rehabilitation more than just pure punishment. I'm a firm believer in restorative justice and helping individuals reintegrate into society wherever possible. Restorative justice doesn't work for every case, of course. It's just that I feel we're going in a direction where we want to see more punishment all the time without thinking or considering the bigger picture. I mainly took the middle ground perspective of Group 2 for the longest time. After all, it's the most non-judgmental and is also the safest route to take. I was also a part of this group because I was not a part of his community, so I maintained a neutral perspective by default for most situations. After educating myself more from real-world individuals, I'm happy to say that with what I know now, I fully moved to the perspective of those in Group 3. This segment is primarily dedicated to enlightening you all as to why, in hopes of educating you all. A part of me does want to persuade you to gain more of a Group 3 perspective. My ultimate goal is to, at the very least, pull you out of the toxic and dangerous cesspool that is Group 1. Speaking of those real-world individuals, It's time for another shout out, and it goes to Papa Gut. I'd like to briefly describe how much this individual has positively changed my life and is honestly the reason I'm a better person today. He's a commentator that reacts to videos in the rawest, most simplified form with minimal editing. He covers subjects ranging from YouTube drama to social, cultural, and political issues. The latter three are what I'm more interested in. To me, he gives the most intellectual, level-headed approaches I've ever seen and is a breath of fresh air on this platform. He's the voice of reason in a sea of filtered, curated, and, more often than not, disingenuous content. One of his goals is to educate young men like me at the time of this recording on topics like sex and guide them in the right direction. He did a phenomenal job of teaching me through his content and gave me the sexual education I needed, the one that my school system failed to. I honestly wish I had him as a father figure in my life growing up. I feel I would have been able to navigate myself much better if I had his influence and insights to guide me. Even though we may disagree on some things, my respect for him and what he's done for me is immeasurable, so I support him all the same. Anyways, Papa Gut has an entire series on his now archived YouTube channel where he talks about Carson in detail. He discusses topics that contributed the most to my shift in perspective in 2022. Don't worry if you hear names of people that you don't recognize. We'll introduce any relevant individuals as we go along, and even then, we're not here to talk about any name other than Carson much. We'll mainly focus on discussing the ethical perspectives, what happened with Carson, and what we can learn from it. For now, we'll start off with an overview to ease us into things.
For those of you who don't know Carson or what happened, because I didn't know what happened when this whole thing first started, is Keemstar came out with a video declaring that Carson was interacting with a minor. Now, I remember watching the whatever it's called Drama Alert episode on it, and of course Keemstar did his best to just provide no additional actual information that would be in support of Carson. For instance, the ages. That's a pretty big one, I feel like. He danced around it. He intentionally avoided saying the ages, which is a really big problem, right? Because the reality is when you hear something like that, like, oh, so-and-so interacted with a minor, what's the first thing that you think about? Well, you think about a 30-year-old man interacting with, like, a 13-year-old. That's what I go to first. I'm like, oh, that's terrible. What the reality is, it was a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old. And you go, wow, what the fuck? Like, how did this happen? Are we being serious? And so when that information finally got pushed out, all of a sudden the narrative shifted, right? The narrative, this is what happens, the goalpost shifted. Because what happened is a bunch of people believed it. They're like, yeah, this is bad. Which, by the way, I don't know why you would listen to Keemstar of all people. Like, that's one of the things that really gets me going, is like Keemstar is somebody who literally said, I forgot if it was Jake or Logan Paul, there was an accuser against them. And just because that there's an accusation doesn't make it true, but the accusation was that they got, like, assaulted in the mouth. And Keemstar's like, why don't you just close your mouth? He genuinely didn't understand why, if somebody was getting assaulted, why they couldn't just close their mouth. That's the dumbest fucking thing in the world. It's like a 38-year-old man or a 40-year-old man or something, late 30s, early 40s-year-old man who doesn't understand anything. It blows my mind, because I'm a 31-year-old man, and like as an adult on the internet, you're supposed to know better than children. Instead, Keemstar allows his content, I guess, to be dictated by children. Anyway, what ended up happening is the goalpost was shifted by, people on Twitter. They were like, well, okay, well, the age is appropriate, but, the power dynamics, because, big words make you right. So all of a sudden, it's the power dynamic argument. And yes, there is a power dynamic there. However, there's power dynamics everywhere. Somebody with more money has a power dynamic. Your parents have a power dynamic over you. Your teachers, police officers, your bosses, all these things are power dynamics. There's a power dynamic in every situation. And while a power dynamic really needs to exist for it to be abused, it doesn't make all situations where there's a power dynamic present abusive. That would mean that everybody in the entire world was being abused by their parents, but it's not true. And so when you say, oh, there's a power dynamic involved because he's famous, that's true. So now you investigate that. You would ask, what does that mean? Well, what that means is that if he ever leveraged his account against this person, that would be abuse. So if he ever said, hey, if you interact with me, I'll give you something, or if you don't interact with me, I'll hurt you in some way, that would have been abuse of a power dynamic. What he actually did was, it was a really cringy, exchange. They did send inappropriate pictures to each other, but it was, really cringy. Now, you might say, well, that's illegal. Sure, so give Carson, arrest him. I don't care about the picture thing. To be honest with you, I think that if it's perfectly legal for a 17-year-old and 19-year-old to physically interact in real life, I don't really care about pictures being sent. I really just don't. And in fact, apparently there are states that are creating laws to protect people. So I don't really care about the image stuff. Even if it's legally wrong, morally, I don't see a problem with it, because 17 and 19, it's perfectly legal for them to physically, interact, so why the fuck do I care about somebody sending their tits? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter as long as an adult, like an actual inappropriate age range adult is getting it. As long as they're not getting it, doesn't really matter to me. But we shifted the power dynamic, and what's so crazy is that, like, if you believe the power dynamic argument, then you also have to believe that every single, like, rap and rock artist ever needs to go to jail, because groupies instantly, that's the power dynamic. So you have to be for arresting all of them, but you're not, because this is online Twitter and people just want to be offended, and people feel stupid that they were wrong in the first place, so now they feel like they wanted to cancel Carson. Also, his friends were terrible. They were like, yeah, what he did was really bad. Everybody just bowed down to cancel culture on YouTube. It's crazy. And yeah, another example is popular kids in high school, right? If there's a popular girl in high school, she has a power dynamic over the nerds, because, like, she's socially more popular. She has socially more power. The nerd would fall in love with her faster and know who she was before she knew who he was. If they dated, would you consider that abuse? No. It's crazy. I understand that at the end of the day, this girl wasn't deemed by the state or by the government to be non-consenting. So if she interacted with him, it's perfectly fine. If she regretted it, that's fine. People saying, well, she would be more encouraged to date him because he's famous. That's how everything works. Literally, people with more money, people who are famous, people who are talented, these are different things that people have that make them more attractive. That's the whole point. So the fact that Carson is able to pull more tail because he's famous and rich, that's because he, based on our current society, for whatever reason, honestly, because it's weird, he's a Minecraft YouTuber, but he's just more valuable to society, or more equitable when in a relationship setting. That's like the whole point. But I came across this and I read some of these and they're like really annoying. Like some of these are just very annoying, like messages. Like the people like, oh, disrespectfully, I don't want jail time. Could you imagine asking for jail time for somebody that was 19 talking to a 17-year-old? What? Like, that's nuts. That's crazy. Everybody's like, no, thank you. It's all these like people who cancel them. We really got everything we didn't ask for in 2021. There was one comment. There we go. This was the comment that really triggered me. Sorry for using that word. It really pissed me off. So you want somebody who abused his power dynamic with an underage fan and played 140 hours on a 45-minute video game with a 14-year-old girl getting sexually assaulted to come back. I wish people like you didn't exist. Unfortunately, you do. So first of all, again, you see how there's no ages being said. Second of all, yes, he had like 140 hours on a video game that was like about like a young girl getting assaulted. I just want you guys to understand, this is coming from me as like somebody who like grew up as like an edgy gamer. There's not enough content in a 45-minute game, 40-minute, 45-minute, whatever, to play for 140 hours. Very clearly, he just left the game running on his Steam account. That's what you do. You load the game up and you walk away. It's supposed to be a joke. Now, is it gross and inappropriate? Yeah, nowadays especially. But back then, this is a dumb kid that just left it open because he thought it would be funny if his Steam profile showed that he had 140 hours on a really weird game. I mean, to be absolutely honest with you, I would imagine that an actual pedophile wouldn't do things like this, because then it would just cause them to have more attention. It doesn't even make sense. It's just so stupid. I just want to talk about that. Hopefully he comes back. I mean, I don't really know the kid. I think it was terrible that his friends just dogpiled him. They didn't actually do anything. They did everything for money. They didn't fucking help their friend out. 19 and 17, like anybody, they're out. Only on Twitter. Only on fucking Twitter. And you know what else is like the worst thing about the Carson situation is that this is a person, like a lot of the cancellation on Carson was from himself. This is coming from my personal experience, is that like a lot of times you're more likely to get canceled by yourself from getting canceled than you are from getting canceled. I know it sounds weird, but you're more likely to get like emotionally canceled from the stress, because it gets very stressful. Your content takes a dive. You're not feeling it. You want to be like more reclusive. You get upset. And Carson was somebody with mental health problems, where he talked about, a lot of his issues, and his friends weren't there for him at all. It's crazy. It just blows my mind.
Since Papa Gut's content is reactionary by nature, the points he makes are scattered throughout the series. As such, I've grouped the topics we'll be covering into the following: age gaps and legality versus morality, how laws are changing, power dynamics and nuance, sensationalization and buzzwording, biases and emotional versus logical interactions, terminally online ideologies and the shifting of goalposts, fear of getting cancelled, appearing virtuous, and victim mentality. And finally, we have reactions to other perspectives that don't fit well with any specific category. We'll be going over each of these topics in the order you see here. There's a lot to unpack and a lot of conversations to have. My hope is that you're open to having them in a mature, truthful, and logical way above all. I'll share my own perspectives, comment on key points, and discuss various interpretations of them as we go along. For the most part, I'll let Papa Gut take it from here.
Let's first talk about like the age of consent stuff here. Okay. The accepted age of consent, generally speaking, is like a 4-year age gap. I think it's reasonable to say that, like, I would think that most people aren't really comfortable with young people sleeping with each other until they're like at least 16. I think a 2-year age gap is perfectly normal. 3 years really isn't that bad. 4 is kind of cringy, and I think socially should be shifted. But like a 17-year-old and a 20-year-old talking is really, it's not news. It's pretty typical normal behavior.
I want to make a distinction very clear whenever Papa Gut refers to the word talking here, actually. From all the videos I've seen on him covering this situation, I've heard phrases from him that use this word, such as Carson is talking to people, or they were just talking. My interpretation of this word in this context is that he's essentially referring to talking as talking sexually. The reason why I mention this is that I feel there's this agenda on social media to hard divide people of different age demographics from ever interacting with each other in any way. I obviously 100% agree that sexually focused spaces need a hard line drawn to protect minors, which is easier said than done for a lot of complicated reasons I'll elaborate on later. Big problems arise when you apply that hardcore dividing principle to absolutely every type of conceivable interaction. Coming from a guy who hardcore resented and feared sexting in the past, especially due to OCD, I'd make the argument that when you push an agenda to prevent people of varying ages from ever interacting at all, you actually hurt more people than you help. To give an example, the age demographics of the Geometry Dash community include a lot of kids and teens, as well as your fair share of adults aged 18 and above. Most gaming communities in general are like this, so minors and adults of varying age ranges are going to interact in at least some capacity, especially when Discord servers come into play. A soon-to-be 21-year-old like myself, at the time of this recording, has had conversations with people as young as 13 since we're a part of that same sphere, and also since that's usually defined in most of the terms of services across platforms, along with people older than me who are also part of the same sphere. That's what happens. You enter a community, get to know people, treat them with fundamental respect as you would toward any human being, and begin to develop bonds with any number of people. Ages may or may not come up naturally in conversation, or they may come at a later time. Does that mean I or any adult in this space should be viewed under a microscope simply because we're acquaintances with young people? If a part of you still feels like you want to say yes, I'll throw this scenario at you. What if a child grows up being bullied by people their own age and older, along with their family not supporting their social and mental needs, whether due to a lack of understanding, negligence, or abuse? I fall into the former of the three personally. As a result, they turn to the internet communities in their teen years and may end up finding a place where they belong. There's people their own age, some older, and maybe some younger, depending on when they join the sphere. This could potentially help or harm them, depending on a lot of factors. They might fit right in with older people who contribute positively to their developing brains, teaching them life lessons and values in a way that every person in their real life failed to do, or they might not fit in so well. Or they could be subject to bad influences. It's a spectrum, and it's unpredictable as to what may happen. As such, I believe the topic of adults and minors interacting should be a nuanced conversation, not a black and white one. Adults shouldn't feel forced to kick minors out of every single space imaginable for fear of being called pedophiles and child groomers by their ignorant peers online when they would otherwise get along quite well. But it happens anyways, and it's incentivized, whether by money, social clout, or the feeling of adrenaline that you're doing something good for the world. By forcing minors away from all adults outside their family, they may end up being more prone to abuse since they don't have anyone to help guide them and may rebel against it, which absolutely happens, especially the parents that rule with an iron fist. Real predators can take advantage of this fact to abuse them and fly under the radar better, since adults with good intentions get lumped in with them unjustifiably, which hurts the conversation. No one thinks outside the box when it comes to solutions to protect minors from sexual abuse as well as prepare them for the real world. So it's something I'd like to propose. While I'm on this topic of online communities, I want to talk a bit about the subject of common interests, as I actually want to challenge "you have nothing in common with an X-year-old" statement, which even Papa Gut himself has said in a few videos I've watched. Obviously, this line of logic is justifiable when it comes to two complete strangers in one-on-one conversation settings like dating apps. You shouldn't be interacting with someone substantially younger than you in a one-on-one, completely isolated setting. What I take issue with ties with what I've said before when it comes to communities, which often form because of a common interest. A 20-year-old who plays Minecraft could naturally happen to be in the same community as a 13-year-old who plays Minecraft. So there's a common interest right there. That is an absolutely inappropriate age range for any sort of sexual or romantic relationship. At the same time, just hanging out in a community setting like a group Discord call or text channel isn't an issue fundamentally at all. Unfortunately, it's either all in or all out with most people since they can't recognize the difference. This also hurts more than it helps because some predators weaponize the fact that common interests between two people do exist to abuse and groom kids. So the entire phrase either becomes untrue in some cases or is an irrelevant question entirely in the rest of them. I believe it's best to rephrase the statement as follows. Regardless of whether a common interest exists or not, it doesn't matter. In fact, that makes it worse since they're taking advantage of it to fuel their sick desires. Or something like that. That's how I would word it personally. That's all I wanted to say for now, so just keep those ideas in mind as we move forward.
People do it in high school, which is a little gross. I mean, a 15-year-old, 18-year-old, we're talking about a 17-year-old. In a lot of states, 17 is the age of consent. New York, for instance, is one of those states. If you think it's too low, that is a social thing that we should be having a conversation about. But I think it's something that you guys should keep in mind for context, that a lot of people, when we talk about these situations, and I bring up like, hey, the 4-year age gap is generally acceptable, they go, well, it's gross. And I agree. But like, keep this in mind. We need to make sure, right? Due process is a thing. Innocent until proven guilty, which means that you're going to make the assumption that somebody is like acting out of like good faith. So we would assume that if the law was that you couldn't interact with anybody at a 4-year age gap, that Carson wouldn't have interacted with these people. Do you understand what I'm saying? The fact that it's illegal is a factor. We would assume people wouldn't do something illegal if it was illegal. Of course people do that, but we wouldn't instantly assume everybody's guilty just on the foundation that some people could be guilty. I bring that up for context. Now, this person, he was 20, they were 17. It's not that big of a deal. He just turned 20. He was 19. Apparently, she's turning 18 in like a month based on this timeline. But like, it's not that big of a deal. We have an age of consent for a reason. We have Romeo and Juliet laws for a reason. That's what we're talking about here. It's very simple, okay? This is when they started talking. He was 20, she was 17. Really don't see an issue there. So far, we have 2 people, the only 2 people that have ever come forward, the only 2 people that have ever been claimed, and it's consistent with Carson's apology for the 2 people he talked to that were 17, that even in the original DMs showed the age gap that he keeps trying to brought up. Yeah, Carson hadn't done wrong in any capacity. The age gaps were perfectly fine, perfectly legal, socially and legally. The only people who have a fucking problem with it are people online. Nobody in the real world gives a fuck about this type of bullshit. Okay? So what did he do wrong? Nothing. We know that the government is very slow to pick up with, like, the internet in general. But, like, here's my thing. Let's just talk about morally. Let's not even talk about it legally, because I don't give a shit if he gets arrested or whatever for, like, the pictures. Morally, it's okay for a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old to sleep together. Right? Yes, it is. So why is it morally incorrect for a 19 and 17-year-old to exchange pictures? You could say, like, well, they might show them, maybe, but, like, you can't just assume somebody's going to commit a crime unfounded. All right? That's like if you're holding a pack of gum in the store and the owner's like calls the police and be like, he was holding it, he might have stolen it, even though you didn't leave the store yet. So how the fuck could you know? That's what it's like. Carson got screwed, and he's been gone for a while, and good for him to have the money to do it, but he got screwed over for nothing. What he did amounted to literally nothing. Keemstar, I watched Keemstar's video. Total, absolute fucking dipshit moron. Like, Keemstar is a fucking idiot. Like, this whole idea that nuance doesn't exist blows my fucking mind. How can you be a 38-year-old fucking adult and not understand, like, nuance? Oh, 17 and 19? It's like, oh, it's technically illegal to just, like, yeah, to distribute those types of pictures. Yeah, sure, it is technically illegal for both the distributor and the person receiving, right? So let's put them both in jail. What the fuck do you want to do? It's 17 and 19. And, like, when you, like, put this in, like, practicality, if they had fucked in real life, there's nothing illegal about it. And, like, we're having a meltdown over pictures being sent. Is it, like, technically legal? Sure. Is it predatory? No. This shit's so fucking annoying. And but it's not even, like, really legally a big issue other than the distribution of the pictures. That's literally it. So are you guys gonna, like, are we gonna arrest the both of them for, like, the distribution of the pictures? Like, I don't understand. What do we want to do here? It's barely a legal issue. So if you want to arrest them both, I don't care. Yeah, I get it. The pics would be illegal. But, like, we're talking about labeling this guy a fucking groomer. I don't care if either of them get arrested for pictures. We're socially talking about him being a groomer. Is anybody here talking about fucking law enforcement? No, we're talking about the social implications here. I don't fucking care if they exchange pictures. If they both get arrested or charged, it means very little to me. That's fine, legally. But socially, a groomer for being 17 and 19? What the fuck, dude? Come on. It's so infuriating. Like, this is the problem that a lot of you guys, I think, are disconnected from this too, as well as Keemstar, clearly, because he's not a functioning human being. It is enraging for, especially, I'm going to just say, just adults, especially, like, harder adults, when they hear things about people grooming and being pedophiles. Okay, it's a very instant, like, aggressive reaction against people who harm children. It really dials people up. I'm not the only person that it does it to. A lot of people, and I'll say especially a lot of, like, adult men get really, really agitated when they hear these words groomer and pedophile, because the initial response is a very inappropriate response towards people who harm children. Well, I wouldn't say inappropriate to me, but societally inappropriate. That's why I'm enraged, because when you falsely accuse somebody of this stuff, this is social and physical harm. You're talking about enacting social and physical harm onto somebody unjustifiably. That's why it's enraging. That's why I'm so amped up. You don't go around just, like, throwing labels like this out there without any evidence. Any evidence. 17 is a child, but when you're 19, you're right within a very perfectly fine age range. It doesn't even matter if he's in California. California age, like, if we're gonna play Romeo and Juliet bullshit, the fucking Romeo and Juliet laws in California say that, like, if you're 14 years old, you can sleep with somebody up to 24 years old, and it can be legal based on the judge's discretion. California has a disgusting fucking Romeo and Juliet clause, so that's horrible. So, like, 19 and 17 would be perfectly fine. It would get thrown out instantly, bro. Like, I have to rant about this right now because, like, I just need to, bro. Like, and it's usually, like, adult grown fucking men, like, generally, like, adult grown men who get so defensive of young people in general getting predatorized and, like, molested and harmed. Like, it's one of those things that triggers the shit out of, like, grown men specifically. It's like, dude, like, hurting a child is, like, fucking, it pushes out, like, the most aggressive side of me. And so when you do that to somebody that, like, doesn't deserve it, you're enacting fucking harm onto them. Do you know how many people will have no problem going to jail in order to defend young, innocent children? There's a lot of people who will do it. There's a lot of fucking people. And, like, you are absolutely, like, pushing this narrative that, like, he should be hurt. And, like, the fact that Keemstar doesn't understand that is why Keemstar is not, like, it's not a real man. I hate to be all fucking misogynistic, whatever. That's how you know Keemstar's not a real fucking man. Because, like, a real fucking man would understand that social fucking idea of, like, rampantly running around and talking about predatory shit. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. And it just makes me so angry. It does. It makes me fucking angry. Because, like, people get so riled up in these situations. People get really worked up, like myself, because it's just such an inappropriate thing to label somebody. Like, running around, and then this whole fucking, like, a bunch of bullshit on his Twitter, going like, "Hey guys, I didn't technically say he was a pedophile. You are so heavily insinuating it," and it blows my mind how, like, Keemstar's young, ignorant, impressionable audience falls for, like, the bare minimum manipulation, because, like, somehow he's 38 and probably one of the dumbest people I've ever seen, ever. Just doesn't have his, like, finger on the dial in any capacity. Older people, usually when they're not, like, formally intelligent, they have, like, a tremendous amount of, like, work ethic or life experience. I would consider intelligence in other ways. But Keemstar somehow has, like, none of anything. There's nothing reputable about Keemstar. Like, Keemstar as an individual is just like a child that's never evolved past the age of, like, 19 years old with basic shitty takes to pander to other 19-year-olds. I have no problem with older content creators because I am one. But, like, when you're an older content creator, you generally create content from the place that of your life experience and age and level of intelligence and, like, their fucking whatever wisdom, whatever you want to say. You have a different perspective on life, and that's why when we have these, like, fucking 17-year-olds going around saying that, oh, an 18-year-old or 19-year-old groomed me, or even the 16 and 20-year-old stuff, it's where you have to sit down and have the uncomfortable conversations as an adult and say, listen, it's socially inappropriate and we need to shift towards like 2-year age gaps when it comes to like underage people, but like it's still legal, and you can't just assume that people are trying to predatorize children. But we have a 38-year-old man who doesn't understand nuance in any capacity. It's insane. All for fucking views. I couldn't fucking imagine it, dude. I couldn't imagine being that person. People do not like people who abuse children. You understand that? And when you go, hey, this guy is a fucking, like a child abuser, all of a sudden you're creating this space where you're trying to enact violence on somebody, when the worst thing that you can actually come up with was, hey, like girls that are 17 shouldn't be sending pictures. That's your only decent argument, but it doesn't make him a fucking groomer or a pedophile at all. So like, let's just knock this shit off where we constantly make these new fucking excuses. Okay, now let's watch this new Keemstar video that's literally like, CallMeCarson reported to the police. I know what he's talking about. I don't know where the fucking tweet is, but I just read it. It was some guy that was like, hey guys, when I heard about this, I reported him to the police like 2 years ago. That's what this 10-minute and 44-second absolute dog shit video is going to be about, and I haven't even watched it. Just watch it. He has nothing. It's unsubstantiated bullshit from Keemstar. He's dragging this situation, and he's trying to ruin a young man's life for fucking clout. I couldn't imagine being a 38-year-old waste of a fucking individual doing this shit. It's absolutely fucking insane.
Keemstar posted a tweet from another girl who claimed Carson sexted her when he was 20 and she was 17. It said,
yeah, even that one, I mean, it's like a little gross, you know, 2017, but it's still not that bad. Like, it's not grooming. It's not, like, listen, I would consider it inappropriate. If it was my kid, I wouldn't let him do it. But honestly, 2017, it's really not that bad. And, like, I know people are going to fucking cry about it, but it's a 3-year age gap. They're 17, they're 20.
I've been thinking long and hard about the dating habits that I'd impose on my own kids if I had them. I will say this for now. I'd rather let my 17-year-old child date a 20-year-old if they have good chemistry. I value the qualities of a healthy relationship over her dating some 16, 17, or 18-year-old that doesn't treat my child with the respect and dignity they deserve. The fact that their age would be closer doesn't matter to me. We should also acknowledge that the higher the minor's age, the higher the acceptable age gap. For example, a 13-year-old having sex with a 16-year-old is much more concerning than a 17-year-old having sex with a 20-year-old because of that gap in both physical and mental development. You're in a much more sensitive state at 13 than at 17, and I would argue that you shouldn't be actively having sex until adulthood in today's society just to be safe. At the same time, I understand why it happens and won't hold it over one's head, provided it's within a reasonable age range. From my experience, age is not proportional to maturity in some cases. Like I said, I value the quality of a relationship more than this stupid age range technicality bullshit that social media swears by. It's not this holy grail moral grandstanding of what's allowed and what's not. Of course, it's important to ensure that it's within legal bounds and what people in the real world accept. Platforms like Twitter completely go off the deep end in terms of what the term acceptable means, to the point of willful ignorance of anything that exists beyond their own social bubble. Another thing I like to bring up is that we talk about age ranges in integers when we should look at them as decimals too. For example, Carson could have just turned 20 and the 17-year-old girls could have been close to 18 when these interactions occurred. Let's randomly say the age gap is 2 years and 3 months. Here, there would be a 3-month period where the girl would be 17 in the relationship and would turn 18 well before Carson turns 21. On the flip side, let's say Carson was closer to 21 and the girl just turned 17 before this engagement. Let's randomly say that the age gap is 3 years and 9 months. Here, the girl would turn 18 when Carson would be pretty close to 22. Both are possible, and you can do the math yourself if you don't believe me. Often, we either round up or down to sensationalize or downplay these situations to our liking. This can be done intentionally or subconsciously based on our own experiences and biases. And guess what? Regardless of whether you want to make a conservative estimate or not, it would still be legal for them to sleep together in places that allow a 4-year age gap with these specific ages. The fact that it's legal in a considerable amount of the world, including all of Canada, which is where I live, strengthens the fact that it's at the very, very least not cancelable. If you don't find this age range moral, advocate to change the laws and stop going after individuals like Carson. Close in age exemptions need to exist to protect people in these instances from lifelong labels and or sex offender charges. The fact that age of consent laws vary from state to state in the US creates these dangerous inconsistencies. This fuels the social media discourse and outrage since they believe legality equals morality, when it doesn't.
So I went back and I looked through my old videos so I can try to like scroll through everything. Yeah, it was Keemstar who had the video on there of the raw messages. Okay, so we have it right here. Good night, Samantha. Sure, that was fun. Yes, have a good one. She sends a smiley face. Night, man, it's been so hard not to message you. Hope all is well. She goes, it's been hard for me not messaging you as well. I'm doing a lot better. I hope you're feeling good too. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it's been really fucking hard not messaging you. Why is that? So you see how this is a very consensual conversation back and forth here. I appreciate that, but like, well, we can't, right? I don't know, blah, blah, blah. I'm just here to talk to you for the wrong reasons. Elaborate, right? And this is what she showed. She cut it up intentionally to not show the full thing. You can just go look at this video if you want to watch it. It's around 26 minutes. It's called Keemstar Desperate to Cancel CallMeCarson. Bro, it's just like such a dishonest display, bro. It might technically be illegal, but we question like the morality of the situation. I really just wouldn't consider it immoral, man. You know, you have Romeo and Juliet laws in states. It's usually 4 years.
This is true for all of Canada when applied to Carson's case. The age of consent in Canada is 16, except for certain power dynamics, which do not include anything related to purely just fame. We'll touch more on power dynamics later on. If you want legal action to be taken, then both Carson and whoever he'd exchanged nudes with should be charged. Growing up, I was taught by both police officers and Paul Davis that in Canada, you can be criminally charged from ages 12 to 17. In these cases, you're often treated as a juvenile, except in extreme cases, to better reintegrate youth into society. As a person under 12, taking in this information for the first time, I never engaged in anything related to explicit content with a 10-foot pole in any capacity since I thought I'd get in big trouble otherwise. I don't know how no one ever brings up the aspect of minors getting criminally charged in these cases. Of course, justice is proportional in terms of age, and I'm well aware of the actual predatory tactics used. Apparently, in situations like these, zero accountability exists for the 17-year-old. The girls are perceived as victims who had zero autonomy over themselves immediately without looking into the case. Instead, 100% of the blame gets put on Carson. It's absurd, infuriating, and hurts actual victims of abuse a lot. Papa God will explain why and how later on. You cannot make an argument for how Carson alone would be charged, no matter how you look at it. Either both parties in the exchange get arrested, or neither of them do. And you know what? I don't think anyone should be charged for anything. We've already established the moral argument, and legally speaking, the law may be catching up. More on that later. It'll ruin lives for no reason. We have actual predators to handle who get off too easy. It's a waste of time.
I'm not a big fan of like the 16-20. I think it's gross. But I wouldn't call that like cancelable. I would say that's something that needs to be educated on. Because like unfortunately it's within a reasonable age range.
I wouldn't let my child date in this age range either. At the same time, I agree with Papa Gut 100% when he says 16 and 20 aren't cancelable. For me, if the 17-year-old turns 18 before the 20-year-old turns 21, that would be my cutoff point for what I'd allow. But even that may change in the future. Anyways, there's this hard line pertaining to people's moral compasses from perfectly acceptable to absolutely deplorable, grab your pitchforks and cancel this piece of shit, way too abruptly when it comes to later teen to very early adult relationships. According to credible sources, I see time and time again that the age range needs to be 5+ across the board to even be considered pedophilic. The younger person also needs to be prepubescent. So that's not even relevant in this case since both were 17 and the max age gap is less than 4. This is the definition I'm sticking to wholeheartedly from now on. I'm done letting social media influence what the word means, and I don't give a fuck what anyone says anymore. No one on social media acknowledges this with the intent to be accurate, so I will. Let me reiterate, I agree with Papa Gut that we should socially discourage 4-year age gaps. At the same time, we need a better way of educating people without resorting to cancellation in every single instance. As I said, I'd like to take the rehabilitative approach wherever possible. It's a difficult conversation to have, and I don't have all the solutions as to how we should educate people. Hopefully, this video will be a start in some capacity.
17 and 20, man. I wouldn't. This idea that it was some kind of malicious conversation, like how it was like bad faith. He was trying to like groom this. It's insane. You're insane if you think that, man. Just saying.
Because I suspected a crime had been committed, I immediately reported this information to federal law enforcement, cut all ties to Carson, and withdrew completely from Lunch Club.
You called law enforcement? What'd they do? Nothing? I mean, it's fucking insane. Like, this is one of those things. This is something that I've talked to my wife about. and we've talked about this before, where like we're older, so it was more acceptable for like the inappropriate, like for some age, for like 16 and 20s, for instance, that was more appropriate. I personally, morally, don't think that that's appropriate. I don't think a 16-year-old should date anybody above 18. 17, probably 19. 20, it's like fine. It makes me uncomfortable. If it was my kid, I would stop them. But we have to understand that there's a difference. There's like law and there's morality, right? I would stop my kid from these interactions. But of course, you know, because the law exists, you would make the reasonable assumption that if it didn't, people wouldn't violate the law, right?
When I first watched this clip, I had a hard time making sense of it, so I'll reword what Papa Gut's saying for you all. So, the law absolutely has an influence on people's decisions. In Canada, weed used to be illegal, so fewer people possessed it. Some still did, because they didn't care, of course. But the majority didn't, since it was outlawed. Now that it is legal here, weed usage has naturally increased. I've seen more shops appear all over the place downtown, and they blend right in. No one cares that the law was changed, because we've realized how dumb it was for it to be illegal in the first place. If the law allows for close in age exemptions, people within that age range will engage in sexual activity at a higher rate since they'd be protected. The existence of a law is a factor that influences how people act. Therefore, if there are legal changes to be made, you should target your activism and outrage at the system, not individuals. The reality is that since politicians don't represent the people anymore, internet users take matters into their own hands. They want to feel like they're making their voices heard, regardless of whether or not it's actually contributing productively to the conversation. We don't end up getting anywhere as a result.
My wife and a lot of other women have talked to older men when they were younger. So when she was like 16, we talked to like 20, 22-year-olds, right? Not good, right? It's a bad thing. There's no trauma associated just with the talking, though. This is from her fucking experience and a lot of the experience of other women that I've like seen that they've talked to me. They've been like, yeah, this is very common. Yeah, when I was like 16, I talked to a 20-year-old. And then I got older and I realized that was inappropriate and I felt yucky. There's no instant trauma there. The thing is that people that are older now, they went through this experience and they understand what it's like to talk to an older guy that can sometimes be manipulative or dishonest about what they want, or maybe even oftentimes. And they get older and they go through that and they go, ew, I hated that experience and I never want to do it again. But it's not a traumatic experience. The problem is now young kids aren't going through that, which is a good thing, but they're instantly assuming that it's a trauma experience and that it's like this worst case scenario bad thing, like horrible thing where older people are targeting you for the most of the time. It's like some older person that like looks and goes, oh, they're attractive. How old are they? Oh, okay, I can get away with it. Usually it's not some kind of like methodical targeting of like a minor. That can happen, but it's usually not that. There are really inappropriate age ranges, but I'm just saying that's where the disconnect comes from. It's younger people aren't experiencing this, which they shouldn't, and then they're instantly assuming that this is like the worst thing in the world. They know it's bad, but something that's bad doesn't mean that it is a traumatic, abusive experience. It can just mean that it's a bad experience we should avoid. And this is like one of the big disconnects, and it's very hard to try to like communicate what I'm trying to say to you guys. But hopefully I did a good job of explaining that.
I think he did great with his explanation. There are shades of gray that need to be acknowledged when we have these conversations. Not a black and white perspective where it has to be 100% okay in the eyes of whoever. Otherwise, it's the worst thing in the world. A past situation can make you feel uncomfortable or cringe looking back, but it may not necessarily be traumatic. This might sound a bit conspiracy-ish, but I believe we live in this victim complex sphere where some people over-sensationalize bad experiences they've gone through. They aim to rally people by their side by equating some of their struggles with actual trauma. Your rebuttal to this might be something like, but they have no reason to lie. And to that, I say two things. Number one, it could be true that you believe what you're saying, so you may not be lying. However, you might also be misinformed on a topic and get your values from a toxic place like Twitter or some other social sphere you're in. Number two, even if people don't flat out lie, there absolutely are reasons why people exaggerate or share half-truths to push a particular narrative. There's money and clout to be made, of course, or perhaps it's revenge and you want to take down a person you don't like. Maybe it's just for moral gratification. You want to feel like you're doing the right thing without realizing it actually hurts people more. I used to fall into this camp before 2022, so I know what that moral gratification feels like. It consumes you and turns you into exactly the type of people you often complain about without you realizing it. You may think to yourself, Twitter is bad and everyone who partakes in X activity is just a part of the Twitter crowd. The problem is that you don't realize you're a part of someone else's Twitter crowd in their mind. Some people also bully and harass each other for absurdly stupid things, since this group believes that certain situations are a problem when they're just not. This group creates more problems while claiming to be part of the solution, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. That scratches the surface of the complexities when dealing with situations like these, so critical thinking is a must here. I'm trying my best here, so I hope I'm explaining myself well too.
In every state in America, 19 and 17 isn't illegal. It's only illegal
except for
on Twitter.
Except like California, technically, but a judge would probably rule against it being a predatory. The laws in California are like insane. Like the judge has up to the way that it gets like prosecuted. It's very bizarre. But like, yeah, morally, nobody's gonna be like, yeah, 1917 is terrible. Nobody's gonna say that.
What is illegal is the nudes.
Yeah, it can be. And if he got charged with the nudes, that's fine. But like this whole idea that he didn't groom anybody and he didn't predatorize anybody.
Like I said, just child porn.
Right? Like it's insane. I actually equate this to like weed a little bit. All right, right? So you got segs. Right? This is sending illicit pictures, right? And then we're going to do alcohol, and then we're going to put weed here. It's legal for a 19, 17-year-old to sleep together in pretty much like every state. We know that. It's illegal to send pictures, although the law is catching up. If it's legal to sleep together, it's a little weird that something that's less intense, like exchanging pictures, would be illegal. So we would say morally, if this thing is okay, which it is, 19, 17-year-olds sleeping together is morally fine, we would make a reasonable assumption that pictures are morally fine. On the flip side, weed is like illegal still. I think it's federally illegal. I don't really know the specific. I think so, right? But weed's illegal, right? Alcohol's not. Alcohol is objectively worse than weed in every capacity, right? I'm just letting you know. It is a more intense, and yet this is legal. So if it's morally okay to drink, you'd make a reasonable assumption that's morally okay to smoke weed, which I agree with as well. That's the simplest way that I can explain this situation to you.
But a relationship between a 19 and 17-year-old is not.
It's definitely not pedophilia.
What I find interesting about the conversation surrounding the legality isn't a guide for morality statement is that it's usually applied to situations in one way, but not the other. What I mean by this is that most people understand that even if something is technically legal, it can still be immoral. It's common knowledge if you keep up to date with the news at least somewhat regularly, and there are a lot of stories you'd apply this mindset to. However, a lot of society fails to realize that this is a two-way street. Something could also technically be illegal, but not immoral. It's concerning how many people only acknowledge one side of the coin when bringing it up as an argument. It becomes a birthplace of double standards as a result. Even if Carson and the girl he exchanged pictures with got charged, that doesn't necessarily mean that he did something immoral. If they did the sexting, then met up to have sex, there's a good chance it would be in their legal right to, dependent on the state. Again, this is an inconsistency issue in and of itself in a globalized society. Therefore, morally speaking, he shouldn't lose his platform. I need you all to understand that Twitter and social media is conditioning us to operate on the court of public opinion, not a court of law. You can easily find TED Talks of people who were a part of hate groups in the past or were contemplating committing crimes. They end up sharing their stories of redemption and how they turned their life around. There's even a whole YouTube genre of ex-prisoners who aim to educate people through their platforms. Let's take a quick detour to get a word in from one of them, as it's relevant to this conversation. This is Larry Lawton, an ex-jewel thief and ex-prisoner. The only ex-con in the US to be sworn in as an honorary police officer and only ex-con to be recognized on the floor of the United States Congress for helping young people, families, and LE. LE stands for law enforcement, by the way. Let's see what he has to say about these sorts of age gaps.
If you're a 17-year-old kid or an 18, 19-year-old kid and you had sex with a 17-year-old girl, we didn't give a shit. We didn't care. Even though it's against the law, that was a crime we'd give a pass to. That we didn't consider you a pedophile or a child molester when you did that shit. Even though you got charged with that, we didn't consider that a charge that you should be fucked up with. If you're a 20-year-old kid out there and you have sex with a 17-year-old girl, it's consensual. I'm not talking rape. I'm talking you girls with girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. Even though that's legally a charge, We didn't consider it one. The convicts, listen, man, that's a pass. You know, that's bullshit. We're not going to fucking hold you accountable for that. It's just not what convicts do. And we didn't do that. And that's it.
You heard it from the source, folks. Keep in mind that this clip is from a video sharing stories on what happens to actual offending pedophiles in prison in pretty gruesome detail, to the point of life-threatening injuries. Even he, an ex-prisoner who's dealt firsthand with real child abusers, says convicts wouldn't bother prisoners who had sex within this age range. So, in terms of CallMeCarson, that astronomically strengthens the moral argument in his favor. Simply put, it's not news. It's pretty much morally okay from any real-world perspective and obliterates the justification for the pedophile, predator, and groomer labels to kingdom come. Let's move on to how the laws are changing now.
We have poor internet laws to the point where Amazon is now a fucking monopoly because our Congress can't keep up. So we haven't crafted any nuanced laws. The worst thing that you could say is, hey, it should be illegal because he could distribute it to somebody. So now you're making an assumption with no actual evidence that he would distribute it to somebody just because he got those pictures. Socially, what he's saying, what he did, isn't wrong. Now, would I say he shouldn't get, charged? I don't actually care if he gets charged. If he gets charged for that, that's fine. But she's also going to get charged for it because it's illegal to distribute or receive it. You understand? That's what we're looking at, okay? We're talking about the label predator. Predator is a very big label, okay? Gotta keep that in mind. Why do you think that it's immoral for them to send pictures to each other? Yes, he could show them to people, but he didn't. You can't just assume everybody's guilty. And there are states that are actually finally starting to make, things on Snapchat interactions. So, the arguments are dumb. It's incredible. Okay, if they're in a reasonable age range, whatever. Not a big deal. Because it doesn't make sense. I don't care about the legalities. Morally, it's fine. Second, Congress and really just our powers that be are very slow to update with computer technology. Like cryptocurrency or NFTs. Those things are completely, are very heavily unregulated because we're so fucking stupid and slow that we're what do we do? We have a very slow-moving congressional body. We have a very slow-moving political entity.
Laws should ideally reflect societal values, but we don't live in an ideal world. We live in the real world, so we can't operate on the basis that current law always has the people's best interests in mind. The inability to keep up with societal and technological progression and a fundamental lack of proper sexual education is exactly why situations like Carson's were blown out of proportion in the first place. The inconsistencies of the age of consent between US states, along with outdated internet laws, are what brought us to this point. To put all legal arguments to rest, I don't think it's likely that anyone will be charged or arrested for this for multiple reasons. The changing of the laws, how the situation was handled, the resulting misinformation of it all, and the societal implications of criminalizing normal behavior. I don't believe it's in any reasonable person's best interest to advocate for charging anyone with anything. I think it'll do more harm than good, but that's just my opinion and I respect Papa Gut's perspective. All I'm saying is that the internet will blow it out of proportion if it does happen. I rest my case with the moral argument just as I did with the legal one. We're moving on. Up next, power dynamics and nuance.
To the point about there being an abuse of power, there needs to be an active abuse of power that was recognizable in any of the messages. We read all of them. There was nothing. We're going to read these ones. I already know there's nothing. I've already read them. But unless he leveraged his account to get something, there's nothing there. And I want to explain to you examples of leveraging his account. If Carson said, I'm a big creator, I want to show me your boobies and I'll give you something, that's an abuse of power. If Carson said, I'm a big creator, if you don't do something for me, I'll ruin you, that's an abuse of power. Carson interacting with somebody that's a fan of his is not an abuse of power on any inherent basis. If by that logic, every single interaction between any musician that engages with their groupies is predatory. There are groupies for people that want to engage with people. Is there a power dynamic? Sure, but these are individuals, and since the age isn't a problem, these are individuals that have the ability to make their own decisions. At worst, this girl Not interacting with Carson means that she doesn't get to interact sexually with Carson. There's nothing there. Like, oh, maybe he won't like me as much. Who cares? If you are so obsessed with somebody to the point where you are that hooked on them and you'll shatter if they don't date you, that's a mental condition. Outside of people with literal mental disorders, a rational human being can make a rational decision not to engage with somebody. You liking them more is super irrelevant to me. Okay, because by the logic of, hey, I like that person a lot, I want them to date me, so so I'll do anything they want me to do. You can make that assumption when it comes to crushes in middle school or liking somebody on like a sports team that you're on the same team with. You could be in like middle school and be like, oh, I'm a nerd and I really like this popular girl. She doesn't even know who I am. I'd do anything to be with her. Do you think that nerd is a victim if the popular girl dates him? No, you don't. All right, the logic isn't applied. Now, there are people who want to contest the age of consent specifically on the point of like the atmosphere they're in, saying, well, he's 19 and they're 17, and one instance he's 20, whatever, and like they're 17, so they're still in high school. So comparatively, he's 20, he's in a different whole other social setting, so he has a level of maturity over them. Okay, would you apply that same logic to somebody who's 24 years old and still in college and a 27-year-old who's working a real job? You probably wouldn't. I understand that there are a lot of small nuanced factors here, but like we make these general statements because there's no reason to sit here and hyper-focus on all these nuanced factors. All right, by the logic of the atmosphere, that means if an 18-year-old college dropout has been working in the workforce for 2 years, it's inherently abusive for them to date an 18-year-old that's still in high school. Do you understand?
I don't think Carson's a pedophile, but that's what he did. He used...
Now, there again, I don't think that he's a pedophile, but this is what he did. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what did he do then? If we're going to constantly, like, rampantly throw around the word minor, I don't think he's a pedophile, but what? He's not a pedophile at all. 19 and 17 isn't pedophilic at all. I don't understand.
He used his power to repeatedly take advantage of...
What power did he use? Show how he used it, and how did he take advantage of girls who wanted to engage with him? If the age ranges are fine, their engagement is fine. There's no taking advantage of. Positions of power don't mean that those positions of power are abused.
Vulnerable people.
Hey, Carson's like an equitable person. People want to associate themselves with him because he's famous and has money. So that means that anybody who interacts with him is a victim. That's what he's saying.
I don't know what causes this to happen. I don't know what compels content creators to do this, but...
Do what?
It happens. And it's a...
By this whole logic chain, I would imagine that Jay Schlatt's next video is going to be about how morally reprehensible it is for rappers and rock stars and any musician to have sex with any of their fans. There's literally a culture of people sleeping with their fans consensually. Okay, it's groupies. That's what you're saying, that you think that, like, so I want to see your video about how morally reprehensible it is for groupies to sleep together or to sleep with their fucking people that they're fans of. That's what the argument you're making here is. The existence of a power dynamic doesn't mean that power dynamic is abusive. You can more easily abuse power dynamics, but it doesn't mean that there's inherent abuse. Being famous doesn't mean you don't get to date people that aren't famous. That's ridiculous. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. To sit here and say because there's a power dynamic involved means that you shouldn't engage is literally saying that people of different socioeconomic classes shouldn't mix with each other. You're saying that a rich guy shouldn't marry a poor girl. That's what you're saying. Because there's a power dynamic there. You're saying that the nerd in school shouldn't date the popular girl because she has a power dynamic. She's famous in that circle, right? You're saying that they can't date. Now, are there instances where people are super obsessed? Sure. This girl didn't exhibit any, and there was no way anybody reasonably would think that she was obsessed to a point of like to belong in like the hospital. She's not. The argument's bullshit. The way that you abuse your power dynamic is when you suggest that you'll give somebody something or you'll take something away with your platform if they do or don't do something that you want them to do. So if Carson said, if you show me your tits, I'll give you this because I'm famous, or if you don't show me your tits, I'll ruin your life with my platform, that's an abuse of power dynamic. You have a fucking 19-year-old that was so afraid of getting canceled on Twitter, he thought it was like somehow wrong to talk to this 17-year-old. Now I understand he's a famous celebrity, but there was nothing in the messages that he sent that ever leveraged his power as a celebrity against her, right? Like if somebody's like, hey, if you'll do XYZ with me, I'll make you famous, that's abuse. That's an abuse of power dynamic. But he didn't do that. Now The biggest crime, Carson, is he's a cringy motherfucker, let me tell you. But it's okay that you're cringy. If you have an issue with power dynamics, understand there's a million types of power dynamics. You need to have an issue with people who make $500,000 a year dating people who make $30,000 a year. You're basically advocating for a complete erasure of like class interaction in any country. You think that somebody that has like more money can't interact with somebody with less money because having more money than somebody is a power dynamic, but you guys aren't ready for that conversation. You're all just super focused on canceling a kid for being a normal person. The argument now being made is, hey, because Carson is in a position of power, because he's famous and she likes him, means that every interaction that he can make with her is now predatory. All right, that's a dangerous step. There's a difference between somebody being equitable, right? Like, people want to fuck Carson because he's famous, okay? Unless he's going around saying, hey, I'm going to give you something if you sleep with me, or I'm going to promote your career if you sleep with me. That's an abusive dynamic. He's not saying that. He simply is somebody who's famous and more equitable and more desirable to individuals. That's not an inappropriate power dynamic. That's an individual who is more valuable to society, attracting people who want that value. People are attracted to success. To say that like it's Carson's fault, oh, well, they liked him a lot. Like, oh, no shit, people like each other a lot. By this logic, your manager is always oppressing you based on the fact that they are just your manager. That's absolutely incorrect. You can abuse power, but that doesn't mean that power is abusive. And that's the biggest problem here. It's a very, 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 very different scenario. By that logic, he literally can never date anybody ever. That's the whole problem. And we get the slippery slope argument here. Gemini constantly said, hey, I'll give you this if you'll do this. Or he'll be like, oh, I'm going to kill myself if you don't interact with me. Or he took advantage of a drunk girl. Or he got kicked out of school for battery. Or like, you know, that's predatory interactions, right? The least bad thing that Gemini has ever done was engage with somebody who was 4 years younger. It was inappropriate and gross, but it wasn't like beyond apology. It's the rest of the shit that he did. So we have to understand is that the existence of power dynamics do not create instant abuse of that dynamic. You have to understand that. If I make more money than my partner, well, that's a power dynamic. And I could abuse that, but like that doesn't mean that I am abusing it. There's power dynamics everywhere. We have to acknowledge that. There's power dynamics between parents and children, but you don't see abuse there. Well, there actually you do see it, but that doesn't mean that there's inherent abuse. We don't like beat the shit out of all parents because of that. So what he would have had to do to abuse his platform in like a power dynamic scenario, we have to understand that people still have autonomy over themselves. We can't just deny that just out of convenience. Now, is she young? Yes. Did she make a mistake? Maybe, probably making a mistake interacting with somebody, but that doesn't mean that like he's at fault for it. Also, people like to talk about fans as if everyone's obsessed with everybody, but like that's not true. I'm fans of different content creators, and I'm not obsessed with them. And I guarantee, like think about one of the people that you like. Are you obsessed with them? Probably not. Also, we'd also have to cancel every like rap artist and rock artist who has groupies that want to sleep with them, because that's abuse of a power dynamic. Some people like people who have status. It's really that simple. So unless the state decides that this woman cannot consent, she's a consenting individual within a reasonable age range, so there's no abuse here. I make more money than my wife. Am I abusing my wife? Only in bed. No, of course not. Parents have power over their children. Does that make it instantly abusive? No. Popular people in school have a power. Like let's just say this. Let's say you're a popular girl at school. Oh, va-va-voom. And then you date a nerd that nobody cares about. There's a power dynamic there. There's a big social power dynamic there. That could be honestly equated to what Carson was doing to some capacity. It doesn't make it abuse. Him being a big influencer and having money and being famous doesn't make it abusive. Yeah, people will want to do more stuff with him because he has higher social, I don't want to say credibility, but he's more attractive because he has a higher status. People like money and influence. That's just people just like those things. It doesn't make that abusive. If you're attracted to guys with more money, that doesn't mean that you're being abused. It doesn't matter. Unless he leverages his platform, there's no abuse of power. And you guys have to grow up, honestly, because it's annoying, because it's a lot of young kids that think that they know anything about the world.
It's just this power dynamic, bro. You can do this with your fans because you're not a normal person, right? It's just to do this. Also, when do you turn 18? If you find yourself asking a girl, when do you turn 18? You're f***ed up.
Yeah. Or if you just told her,
quick.
you
Bro,
can't wait to jack off and think about her, and she's like, sorry, I'm at school.
Yeah, I can't wait to jerk off. I read it as like furious.
I don't know, bro. It feels like it's one of those safe situations. It's what it is. Of course, we start with Ethan and doing something disappointing. He's a grown man. You're like 36 years old. You are supposed to be an adult voice, and all a lot of adults do on the internet is just take what kids say and go, that's the thing. Because if you say something against that, you get canceled on Twitter, or you just get some heat on Twitter, and people like you. The children like you less. Bro, listen, yeah, I get it. It's weird. He was 19, they were 17. It's weird that they were in school, sure. Does it make it illegal? No. Does it make it morally wrong? No. This idea that, like, you're not a normal person, what does that mean? Does that mean that, like, no influencer can date anybody that's not an influencer? And then what's the mark? If I have 1 million followers, how many followers does a girl have to have for me to date that person? Like, what's the cutoff line? Do I have to leave my wife now because I'm starting to gain like online notoriety? Where do we go? Where do we start? Where do we go here? What's the rules? Like, Carson has 2 million followers or something like that. So does that mean he can only talk to other girls that have 2 million followers that are on the internet? Like, why does he have to have such a closed dating pool? Or does he have to go across the fucking, like, to like Japan where nobody knows who he is and start dating girls there? Like, what are the rules? Like, you're just making these like general, vague, dumb, fucking honestly unintelligent prescriptions of like, yeah, you know, you're a big celebrity, power dynamic, bad thing, you can't do. What is that? But what does it mean? Give me your social rule set. Are you telling me that like you have to? What's the follower count? How famous does somebody have to be? And define fame. Because I was saying before, what if there's a really popular person in high school and then a nerd isn't attracted to them? They fell in love with that person first. They have high social credits or whatever, social influence when it comes to that school. In that sphere, they're a big deal. So does that mean if that popular girl dates the unpopular guy, it's up some kind of an abusive power dynamic? Like, where does this end? Power dynamic. I make more money than this person. That's the power dynamic. Am I abusing that? Are parents instantly abusing all their children? Is everything abuse? Everything's fucking abuse nowadays, and it's embarrassing. And it's embarrassing that a grown man like Ethan is perpetuating this idea that he did a bad thing. Because if you said that he didn't do a bad thing, you're a bad person. You're a meanie head. You don't understand grooming. 19-year-old groomed a 17-year-old. Dude, be an adult in the situation. Honestly, because Ethan's the same person who basically said that Keemstar dating a fucking 20-year-old at 39 was some kind of abuse. Now, it's weird. It's not abuse. They're a grown person. They're not going to have fucking some kind of a victim complex when they get older. It's an experience they had. It's crazy. Just like the way that the people talk, especially like Ethan talks in, like, with this moral high ground, but he just has somehow absolutely no understanding of the real world. It's embarrassing. He should be embarrassed.
It's a Twitch dating show where multiple people compete for a popular content creator.
Okay, so if you think that Carson has a power dynamic and he did a bad thing, then you need to cancel this show that is apparently pitting girls or boys, whoever, just lowly loser people up against big time celebrity alpha champs, because the power dynamic is here. It doesn't matter if they consent to talking to him. It's still an abusive power dynamic because it exists. So this has to be canceled by your own definition. If you're going to use the bullshit power dynamic definition, this needs to be canceled. Yeah, the show's fun. I've never seen it. Who fucking cares? The show's probably fine. I'm being sarcastic. Come on, pick up on that, dude. But this is what I'm saying. Like, people, they'll be totally fine with this, but not anything else.
On top of that, Carson unfairly used his position of power as a creator to get what he wanted from his underage fans.
Shut the fuck up. If you really think that, Ajay, you're just another part of the problem. A grown man that doesn't have an honest conversation about these interactions. And you have, like, no business of even bothering inserting yourself in this. It's just fucking insane, dude. It's just crazy to me how many grown fucking people on the internet will just bow down to fucking children on Twitter because they say a thing is bad. It's fucking insane to me. It's insane. Because you know that, like, if you say Carson, it was okay what Carson did, right? If you're like, yeah, that wasn't morally wrong, you're like, oh, then, like, the fucking people will have a meltdown, like, oh, well, I can't believe you're normalizing grooming. You're a fucking idiot. If you come in here and say that Carson groomed that person, you're just a dumb person, and you're not informed on what grooming is. You are diminishing the word, and you're diminishing the interaction that actually happens to people who are true victims of grooming. You shouldn't be talking about grooming.
Ultimately, King inappropriately used power dynamics to sext underage girls.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Ultimately, I'm going to give you a moral prescription that I have no education on. Every fucking video with, like, the ending where it's like, I'm going to give you some advice. Ultimately, you're wrong. You're just incorrect.
Ultimately, he used his power dynamic. Ultimately, he brain raped children. Shut the fuck up.
Ultimately, King inappropriately used power dynamics to sext underage girls and then lied to his friends about changing his behavior.
Explain power dynamics to me, Ajay. I really would genuinely love to have the conversation. I want you to explain power dynamics, and then I want you to specifically explain how he abused this power dynamic. I'll talk to you live. I don't give a fuck. I'll talk to you on the phone. I don't give a shit. Explain it to me. Stop making moral prescriptions without explaining the moral prescription. That's the biggest fucking problem I have. Every single one of these people who weigh in on this, they don't talk about the specifics because they don't have to, because they're on the right side of Twitter. They can just say something even if it's wrong and not have to explain it. Meanwhile, I can explain everything down to a T, and like people be like, "No, you're still wrong," because you just don't want to think, because you're emotionally interacting rather than logically interacting. That's it, bro. That's it. But everybody can just make these safe fucking moral prescriptions on things, and it's just like, I don't really care because I want to keep making content. I don't want to have a negative perception. Because even though people are watching this going like, yeah, this is a wrong perception of this, I know that you're wrong. If they're not, those people aren't going to not watch you for that. But like, you could be fucking like terribly canceled because you fucking stand your ground on like the truth. It's crazy, dude.
I think King definitely needs therapy and would be best served avoiding relationships
with... What? What does he need therapy? He definitely needs therapy, apparently, because he has a mental health issue. But why do you think he needs therapy? Because he talked to a 17-year-old at 19? That's insane. What do you think therapy is for? Have you ever been to a therapist before? I'm just genuinely fucking curious. He needs therapy? For what? I hate that too. I fucking hate that too. I hate when people say, "Oh, I'm gonna get help," or "This person needs therapy." For what? What is it? What is the reason somebody needs to go to therapy? Give me your take on it. Explain to me why. Ultimately, I think that you need to take a knife and just stab yourself in the testicles with it. Well, can you explain why? Like, I just want to know why do anything. Why should you do things? I just do this do a thing. Hey, just go pick up rocks and throw them at houses. Why? I don't fucking know. Just it's something you should just do that. You should just throw rocks at houses. Well, what's the reasoning for that? I don't fucking know. Wait, what's this? You should drink gasoline. Why? What? Why would you ask me that question? What do you mean why? Just go drink gasoline. Like, what the fuck is this world that we're living in? It's insane to me, bro. I'm fucking flabbergasted.
King definitely needs therapy and would be best served avoiding relationships with fans of any age.
Then who the fuck is he supposed to date? Who does he date then? Explain to me, who is Carson allowed to date? Grimes? She's single now. Would that be appropriate? You gotta date Grimes? Who the fuck is he allowed to date? I'm so confused. You just gotta date people that aren't your fans. You got 2 million followers? Yeah, you can't date any fan. Even though, logically speaking, the people that are fans of him and his content are probably people that are more like him. That's usually how it works, and they tend to gravitate towards that sphere. So, like, all the women that would find him attractive generally are going to be a fan in some capacity. Okay, you don't want to know what? I'm a fan of, like, fucking Lucy Lawless. Do you think that she would be fucking raping me if I had sex with her or I slept with her? Like, what are you talking about? This is just a new online fucking moral prescription. If your favorite actor, if Johnny Depp started dating a fan that was, like, fucking whatever, you'd be like, oh my god, so good for Johnny Depp. But when it comes to a fucking 20-year-old Minecraft player, all of a sudden there's magical fucking rules that exist where he can't date anybody except for some fucking person halfway across the world that doesn't even know his name and can't speak fucking English or something. Like, it's insane, bro. I'm fucking mesmerized by what are you saying? Didn't Ajay go on, like, doesn't he do like weird cringe fucking like dating shows on Discord? Like, by the logic, you're fucking engaging in abuse of power because you're talking to girls that would potentially be your fans. You're a celebrity in some capacity. You can't date anybody unless they are equal status of you, because even if they're not a fan of you, they know who you are, so they got to know you first. There's a parasocial relationship there. You can't interact with them. You specifically can only interact with other celebrities. But then it doesn't even stop there, because what if a big celebrity is a fan of another celebrity? Is that a power dynamic issue there too? Oh my god, where the fuck does it end? Like, if Orlando Bloom really liked the acting of Liam Neeson, could he fuck him? No, he can't do it. It's a power dynamic. Everywhere there's power dynamics, bro. Everything's a power dynamic. Height is a power dynamic. Money's a power dynamic. Your gender is a power dynamic. As a man, I am physically stronger than my wife. Does that mean I'm abusing her every fucking day? Do you understand what power dynamics are, how nuanced they are, and how they invade every part of our life in every capacity? Everything is a power dynamic. There are so many different power dynamics that influence everything that we do and make. And you know what? A lot of people are attracted to power in some capacity. It's insane. And like you're watering it down as if the only power dynamic that exists is some kind of fucking fame. It's insane, bro. It's insane. Attractiveness is a power dynamic. I'm not kidding. More attractive people, that's a power dynamic. It's called the halo effect. It is like an objective fact that people that are more attractive get away with things more than people who are not attractive. It's a literal thing. It exists. Does that mean that an ugly person can't marry an attractive person? You're literally perpetuating like an actual like fucking regressive classist ideology. Like rich people can't date poor people. You have to stay in your own lane. There's power dynamics between white and black people, too. If you want to get real fucking woke, does that mean that white people shouldn't date black people? Sounds kind of fucking racist to me, because there's a power dynamic there. You see how there's so many power dynamics everywhere, bro. And this blanket prescription that power dynamic equals bad is one of the most mentally fucking inept perspectives that I've ever seen anybody have. You don't have to have like a fucking advanced degree to understand power dynamics in any depth of level. You should be able to sit back and say, power dynamic, what does that mean? Oh, that means my mom must be abusing me because she's my mother. It's insane, bro. It's a fucking buzzword. It pisses me off so much. This riles me up because like this situation, do you want to know what this riles me up? This situation riles me up so much. Because this isn't like a nuanced conversation about something that can be interpreted in like two different ways, and like we need to have an in-depth conversation about it to make sure that we get it into like, that's not what this is. This is a very simple perspective that people are still fucking up on. It's insanity, bro. It's fucking insanity, bro. It's insane. It's insane.
I have absolutely nothing to add and could not have said it better myself. Papa Gut explained power dynamics and how nuanced they are perfectly. We see that the power dynamic argument is equally as unintelligent as the legal/moral one. The existence of a power dynamic is not automatically an abuse of said power dynamic, as demonstrated by Carson's case. I need you all to understand this. At no point did Carson even mention his platform in his messages. As such, the fact that he has one is irrelevant, since people of different social statuses should absolutely have the right to interact with each other. You can be uncomfortable with YouTubers dating their fans. Usually they don't end well, and both parties are worse off because of it. At the same time, we need to stop putting all the blame on one person for situations like these. Please don't apply power dynamics as a factual moral prescription on every interaction you see on social media. It's not, and it loses its meaning the more it gets misused. I believe the ideas Papa Gut presented are infinitely valuable knowledge to take forward with you in everyday life, as you can apply it to many situations. Knowing how power dynamics work can aid you in being reasonable and mature when having important conversations, plus make important decisions about how you go about interacting with people. It certainly helped me out to step out of black and white thinking to understand nuance better, to say the least. Hopefully, it'll help you too. Now, let's seamlessly transition into our next topic since Papa Gut mentioned buzzwording already. There's a lot to unpack regarding sensationalization and buzzwording, so let's delay no further.
So she deleted her messages, but showed his. This is all it says. Hey, you there? I want to drop the sexual stuff entirely. It's been making me feel sick thinking about it. I feel wrong for having done it, and I feel bad that I led you on. I enjoyed talking to you and all, but it's just too much for me. I feel really guilty. I'm so sorry. I've also realized I have a crush on my friend Sarah, and I don't want to lead you on in any way. Tomorrow I'm starting my trip to California, and I think I need to just move on. I'm very stressed, and talking to you has been adding extra stress. I'm very scared, and I feel bad about wanting to unadd you. It's just all a lot right now, and I'm not sure that talking to you is a good decision. Okay, listen. Perfectly fine. He's saying he doesn't want to talk to this girl anymore because he's moving on. To be honest with you, most men wouldn't give a fuck. They would just unadd her and never talk to her again. I don't know. Carson is like a weirdly nice guy to a point where I would kind of call him like a beta. Whatever. That's just my toxic masculinity.
I want to quickly elaborate on what the definition of beta means in this context. From my understanding, it mainly refers to being perceived as a weak male who isn't assertive or dominant and doesn't exhibit masculine traits. As an analogy in nature, they'd be inferior to the alpha males in a pack of animals like wolves or lions, who are seen as leaders in their pack. Carson demonstrated quote-unquote less masculine traits in these messages, such as vulnerability, which would be laughed at in an egotistical male-dominated space a generation ago. It's a toxic trait for sure. We absolutely need to shift away from that through social conditioning. My point is that Papa Gut's reaction and those from the masculine spheres would be way different from what Carson actually received. That's all.
Whatever, but this is not problematic at all. Hey, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm moving on in my life. He gave her fucking, what is it called? Your peace, closure is the word that you're looking for. This whole thing. Now, I don't even know if this is true. CallMeCarson has 107 hours recorded on a game that takes 40 minutes to beat. Let's assume that this isn't photoshopped, okay? What does this indicate to somebody? Depending on the situation, it'll indicate many things. If somebody was trying to push the narrative that he liked engaging with young girls, you would go, oh, this is proof. But since every claim that's been made has been very easily debunked, the only thing that left to assume, if we were, acting in good faith, would be the same thing you would assume if a 14-year-old kid, which a lot of young kids do, go into Call of Duty lobbies saying the N-word. You guys think it's funny. If this is real, which I cannot even confirm, even if this is real, it doesn't matter. It's most likely a joke, because the game is weird. It's about a 14-year-old girl who gets assaulted, and it's a text-based game, and then you make decisions. Who gives a shit?
I want to throw in my own 2 cents about this actually. From my experience on social media and moderating for another creators community, this is absolutely an activity certain members partake in. There was a time when I was moderating on Twitch. Us mods changed the game shown by the stream every minute or so to absurd titles. I think one was called Pooper Deluxe 2 or something. So a game title like Pregnancy, without any context, would absolutely be a candidate for showing up in that stream. As such, I wholeheartedly believed it was meant to be a joke, since I was in a sphere where that would be considered funny. This isn't evidence of anything by itself. It's just not.
I know a lot of you guys are engaging in like a confirmation bias where you hear something and you want to believe it's true, so you just take it on face value. But somebody speaking negatively about Carson doesn't mean that it's rational, it's justifiable that they spoke negatively about Carson. It's really that simple, okay? This guy might dislike Carson because he felt like he lied to him for some reason, but there's no justification for anything that happened.
Looking back now, almost every step of the way, Carson tried to downplay what had actually happened.
Downplay what? He said he was sexting minors. Listen, you can't say downplay. He literally said, I was sexting minors. That's an upplay, because when you hear the word minor, okay, so when you hear a minor interacted with an adult, everybody in the chat, think about what are the first 2 ages that come to mind. My first 2, 13 and 30, okay? Well, actually 14 and 30, right? Now, maybe that's just me. Now, what's you guys? What do you think? Yeah, 14 and 30. Pretty typical. Adult, minor. However, in this situation, 37-14, 13... Oh, okay. 16-40, 14-30, 13 and 30. Okay, in this situation, it was 19 and 17. Do you see how everybody's minds goes to the extreme of what an adult and a child is? Okay, so he upplayed it. He upplayed the interactions, if anything. 69-70, fantastic. Do you understand? So, like, you're not even... Your accounting of the situation isn't even correct, because we saw the screenshots from a while ago. It's crazy that, like, you're not even, like... Your perception of the reality is astounding to me.
I'm shocked. I can no longer say with any confidence that I believe Carson's behavior has ever stopped. I can't...
Right, okay, that's fine. Maybe his behavior never stopped, but the behavior isn't bad, so it doesn't matter.
And I gotta hand it to Noah and Travis for stepping up and talking about it first.
Oh, you gotta hand it to Noah and Travis for stepping up and talking about it first. Okay. So I want to remind you, and this is the point of the video where this individual loses, like, all respect and credibility, okay? I'm gonna show you what he's commending them on. This way we can, like, really get it out. This is what you're commending them on right here, okay? This interaction is commendable to Jay Schlatt. You ready?
And that was what I was told.
Did he tell you how...
The Bachelor is...
Wow, that really cucked the fuck out of it.
Back.
All the drama of what I just said is dead. I have to get YouTube fucking whatever. 2 ads. Poggers. Alright, this is what Jay Schlatt thought was commendable. This interaction.
Underage girls, and I think that he said that they were fans. And
Really, were you ready?
that was what I was told.
Did he tell you how old they were?
At the time, no.
You're commending them for intentionally misrepresenting the situation by using the word minor and not disclosing the age of the girl despite the fact that they knew the age of the girl. You are saying that they should be commended for literally lying. These two people, according to Jay Schlatt, deserve to be commended for actively withholding information about the situation. You guys can think he's as good of a person as you want. That is some of the most pathetic scum shit I've ever seen. Is 17 not a minor? We just did a thought exercise. If you weren't here for it, what ages do you think of when you hear adult and minor? I'm not going to keep going back to this. Okay. So, they said, hey, adult and minor, which we've already established, people thinking very they think of it in extremes, like 30 and 13, when in the reality it's 17 and 19. Okay? Anyway, it's 17 and 19. And then when they were asked the age, hey, did you know the age? They said, we didn't know at the time, but they know now. So, you didn't contextualize this situation in any capacity. It's insane. And that's what they're commending them on. Lying. You're commending them for lying. For dragging your friend as much as possible. My man, Crundle. I'm going to be very nice to you because you're not listening to what I'm saying. Then that clip of 5 seconds that you couldn't really manage to absorb mentally. What happened is we said the word minor, which makes it look as exaggerated as possible, and then when they had the opportunity to actually contextualize the age, they intentionally didn't take it. That's the problem. I don't know how you didn't get that. I was very expressive about that. That if you say the words, but it's still a minor, again, I'm going to ban you from the chat. Because you're just not listening. Like, if you're here to not listen, why are you in my stream? It's very annoying. It's fine that you guys can test things, but then when I take the time out of, like, the video to explain it to you and so you still say dumb shit, like, what's the point of you being here? You're not trying to actually listen. You're just trying to say something over and over again. What I find annoying, though, is the way that, like, in general, Keemstar talks about Carson. It bothers me. He talks about it like news, which annoys the shit out of me because he pushed it and sensationalized it as much as possible to even make it news in the first place. Let's go over what Carson did. Carson was 19 and he was talking to a 17-year-old. And they were flirting on Discord mutually, and they were both sexting. That's it. That's all it is. That's nothing. It's not illegal. It's not immoral. A 2-year age gap is totally fine. There's nothing wrong there. And every single time we talked about this Carson situation, it started with, oh my God, Carson's talking to minors, right? And so the problem when you do stuff like that is when you say that somebody's talking to minors, you're really just kind of, you're usually being very intentionally, or you can very easily intentionally mislead people, right? So when you hear that an adult is talking to minors, the first thought in your head is like a 30-year-old and like a 15-year-old. But technically, it could be an 18 and a 17-year-old, right? So the reason that people will say adult versus minor and not be specific about age is usually to mislead you, to sensationalize the story. Carson was 19. This girl was 17. If she was 18 and he was 20, nobody would be talking. Keemstar quite literally deplatformed CallMeCarson for money, never apologized, and this is kind of a pattern of really shitty, inappropriate behavior from Keemstar. Keemstar is like 40 years old, right? You don't have, like, stop being a child. Stop acting like a fucking kid. You're an adult. Like, act like a fucking adult. And moving forward, for people saying that this was grooming, you are an idiot. Because there are people who are truly groomed, and it is super emotionally fucking impactful, and you are literally belittling their experience by saying this is grooming, and you're a fucking problem.
Very serious allegations that he was soliciting pictures from an underage fan of his.
I also hate when you say underage, because, like, no context. Underage could be 17, it could be fucking 4. Like, we don't know. He's 19 and 17. It doesn't make it a problem. You use that word intentionally so you can elicit an emotional response.
The most unimpressive part about the whole drama was simply how Carson dealt with it. Or you might say how he didn't deal with it.
You know, since the drama, he hasn't said anything. He hasn't made any public statements.
Every one of his friends abandoned him. They all pretended like he did something wrong. Of course, he's not going to fucking respond to it. Like, he thought he did something wrong because literally everybody in his society around him told him he was wrong, even though he wasn't. It's the equivalent of you, like, fucking victim shaming a fucking rape victim into thinking that it was their fault. I'm just, like, honestly, bro, it's fucking crazy. You guys labeled a fucking dude a predator that didn't do anything wrong. Like, what? Like, that's fucked up. You know how pissed off people in the real world would be if they heard about the situation? They'd be like, wow, this is really fucked up because I was literally raped and this guy didn't do anything wrong, and now you're putting that girl who was just clout chasing on the same level as me with my fucking trauma where like I was like had a part of me stolen. It's fucking crazy, dude.
He was basically with his underage fans, you know, sending eggplant emojis. They were sending back peach emojis.
Yeah, and we already send like underage. Underage is such a broad term. When you tell people that they're talking to underage girls, nobody instantly assumes 17, which is the age of the girls. When he was 19, they assume 14. So already you're promoting like a very disingenuous narrative.
You know what we're talking about. I talked to some of his close friends explaining like, hey, this needs to come out. Like, people need to know about this. And they wanted to come out, but they were worried about how to come out and how to say it.
So yeah, like what he just said, he spoke to the friends, like he's trying to make it seem like they should come out. Hey guys, come out with this. Like you heard somebody say like, hey, Carson was like feeling guilty because he was 19 messaging 17-year-olds, and Keemstar's like, oh, this is content, you should really come out with this. I mean, like, that's what Keemstar does? He just bullies people into giving him information? What a fucking scumbag.
Today, these underage fans, like, they need to know about this stuff. So to keep away from it and to stay away from it, because there's a potential danger here. So I do have 2 close members of Carson that were part of the lunch club.
Even if they're okay, you guys saying that they might be fake, it doesn't even matter if they're fake. They're not that bad. At like those Discord messages, just so Carson, if they're real, just being like upset that he like was sexting girls inappropriately has nothing to do. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, even if he feels guilty about them being minors, it's so irrelevant. It's like super irrelevant because like it's 17 and 19 isn't an inappropriate dynamic. If anything, this new age fucking like ridiculous mentality that like just because you're a minor instantly means you're off limits to like somebody who's 18 or 19. Just because you're like 17 years old and you're classified as a minor means that if you're 18 or 19 interacting with them, you're a predator. Like, that's a very new age idea with a bunch of dumb young kids that want to fucking victimize themselves. Like, I was groomed, you weren't. Like, he was being inappropriate with you for sure, but nothing to do with your age. And like now we're here where every single time that there's some kind of like a situation, nuance is dead. It's like, Jesus.
Did he tell you how old they were?
At the time, no.
Boom, right there. This is the biggest fucking issue with this whole thing. This is where these morons, all 3 of them, become hyper irresponsible. Okay? Here's why. He said, did you know what their age was? And the response is, not at the time. The follow-up question for somebody that doesn't have half of a fucking brain is, how old were they now that you do know? Because you said not at the time. So what age are they now? Or what age were they? Oh, we didn't give that information. Because if they said 17 years old and Carson was 19, it instantly makes him, exonerates him from anything. But they left the context out intentionally. So these aren't real friends of Carson's, very clearly. They're not interested in actually getting down to the truth. They're interested in just engaging in bullshit political trauma. And if you guys know my content, the thing I fucking hate the most is inappropriate labels of predatory behavior. It is diminishing to like sexual assault survivors, and it is diminishing to people who aren't predators, because a lot of people, myself included, very, very, very much dislike child predators more than anything else in the world. And when you incorrectly label somebody a child predator, you're opening them up to harm from people, socially and physically, okay? You don't just go around saying stupid fucking shit like this. That's what happened when this moron got like a 50-year-old canceled for being a fucking pedophile, because he's just looking for fucking content. The fact that anybody follows this person and thinks that he has anything intelligible, bro, blows my fucking mind. Like, we guys are so wrapped into YouTube drama that it's like funny to see people crumble for no reason. Like, get a fucking life. Honestly, I never say that. Go outside. Get a fucking life. If ruining other people's lives is what makes you happy, then you're a fundamentally bad person. And like, you really need to reevaluate yourself. It's insane. The fucking mentality of people. We didn't know the age of the girl when Keemstar made the video. Yeah, we didn't. That was a problem. But the guys here did. He even asked them, what was their age? And they're like, well, we didn't know at the time. They knew. He didn't press them on it, and they didn't admit it, which means it was intentionally omitted. We have her Twitter. This is the girl right here. We already read through her messages. Like, it's nothing. It's like nothing. We already read through all of this. No, yes, they did. They did know the ages of the girls. Yes, they did. They absolutely did. In this video, and you need to understand, he says, what are the ages? Do you know the ages of the girls? And the specific response was, we did not at the time. Which means they know now at the time of this video. They didn't know originally, but now they do know. So the parties involved in this know how old the girl is. They intentionally refuse to put it out there.
repeating itself over and over again. I've been doing drama for forever. This channel started in 2014, and so many of these stories come from the Minecraft community. It seems like you're dealing with like a very antisocial, kind of nerdy individual that all of a sudden is rich, famous, gets all this love, all this attention, but their fans are children, and they're getting that love and attention from children, and it's like,
bro,
what is happening here? Do you think that he's attracted to literally underage girls, or is that just who, is sending him love and affection?
Bro, and then right there, he just perpetuated the idea that they must be under. When you say underage girls, nobody assumes 17. This is insane. How the fuck did we get to this point? Oh, he's messaging underage girls. 17 when he's 19. He's trying to make it seem like, oh, hey, he's interacting with 13-year-old girls because that's his community. What a fuck. That's disgusting. And again, after he intentionally left out the age of these individuals.
And I mean, to a certain extent, I don't really want to necessarily speculate, but at the same time, I would just assume it's an issue of opportunity more so than. I mean, personally, this is just my personal thing. I don't think the guy's. I think it's more of a power, I guess.
Yeah, you know why you don't think he's a pedophile? I'll say it because I don't care if I get monetized on his fucking video. He's not a pedophile because he's fucking 17 and he was 19. Apparently, there's another girl that's 16. Carson was 20. Show me that video. Watch Keem's Lace. Let's watch it on Twitter because, like, okay, if it's 16 to 20, it's still inappropriate, but it's technically legal, so it's gross. But socially, we need to change away from that. But that's still not like a horrible dynamic. It's not good. It's gross.
Keemstar
What am I
should
looking
have
at?
known all the details before he reported such a serious thing.
Yeah, get all the details.
I didn't report that Carson was sexting minors.
Yes, you did, you daft cunt.
As fact.
Oh my god, dude, we're playing the game. This is what we call gaslighting, but since he's an absolute dipshit moron, he's got nothing.
I didn't report that Carson came to me telling me that he was sexting minors. No. I interviewed other YouTubers that claimed that Carson
Okay, this is annoying.
came to them saying that he was sexting minors.
People support this guy. It's fucking insane. What am I looking at?
Since I broke this story with Carson, I
didn't break
feel
anything.
it's kind of my responsibility.
Okay, let's take a look at this. What is this? So this is on Keemstar's Twitter? Is that what we're putting on? 18-year-old girl posted this video on Twitter claiming that Carson groomed her when she was 17. Bro, this is what I'm talking about. This is his fucking evidence? This is his fucking evidence. Okay, good night, Samantha. Sure is fun. Yes, have a good one night. Man, it was so hard not messaging. Hope is all is well. It's been hard not messaging as well. I'm doing a lot better. Hope you're feeling good. I don't know why they weren't messaging. Okay, I'm not going to lie. It's been really fucking hard to not message you. Why is that? You're just so enjoyable to talk to, and you're cute, so it makes it better. I appreciate that, but, like, we can't, right? I don't know. Can we? I'm scared. I want to talk to you. The wrong reasons. Elaborate. What if the only reason I want to talk to you is sexual part? I don't want that, but, like, I'm worried about it. What if subconsciously I'm only talking to you because it turns me on? You might, not... you might just be overthinking it, maybe. Yeah, but if I'm not, then I'll hurt you, and I don't want to hurt you more than I already have. The thing is, I really want to talk to you, and honestly, it's worth it for even me if you still get hurt. How? It just is. You're also 17, and that gives me the heebie-jeebies. I don't know. I guess we could just stick to the plan. My feelings are a mess, so are mine. My brain keeps telling me I should stop. It's talking to a girl. So, period, full stop, but here I am. My brain is at the point of knowing that this is wrong. Really don't want to stop. What makes you want it so badly? Because you're actually a wholesome person. It's really enjoyable to talk to without me having to keep my emotions hidden. Blah, blah. Well, we could just talk. No dating, no sexting. You can just message me and chat whenever. That would be fine with me. Wait, so this doesn't even seem as bad as I thought it was originally. Wait, this woman's a piece of shit. The way that she promoted it on her Twitter was like cutting out all the parts where Carson like absolutely was like, hey, I just want to talk to you as a person. We can just see what happens, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I want a girlfriend, but I'm also scared about having a girlfriend. You're also 17, which is a little bit more unstable, which is why I think it would be good for you to have someone who builds you up. And then also, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but my mind is just saying, fuck it. Fuck what? I don't know. My mind is just everywhere. I'm curious in your head. We're going with this. I don't even know. My mind is all over the place right now. Should we just stick to the plan and not talk for a year, maybe? Is that what you think is best? I think so. Your haircut looks really good. Thank you. You're welcome. Blah, blah, blah. Stick to the plan. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, sure. All right, cool. Is that really what you want? What are the other options? Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, all I know is every time I jack off, I have a really hard time not thinking about you. So cringy. Wait, what did that thing say? This is so funny. I guess my brain got stimulated and it just wants to know more. Sorry, I was in school, but yeah, I get that. Every time I go at it, I just want to give it... This is so cringy. I'm sorry, fuck. LMAO, but she's clearly into it. You got me fucked up, too. It's a mutual thing. What if we read on Snap, and next time you're horny, we have some fun? I don't just want it to be the only thing that we do, you know? Yeah, but fuck, Sam, you're hard to resist. Yeah, so are you. I feel like this is all my fault. Damn, it isn't really... If anything, it's my fault because I can't control myself. Neither can I. Yeah, that's why I sent this in the first place. Yeah, it was amazing. I'm not going to act like I didn't want it. I wanted it too. I don't regret it. So... Man, I want more now. I just don't know what's going on between us right now. Yeah, it's weird, very. It doesn't help that I'm in a fucking plague and don't know how to stop. We both say one thing, then do the opposite. It's all sexually charged. I can't help it. You're such a turn on for me. We're both in the same boat, man. We should. And add on Snap, what do you think? Sounds good to me. But like I said, I don't want it to just be sexual. I wouldn't be calling you, watching shit together. Yeah, I feel you. Just hit me up next time you're horny. I'll leave it up to you when we do the sexual stuff. Okay, yeah, so he's saying there, like, hey, okay, let's just talk normally, then when you're horny, you message me. I will, but I've been falling asleep, blah, blah, blah. Maybe we could talk tonight. What about? Whatever. Keep in mind that we know each other. Maybe fucking hell, I want to, but I think it's a bad idea. I'm not going to lie. I'm scared of getting your hopes up or something. I'm willing to try, but it's such a bad idea. But it's so sexing. I mean, we could try, yeah, sure, even as a friends or whatever. Watch a movie or some shit. Yeah, I have a busy day today, but I should be able to. All right, sounds good. Let me know. Okay, what the fuck just happened? Everything went disappeared. Hey, check's not playing League. Give me a sec. Hey, dude, this is like, who fucking cares? Okay, so Carson, at worst, is guilty of a guilty conscience. Oh my god. He believed to be 17 because I suspected a crime had been committed. I immediately reported this information to federal law enforcement. Cut all ties with Carson, which you're completely unlike although law enforcement. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so far all we have is a 17-year-old when he was 19. This is so fucking stupid. Like, are we seriously doing this shit? Keemstar, like, honestly, you're a worthless pile of shit.
It's just very strange.
Keemstar is a fucking, like, a leech on society. A net negative individual on society. Like a literal drain on the social system of our fucking society. That's who Keemstar is. And yeah, like obviously this usage of like the weirdest, like ugliest picture of Carson you could find is intentional. It looks like a fucking mugshot. That's like the whole intention. Dude, it's just so annoying.
I just want to make it clear that I'm not speaking on anybody else's behalf. And that kind of...
You literally are speaking on everyone else's behalf. You're trying to speak on the victim without any evidence. You know the age. You didn't give up the age.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say this is what I've been told.
Well, I think I can speak for myself and the Drama Lord audience. Thank you. Like, thank you for coming out.
Yeah, thank you for, like, literally just dragging somebody for, like, fucking nothing.
Look, we've all been blessed to be YouTubers and have the audiences that we have. And undeniably, no matter how edgy or how...
Bro, didn't you get people to kill themselves? Like, this is so fucking incredible how you have this moral grandstanding when you fucking canceled an older man for being a pedophile when he wasn't, and you had people, like, pushed him to the point of killing themselves, and you doxed people, and you're gonna sit here and play fucking moral superiority over somebody who was just kind of grossly sexting somebody with an absolutely appropriate age dynamic. That's literally what's going on here. Hey, Carson. Hey, here's what I have to say to Carson. Carson, you're a little cringy when you message girls. That's it. Also, you have a weird, guilty conscience, so stop it. That's it. There you go. But this fucking superiority, as if you aren't a worthless piece of shit, fucking insane to me. Dude, I don't even care about Carson. I don't give a shit about him, like, as an individual. I don't give a fuck about him. I don't give a fuck about his content. Like, you're not going to get attacked for Carson fans and stands per se. You're going to get attacked by normal people who aren't fucking stupid like Keemstar. Like, this shit is insane to me. It's so fucking insane to me. And if there are like serious allegations of like younger girls, why are we not waiting for those fucking allegations to come out? Like, the whole framing of this video isn't, hey, we have some concerns. It's, hey, you probably did it, but we're gonna omit the facts that fucking make him innocent. Like, for instance, the age, which we very early could have established. Hey, did you know the age? We didn't at the time. We know now, but don't ask me. Keemstar's a fucking idiot. Keemstar is like the lowest of the low. Like, this guy is fucking pathetic. He literally is saying that he's a groomer pedophile. Grooming is reserved for children, for people grooming children. Keemstar is actively making the assertion by trying to play plausible deniability, but he's making the assertion that CallMeCarson is a predator. Not only that, but he's being so fucking pathetic about it. I want to play you this clip really. I want to show you this clip.
Did he tell you how old they were?
At the time, no.
And so
then it's important that we listen to that we talk about that. He said, did he tell you how old they were? The person then responded with not at the time, which means they know the age of the people who are supposed victims, and Keemstar moves on from the situation. He doesn't say, well, how old were they? And then he doesn't say, okay, they were 17, well, he's 19, well, that's not a bad dynamic. He doesn't do that in any capacity. He completely pivots away from it, and this is where he actively promotes. This is where he's actively promoting the idea that Carson is a fucking predator. He's intentionally leaving out information. Like I said, I went through all the screenshots. You can look at it in my first video when I release it, but there's nothing wrong. So far, we have nothing. If Carson was talking to underage girls like 13 when he was 18, None of that evidence was even presented at all. If that ends up happening, that'll obviously switch the fucking narrative, but that will be a godsend to Keemstar because he's going off of this with zero anything. People are like, well, he admitted it in a Discord server. Carson was like racking himself with guilt because he was 19 talking to a 17-year-old and he thought that was inappropriate because a lot of you younger kids have no fucking concept of like what is or isn't inappropriate now because everybody's getting canceled for underage shit. Nuance is fucking dead, and it's because 38-year-old morons are promoting that fucking like just black and white perspective.
And these serious allegations. Yesterday here on Drumler, on this channel, we did an interview with former members of CallMeCarson in the Lunch Club, where they basically said 9 months ago, back in March, that they were told from Carson directly that he was sending inappropriate pictures.
Do you already hear that, like, everything he's saying isn't affirmative? He's not affirming these things actually happened. He's playing plausible deniability. Still, he's at a point, Keemstar, he won't even defend the claims that he made. It's like, allegedly, potentially, all this fucking bullshit language where it's like, this might have happened, but I don't have any evidence to substantiate it. And then he cries like a little bitch on Twitter when people are like, hey, you're like a shitty reporter. And he's like, I don't need formal education to be a reporter, but you need like common fucking sense, which is something that you don't have. You're probably the stupidest fucking person on YouTube. I swear to Christ.
Back and forth with fans that were underage. And after that interview...
Underage. It's all these fucking trigger words. Bro, 19 and 17. It's underage technically, but it's not inappropriate. It's fucking insane.
Came out. I mean, this just
is
went
insane.
viral. I myself was trending. Carson was trending on Twitter.
Who gives a fuck if you're trending? I don't understand. Hey, guys, I got to fill out 10 minutes to monetize. I was trending on Twitter for making some incredibly inaccurate fucking allegations. Bro, could you just imagine? Could you imagine being any individual on the internet that gets hard over ruining somebody's life with false accusations? How do you get excited? How are you so morally and fundamentally corrupt where you're fucking beating your dick off to the idea of like people being like, oh, I'm trending for ruining someone's life with no evidence whatsoever? It couldn't be me. I would kill myself. I would literally fucking kill myself if this was the kind of person I turned out to be. Bro, Duffy Loner, you're just so off base. You have like you just don't understand anything what you're fucking talking about. Your lack of ability to think critically blows my mind. Papa, the age gap doesn't matter. Really? It doesn't matter the age gap? 17 and 19 doesn't matter to you. That's fantastic. Sexting with somebody below the age of consent is 18 is illegal. No, it's not. The fact that you can't even say things accurately blows my fucking mind. It's not illegal to sext with somebody under the age of 18. It's illegal to distribute pictures, and it's illegal to receive pictures. That's what we should have said. If you want to play this game where you want to try to be holier than fucking thou on what I'm saying, at least be fucking accurate. It's not even true what you're saying. I don't care if Carson gets arrested for looking at these pictures, but you're trying to, every fucking time, he's being labeled a fucking predator and a groomer, and you're coming yourself because you need a win. You need to hate the guy. If you hate the guy, just go fuck off and hate him by yourself. I don't care. I don't even like Carson. He's literally a neutrality to me. I don't care about it. I care about people getting falsely labeled predators, and you're sitting here jerking off an absolutely fucking moron. An absolute fucking moron who's making baseless accusations. And you're creating these new situations. You're not correct. I don't care if you support me, but don't come at me with this shit when you can't even be contextually accurate with your fucking claim. It just blows my fucking mind. And so all of these are like, Papa, why are you so heated? We talked about this before. These situations, especially to a lot of men, are very, very frustrating when, like, predators... All right, a lot of people hate fucking predators to the point where they want to do things that are not appropriate to do to people. Okay, so when you falsely label somebody, you're enacting violence upon them. The fact that you guys don't understand that just shows how young you are and how out of the fucking loop of reality you are. Okay, that's why I'm so heated, and that's why I'm shitting on you for this fucking terrible, absolutely dog shit fucking comment that you decided to leave in my Twitch stream. So let's fucking move on.
Cover yet that I feel are very important. First up, Mr. Beast makes a YouTube rewind and does a better job than YouTube themselves. And in this rewind,
wait, this dude, are we not like looking at this? This person is going, "Hey, YouTube made a rewind, and we're talking about serious allegations against a man, and you think that this is the time to fill out your 10-minute video with a Mr. Beast plug?" We're just not seeing how like absolutely morally fucking corrupt this is whatsoever, right? We're not seeing that. Like this is Keemstar clearly doesn't give a shit about like anybody. Clearly, Keemstar doesn't even care about like real predatory issues. This is insane.
I actually made it.
This is
after
insane.
12 years.
If you tell me one more time that he received a nude from this girl after I've explained this 4 fucking times in the past 20 minutes, I'm going to fucking ban you from my stream. I don't know why you guys don't listen to what I say. You can do whatever you want. If you don't want to listen to the words I'm saying, you have no reason to consume my content. Stop with the pivoting fucking bullshit. I don't care. I know that. If he gets arrested for it, I don't care. But it doesn't make him a groomer. So shut the fuck up. It's so annoying that you guys don't listen to what I say and you want to like respond like you have like any level of like intelligence to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying or just don't come to the stream. That's it.
Also in the news, Zoe Laverne, popular TikToker, under fire a couple months ago for kissing a 13-year-old fan and claiming she's catching feelings for him. Zoe Laverne is 19 years old. Now, there is an update on this situation, and again, I don't know if it's the...
It's crazy how you know how to identify people's ages when it actually like supports your dynamic. I don't like Zoe Laverne. I've talked extensively about this issue. I've had an account banned for speaking out against Zoe Laverne on TikTok. That's how invested I am in these situations of literal grooming. But all of a sudden, you know their ages now, but you refuse to admit the ages when we talk about Carson. It's really insane. Like, you're just such a transparent moron.
A alleged victim came forward, posting a Twitter thread with...
We read this entire thing. Look at this. At the time, I was 17. Bro, and he was 19. This is where you should be like, oh, the story's dead. The story is fucking dead. Holy shit.
I'm sorry I didn't respond fast enough. I was in school. Not a good look. However...
Are you going to say how old was Carson?
I'm not into kids, but I did trade with people under the age of 18, which is very bad. I was 19. That's all you need right there.
No, it's not. It's not all you need right there, you fucking idiot. You need the age of the person that they were exchanging pictures with.
Profile.
These are the full DMs, okay? We're going to go through these DMs again because like we need to so you guys can look at this, and I'm going to show you how these messages, like they don't even like now at this point, the only thing we have left is some kind of abuse of power, which can't be fucking substantiated at all. So, he says, "Good night. Sure, that was fun." I don't know what the fuck we started with. By the way, this is the full one because she cut this up in a way where she can make him look as bad as possible. So when you cut up DMs on your Twitter, which is what she did, so that you can make somebody look as bad as possible, clearly your intent is not to be as fucking contextually accurate as you possibly could be, right? Is this the fucking one where she does this shit? Right, look at what she does. She cuts them up. She intentionally cuts them up, and she takes like 4 screenshots of this video. Look at how long this is. So we already have like a motive for her trying to fucking cancel this kid. You're gonna see how like easy this is. Okay, let's go through it. Yes, have a good one. Night, man. It's been so hard not messaging. Hope is all as well. It's hard not to message you. I'm doing a lot better. Hope you're feeling good too. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It's been really fucking hard not to message you. That's what she said. Why is that? You're really enjoyable to talk to, and you're cute, so it makes it even better. I appreciate that. But, like, we can't right now. I don't know. Can we? I'm scared if I talk to you the wrong reasons. Elaborate. What if I only want to talk to you for the sexual part? I don't want that, but I'm worried about it. What if I'm subconsciously I'm only talking to you because it's sexual, blah, blah, blah. You might be overthinking it. Yeah, but if I'm not, then I'll hurt you, and I just don't want to hurt anybody. This is, like, the weirdest, cringiest beta fucking shit I've ever heard. It's not illegal. It's not even inappropriate. It's just weird. Okay? The thing is, I still really want to talk to you, but honestly, it's worth the wait, blah, blah, blah. How? It's just that you're also 17, and that gives me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, so basically, Carson is hyper-fucking paranoid that he's talking to a 17-year-old girl as a 19-year-old because he thinks it's illegal. Like, it doesn't make it illegal. He's just fucking hyper-paranoid. It's not a big deal. That doesn't mean that there's any illegal activity. Like, 17, 19, not a big deal. I don't know. I guess we could just stick to the plan. My feelings are in a mess. So are mine. My brain keeps telling me I should stop talking to girls, period. Full stop. But here I am. My brain at this point of knowing this is wrong, but I really don't want to stop. Okay, so she's actively engaging in this consensual relationship, and let's just establish that at no point so far has Carson said anything about leveraging his fucking platform for this girl. In fact, it seems like they both like each other quite a bit. What makes me want you so? What makes you want it so badly? Because you're an actual wholesome person that is enjoyable to talk to, without me having to keep my emotions hidden. So he also established that he's not even just using her for some kind of sexual intercourse. He's actually online sexting. He's actually talking to her like she's a fucking person, and he's not even just manipulating her for some kind of soapy titty pics. Thinking hard right now. Well, could we just talk? No dating, no sexting. You could just message me and chat whenever. Okay, that would be fine with me. We can just see what happens with us in the future, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I want a girlfriend, but I'm also scared about having a girlfriend. You're also 17 and a little bit more of on the unstable side, which is why I think it would be good for us to have, good for you to have somebody who could build you up. And then I also don't want to hurt you in any way. Do you agree? Yeah, but my mind is just saying fuck it. Fuck what? I don't know. My mind is just everywhere else right now. So she's referring to saying fuck it. Let's just talk again. I'm curious. In your head, where do you see us going? I don't even know. My mind is all over the place. Should I just stick to the plan, not talk to you for a year? Maybe meet at PAX? Again, there's a lot of like weirdness centralizing around the fact that she's not 18 yet, but it's a completely appropriate power dynamic. It's just weird that they're so fucking hyper like sensitive about it. I don't know why. It's weird guilt tripping, but like it doesn't really mean anything. I think so. Also, your haircut looks really good. Thank you. You're welcome, but I think you should stick to the plan. Sound like a plan? Yeah, sure. All right, cool. That's what you really want. What other options are there? Also, what would you want to happen? I don't know. All I know is that every time I jack off now, I really have a hard time not thinking about you. It's cringy. Again, not illegal. I guess and not even is it not illegal, but it's not predatory. That's what we're trying to define here. I guess my brain got stimulated and now it wants more of you. Sorry, I was in school, but yeah, I get that. Every time I go at it, I just want to give it in again. Got me really fucked up, Sam. I'm sorry. Fuck. LMAO. You got me really fucked up too. It's a mutual thing. What if we read on... Oh, by the way, that was omitted from the fucking conversation she cut up. What if we re-add on Snap, and next time you're horny, we have some fun again? I just don't want it to be the only thing that we do. Yeah, but fuck, Sam. You're hard to resist. By the way, her name is Sam. So are you. I feel like this is all my fault. Damn, if anything, it's my fault because I can't control myself. Neither can I. That's why I sent it in the first place. Yeah, and it was amazing. I'm not going to act like I didn't want it. I wanted it too. I don't regret it. Man, I want more now. I just don't know what's going on between us right now. Yeah, it's weird. Very. It doesn't help that I'm a fucking plague and don't know how to stop. I don't know what the fuck that's referring to. We both say one thing and do the exact opposite. It's all so sexually charged I can't help it. You're such a turn-on for me. We are both in the same boat. Wow, this sounds so predatory. We should add each other back on Snap. What do you think? It sounds good to me, but like I don't want to just be sexualized, you know? I wouldn't mind calling and watching shit together or playing something you feel. Yeah, I feel you. Just hit me next time you're horny. I'll leave it up to you for when we do sexual stuff. I will, but I've been falling asleep mad early lately, so maybe we can just call tonight and just talk. What about? Whatever. Keep it going. Keeping to getting to know each other, maybe. Fucking hell, I want to, but it's such a bad idea. I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared of getting your hopes up for something. I'm willing to try, but it's such a bad idea, but so is sexting you. Fuck, I mean, we could try. Yeah, sure. Even just as friends or whatever. Watch a movie and shit. Yeah, I have a busy day today, but I should be able to. Alright, sounds cool. Let me know. I'll be on my computer tonight. Hey, check Snap. Playing League. Give me a sec. Hey, wow, that's so terrible. The only weird thing about this interaction is the fact that he's so fucking nervous to talk to a 17-year-old as a 19-year-old. It's the only weird thing here. That's literally it, and it's not even inappropriate. It's just some weird guilty conscience. That's what we're reporting on. That's everything. Who gives a fuck? It's not grooming. Carson never said sorry. For what? For what? Because you tried to cancel him? I'm going to throw up in my own mouth, and I'm going to swallow it. Because the taste of my own throw up in my mouth is a better taste than even breathing the air that is anywhere near you. I'm sorry. That's what I mean.
What is up, Trumler Nation?
Bro, how are
host, Killer Keemstar.
How are you 39 introing yourself like this?
Right into the news. Carson is back, like really back, and there's some mix.
Like, you should be ashamed of yourself, dog. You unjustifiably canceled this kid in his prime because you thought it would be a fun story. It's pathetic, bro.
Y'all know Carson got canceled for, talking to some underage fans.
See, he's doing it again. It fucking enrages me, bro. I'm sorry. It pisses me off. I hate the fucking pathetic loser framing of the situation. This is how he presented the information. He was like, oh, Carson was talking to minors, right? He does that because the first thought you get is like a 30-year-old talking to a fucking 13-year-old. He does this on purpose so that he can prime you up to sell you a fucking shit sandwich. You don't say minors. You say Carson at 19 was talking to a minor that was 17. That's fine, but you're not being contextually accurate. And you're doing it intentionally so that you can rile up and get a sensationalized story. It's pathetic. I don't know how you live with yourself, because I couldn't. If I was you, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I mean that genuinely. And I just find it so... You should be embarrassed. Like, this is pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic.
Like, there's so much love, but there has been a few negative tweets and the negative comments coming out against Carson. So because there's just so much love, I want to represent some of the negative. Fan responded by saying...
Of course you do.
There's so much love, so I want to represent some of the negative. It amazes me that people who blatantly thrive off negativity are still perceived as credible and have any level of respect in any community.
Because there's so much love. There's a lot of hate on Twitter by children, dumb children, that you prompted, Keemstar.
Man, you promoted your Twitch more times than you even said sorry, which you didn't even do, which is the bare minimum. Another fan said, Carson just posted the worst response I've seen in YouTube.
These people have like zero. This guy went out of his way to find like
history. Logan Paul, David Dobrik had a better response. Look,
because David Dobrik and Logan Paul did worse things.
Let me defend Carson for a bit. He's guilty, and he's sorry, and he's trying.
Guilty of what? I fucking hate Keemstar. He's such a bad person. Guilty of what, dude? Being 19, talking to a 17-year-old? What is he guilty of? Oh, well, he manipulated his fans. I read all the DMs, everything. He didn't do anything. He's a cringy fucking kid talking to another kid. 2-year age gap's not an issue. He never used his platform to try to get people. All right? She wasn't like an obsessed fan. She didn't have... The court didn't deem her non-consenting for some kind of a mental disability. There's no reason any of this matters. So what is he guilty of? Nothing. At all. You're an idiot, Keemstar.
To turn something bad into something good. God. What more can you ask for?
Like, you know this because you literally just fucking had like a 5-day relationship with a 20-year-old. So you can't go with the power dynamic argument because you already defended that at all. So your only arguments that they're a minor, 2 years younger, is nothing. You quite literally cannot say he's guilty. It doesn't even make sense. You're an idiot. This is just so stupid. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Even if you're somebody that thinks Carson is guilty, even if you are somebody with a mental disorder, that's what you'd have to be. I'm just kidding. I know that's right. Even if you're somebody that disagrees and you think that Carson did something wrong, you cannot watch Keemstar and support his logic because he logically thinks it's okay to interact with your fans and to interact with people who are much younger than you. So the only thing that you have left is like the minor thing. And most people are forgiving the minor situation. Keemstar doesn't believe in the power dynamic argument. I don't either. But he's logically inconsistent. He's a fucking idiot and an asshole. So like, you guys should be shitting on Keemstar heavily to the point where it makes him lose sleep. And like, even if the whole apology thing, apparently he apologized to them in private. So like, shut the fuck up. This man got therapy and took a break for almost a year. If anybody should be apologizing, it should be Twitter. Ain't that the fucking truth, dog? Carson should apologize to the victims. Dude, you know what's really funny? There's not a single victim of like actual predatory behavior that supports people canceling Carson. It's kids that don't understand fucking dick. And that blows my mind. Because every single true survivor of like some kind of a predatory situation is fucking livid by this scenario. Here's a little bit of backstory. So like almost a year ago, Keemstar got a hold of a story that was a bit old apparently at the time, where Carson at 19 was talking to a 17-year-old and he sexted her. No one in their right mind thinks that there's a problem there. But of course it's the internet, and of course also Keemstar primed the audience to think that it was inappropriate, and I'm going to explain to you how he did this. Now, this is just the way that Keemstar sensationalized the story. He's not intelligent enough to craft it in a way where he knows the implications of his actions. All he knew is that he could sensationalize the story by omitting the ages. So here's what he did. He brought in his friends and said, so what's going on? And he made his friends say like, oh, Carson was talking to a minor. Now, that's a very interesting thing because you're priming the story. So what they did is rather than saying 19 and 17, they said adult and minor. And so the first thing that is triggered in your mind subconsciously is like a 30-year-old and like a 15-year-old. That's what people think when they hear something like that. Of course, that wasn't true. This kid at 19 was talking to a 17-year-old, and he got canceled for grooming. This is the problem. That word's a buzzword now.
Do you want to talk about how grooming is a buzzword? Try the political sphere, where it's being used to describe the LGBTQ plus community members. I swear, the moment that anything touches partisan issues, there will always be polarization surrounding it. So yes, Papa Gut is correct. Grooming absolutely is a buzzword that's lost its meaning since it's being applied in spaces where it shouldn't. It means nothing anymore.
People don't know what it is. Grooming is a very deep, methodical process of manipulation, of preparing somebody for some kind of sexual exploitation. It is so deep and so methodical. It's not a 19 and a 17-year-old sex thing. Because it's annoying, because it's a lot of young kids that think that they know anything about the world. And like, I'm not trying to be rude, right? Here's the problem is a lot of young people think that because something might be bad, that means that it's some kind of abuse. Like, she might grow up and be like, oh, that was uncomfortable. Doesn't mean that she was abused. It's called a life lesson, bro. All right? I took my hand and I put it on a stove once. Okay? It hurt like a motherfucker. And guess what? I'm never going to do it again. He said he was talking to minors. Now, that could mean he's talking to 40-year-old men inside of a mine. Or it could be a 17-year-old girl. Or it could be a 2-year-old girl. We don't really know. The word minor is a very big range, like 1 to 17. An adult is 18 to you're dead, right? So that could be fucking 100,000 years old, right? So we don't have any specific information. So he doesn't, in this interview, he doesn't bring up the age of Carson, I believe. And then he says, did he tell you how old? And they said, not at the time. And they stop. He doesn't say, okay, well, how old was she at the time? You can only assume he intentionally didn't ask these questions to sensationalize the story. Because in that interview, we didn't find out, like, oh, yeah, she was 17. Oh, how old was he? Oh, 19. Oh, okay. He allowed the narrative to play out. Unless he was just so uninformed on a topic that he didn't know her age or his age, which means that he is just a fucking moron. So either he's being dishonest by portraying this in the worst way possible, or he's dumb as fuck. I mean, listen, I guess the fucking, I mean, it's a coin toss at this point. But, like, it's incredibly dishonest to not be like, okay, how old were they? You're not asserting fact. And then I remember, because I criticized him for that, and he fucking cried about it on the podcast. He's like, well, that's what they told me. I was just reporting what they said. That's not what you do. You report the information, the facts of the information. You smeared this kid. And you're a fucking, like, you're almost 40. And you smeared this child. This fucking, yeah, I get it. He's 19. But you're fucking 40. And you smeared this dude. And, like, no remorse. It's pathetic, bro.
He didn't do that.
Interestingly,
he didn't do that. Look at how disgusted Keemstar. He's not. It's like so forced. It's so embarrassing, bro.
on the same day the Keemstar video was posted, a girl named Sam claimed she was Carson when she was 17.
Yeah, she wasn't. She wasn't groomed by. It's just false. It's not. There was no methodical. They sexed it. That was it. And they, like, the way they talked, maybe it was like they were dating, but there's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm sorry. I want you to let you know. The internet's fucking insane. If this was real life and someone said that to anybody in the real world, they'd just say, shut the fuck up. It's insane.
She wrote this on Twitter.
I can personally come out and say I've been groomed by Carson. Like, this is where credibility dies. If you go and you claim that you're groomed and then you're not groomed, like, you're just buzzwording. I have talked to many people and never came out about it now. At the time, I was 17 in high school.
I have talked to many people and never came out about this since now. At the time, I was still
either read them all or don't read them at all. Okay, Ajay? God damn it.
17 and in high school. I jokingly tweeted at Carson, be my boyfriend on my old account. He didn't reply to the tweet and went straight to my DMs. I don't have old SS, but I have Discord messages.
I jokingly tweeted to be my boyfriend, and then I engaged with him. They were both cringing back and forth. It was just a joke, and I'd feel abused. No, shut up. It's so annoying, bro. Like, I read all the DMs raw, like, unedited. It was just a cringy conversation they were having. It's just ridiculous.
Sam then showed multiple Discord messages between her and King.
And to note, she edited them to make them look as bad as possible. And it still wasn't even that bad. But there was a full thing. That I actually think Keemstar might have been the one to show the full thing. And still somehow came to the conclusion that Carson is a fucking groomer.
When do you turn 18? I'm scared I want to talk to you for the wrong reasons.
See, look, this is what I'm talking about. This is it. This is out of context. She interacted back with him.
Elaborate? What if I only want to talk to you for the sexual part of it? I don't want...
What if I'm a cringy little fuckboy?
Just HMU next time you're horny. I'll leave it up to you for when we do sexual stuff.
So the worst interpretation of that is, like, she wants to do the sexual stuff with him, but she wants to also date him at the same time. And he might be a fuckboy that was just talking to her for sex. That's possible. It makes him a fuckboy. It makes him kind of an asshole, but it doesn't make him a fucking groomer. Honestly, it just doesn't. I don't know what to tell you. It's just fucking insane. And these are the ones that are edited up. It's not actually the full one. And, like, the wording, targeting a minor. Targeting is very specific. He's talking to people. Like, there's a difference between talking and targeting somebody. I doubt he was like, oh, she's 17. I really attract that. He's probably just a girl he thought was cute and she happened to be 17. We have this very backwards way of thinking where it's like, oh, okay, if there's somebody that's a little older is talking to somebody that's a little younger, it must have been a targeted thing. Probably not. Probably not at all.
Particularly disgusting if the person doing it is a YouTuber who has taken advantage of their fame to exploit young fans. My heart goes out.
And like that, take advantage of your fame to exploit young fame. Like it's just, what does that mean? Like you're saying he's like, oh, I'm going to use my fame to get young people. No, he's famous so people are attracted to him. And then they engage in what you would consider a consensual thing. That's pretty much it, man. Like it's not, he's taking advantage. It's just the fucking framing is insane from people.
Out to all those who have been victims. I am sorry you went through that and encourage you to tell someone about it.
They're not victims. I just want you to know, none of them are victims. They might have been a yucky situation that they look back on and said, I didn't like this, but they're not victims. There's not going to be any mental health issue associated with this. There's no PTSD. There's not going to be any fucking trauma here. Not for talking to somebody, not for talking to Carson. You're not going to develop trauma from a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old just talking, or a 17-year-old and 20-year-old just talking. There's no trauma with that age gap in any capacity. It doesn't exist. Things can happen in a relationship that can be traumatic outside of age ranges. None of that has been shown or proven or even alleged.
That right there is something that a lot of people don't ever mention, and it frustrates me a lot. Age apparently overrides everything, regardless of what actually happened in the interactions. Even those I look up to or am friends with are subconsciously conditioned to think this way by social media. I already talked about how people of varying ages should be able to interact appropriately in a community setting without fear. We also discussed how the age gaps for sexual activity aren't alarming in Carson's case. Stop viewing age as this holy grail of morality when it comes to gaps this low. Sensationalizing these interactions does more harm than good.
The perspective of people on these situations is fucking insane.
No person should ever have to be the victim of something like this.
All right, so let me, bro. It's just fucking crazy, fucking insane, bro. Fucking. It's just crazy, man.
Another former Lunch Club member, C-Scoop, wrote this. I said my piece about the Carson situation yesterday under the pretense that it would be used in Keem's video, but it wasn't. I didn't feel well enough mentally at the time to be interviewed. Thank you, Noah and Travis, for going on. Carson told me what he told Travis a few minutes before. I cut ties shortly after. My heart goes out to anyone affected by the actions of Carson. Shit is beyond.
It's not beyond. Bro, if you think this situation is fucked up and you are just not, and you just don't listen, talk to people. Because shit gets fucked up. I've heard a lot of different stories from different people. There was an interaction that I had on TikTok where there was somebody who was literally groomed as a child, them and their sibling. I don't want to get too specific with it. And somebody accused them of being a groomer, and they were fucking like they were so upset by it because they were like, "What the f are you fucking kidding me?" Like the stories that you hear are fucking insane. It was like the one guy's opinion video that I have. There's shit that's fucked up. Like, sit down and listen to actual survivors of shit. This is not a thing. This is not beyond fucked up. This isn't like a horrible situation. This is like a little yucky. It makes you feel kind of bad. That's really all it is. And you have grown-ass adults perpetuating the lie.
The waters became muddied.
Yeah, it's definitely not pedophilia.
Further, when Carson's best friend Schlatt mentioned Carson said he was going to stop sending inappropriate messages to minors and get help, but never did.
But a few weeks ago, I started having...
I hated this video. It's so embarrassing. Get help for what? For what? What did he need to get help for? It's insane. It's insane to me, bro.
Conversations with...
I hated the tone in this video. It was pathetic, dude.
Carson's closest friends, including his former roommates. And in my discussions with them, I heard some things that suggested that Carson wasn't improving in the areas that he should have been.
What areas?
And he was showing signs of continuing some of his inappropriate behavior. And apparently this was happening while I was spending all this time trying to help him. And while he was saying that he was working on himself and that he was changing and that he hates the person he used to be. These conversations were really the ones that got me second-guessing how genuine Carson had been to me and to others throughout this whole thing.
I felt upset because they lied to me. I guess that's what it really boils down to.
And took advantage of their support, which was a betrayal of their trust. On top of that, Carson unfairly used his position of power as a creator to get what he wanted from his underage fans.
Shut the fuck up. If you really think that, Ajay, you're just another part of the problem. A grown man that doesn't have an honest conversation about these interactions. And you have like no business of even bothering inserting yourself in this.
I imagine that finding out that Carson acted inappropriately with underage impressionable girls was disappointing.
Oh, stop with the fucking moral loading. Underage impressionable girls. A lot of people are impressionable, bro. I don't understand, dude. 17 and 19. He is impressionable. Everybody's impressionable. You guys have been, you guys literally bullied this kid into thinking he's a fucking rapist. I mean, like, I don't understand. You're gonna tell that she's impressionable. He is too. They're both dumb fuck kids. 17, 19. Honestly, I know people are going, he's not. He's technically an adult. I understand. I'm 31. I was 19 once, and you know what? I was 20 once, and I was 17 once, and 21 and 18. I was also 1 year old at one time. Okay? Like, I know how dumb people are when they're young. Like, 17, 19, dumb as fuck. Honestly, you're dumb as shit till you're like 25. I didn't start feeling like I was actually a fucking adult till I was like 26. Like, I actually became less dumb. It took me a while to mature. It takes most people a while to mature. If you're fucking 19 years old, he's not this grown-ass fucking man handling his shit. Especially nowadays. What is he, a fucking YouTuber? Oh, wow. He's not dealing with the struggles of life.
Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to raising the age of consent in some way. I'd also favor a whole restructuring of the internet and close-in age exemption laws from a real-world perspective, not a terminally online one. I was dumb at 18, and I wish I had a bit more time myself. I'm finally starting to realize why my parents and a lot of adults in society still call me a kid to this day in some regards as well. I believe we're becoming more sheltered and mentally developing at a slower rate than ever before. Let me explain. The people of Gen Z, like myself, are sheltered longer on average. We all know young people aren't going outside like we used to. I'm still one of those people too. Most people in my sphere don't actually feel like adults at 18 either, so they would agree with Papa Gut here. We're seeing that even grown adults act like children more than ever before. I've even seen some younger people who are more rationally minded than a lot of society, especially the politicians in their tweets or people on the streets. This belief mainly came from the March for Our Lives movement to decrease gun violence and mass shootings. I genuinely believe there's at least some nuanced truth that age doesn't exactly correlate with maturity. Thanks to Papa Guts, I started to feel less dumb and ignorant about the world earlier in 2022, to the point where I'm comfortable navigating it again. Once again, I have him to thank for that.
It's just, this fucking moral loading that she's this victim. It bothers me because it's a 19 and a fucking 17-year-old, bro. It's crazy. I feel like I'm explaining how to light a match. Like, it's just like how this situation got so complicated for something so fucking simple. Like, holy shit.
It makes sense why viewers would just pick someone else who doesn't exploit their fans. In addition, Carson's absence from content...
Exploits your fucking fans, bro. Oh my god, dude. It exploits your fans.
You see, the Minecraft community is no stranger to pedo allegations and...
Bro, I didn't even, I caught it, but I didn't internalize it. The Minecraft community is no stranger to pedo allegations. Yeah, you're right. I've covered some of them. You're suggesting that he's a fucking pedophile. I don't like this, I don't like take a fucking stance, bro. Well, you are pretty much taking a stance that you think Carson was in the wrong, or that you're just afraid, you're petrified of being canceled. Bro, fucking cancel me. I would rather go back to work a real fucking job than fold on my values and tell children that they're fucking right about some dumb shit that they're wrong about.
If there's any statement I'm going to live by now, it'll be this one. The life of being a content creator is non-existent to me at this point. Essentially, words and prescriptions get thrown around every which way, to the point where I can't trust most people to treat each other like human beings. These virtue signalers and moral loaders have impacted even people I used to consider close friends. It's gotten so bad where they'll start supporting false narratives and spreading misinformation without realizing it. We'll get to that later though.
You're not right. It's not pedophilia. It's not grooming. It's not abuse. You're wrong. If you think that you're right, you can come talk to me on the stream, show up, and say, hey, Papa God, I think you're a fucking piece of shit. And I'll say, come on Discord. Let's talk about it. I'll explain to you how you're wrong. No problem with that, brother. No problem with that. But, dude, fuck. I just hate it. You're an adult. You're supposed to be a fucking moral guidance. You're a grown fucking man. Oh, it just pisses me off so much, bro. And this Connor Eats Pants guy, you know what's so funny here? I remember watching a fucking video from this guy about CallMeCarson. Let's see if I can find it. And it was just so... It was so dumb. It was such a dumb video. Maybe he pulled it down. Bro, it was insane. He was like, the real reason why... It was a minute long. And he's like, the real reason why we broke up was... It was because he was mean to me or something. Like, people didn't like him because he was a shitty friend. And that's why everything was happening. And I'm like, okay, he's a shitty friend. So it justifies perpetuating the idea that he's some kind of fucking groomer. It was embarrassing. He must have pulled it down. I don't really remember how long ago it was. but it was like fucking insane. I was like, dude, what are you talking about? I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. And this CallMeCarson situation is very frustrating to me. I think, as you guys know, for the most part, when we talk about stuff, we look at it from the perspective of a person, not like a social or somebody or like an influencer perspective. We like to look at these in like a level-headed way. We also like to look at things that are like social narratives. And I think that the CallMeCarson scenario has been incredibly diminishing to actual survivors of different of like sexual assault and molestation, because Carson was unjustifiably canceled. And it's so interesting because it all starts with Keemstar. It's pathetic, frankly. It's very frustrating. So yeah, definitely talks about Carson. So just to give like a little recap so you guys know, because I remember being in this, and this is a point of contention for Keemstar, because he just swears that like he was just reporting information, but he either incorrectly reported information intentionally, or he's just fucking stupid. Maybe both of them are both of those ideas might actually be able to, they can exist at the same time. There's no argument that it's wrong in any capacity. There's just nothing there. And this is the biggest display of this is the biggest way that Keemstar displayed this information incorrectly, was to sensationalize it by not giving the ages. Because if you were just like, yeah, Carson at 19 he was talking sexually to a 17-year-old, nobody would care. This is the big problem with the Carson situation, is it starts off with an inaccurate display of information that I would believe is done intentionally. I mean, unless you're just an idiot. And what ends up happening is people have made a decision that Carson is now a predator.
This part of the CallMeCarson segment was over an hour long, and there's a simple but profound reason for that. It's crucial to be educated on how the media will use certain words, phrases, and tactics to sensationalize stories as much as optimally possible. One example is the plausible deniability game. You report some facts and exaggerate them, while establishing an outlet to walk back on them when you get pushback, like Papa Gut is to Keemstar. You want to stir the pot just enough for a sizable amount of the impressionable mob to take care of the rest, and the blood doesn't get put on your hands. That's it. I'll close off the segment by reading a tweet I made. I've changed a lot over the years, but my stance on Keemstar has been constant over all my time on social media. Keemstar is the definition of everything wrong with media as a whole. If I have kids, I'd educate them on everything that you should never be, with him as the example. With that, we advance. It's time to cover the subjects of bias, behavior, and emotional versus logical interaction when responding to other people or situations. Let's roll.
Dude, if this behavior continues, we're done. You know? Our close.
Now, with the behavior that's continuing, I don't know the depth of whatever specific behavior they were talking about, but that doesn't mean just because they may have been done with it. And I'm going to be very clear. It's nobody's responsibility to have to interact with somebody with mental health problems. So that sounds like the place that he's actually coming from. It's like, listen, we can't really take it mentally anymore. You talking about potentially taking your own life constantly is draining on us, and it's not our responsibility. So we're going to be done if you keep talking about it. That's totally fine. But in regards to what's happening, it doesn't make, just because he was running thin with his patience to deal with Carson, has absolutely nothing to do with the morality of what Carson was doing. You understand?
And he was showing signs of continuing some of his inappropriate behavior.
Let's just establish that this inappropriate behavior, while it may seem inappropriate to this individual, does not make it societally inappropriate. Where I'm assuming we're specifically talking about him interacting with his fans, which we've already proven is literally irrelevant. So, like, it's not immoral. You may not want to interact with him because you feel it's wrong, but that doesn't mean that it is wrong in any real capacity, because there was no abuse dynamic.
Now, it's not like Carson should have come on and tried to convince his audience that he wasn't in the wrong.
Yeah, he should have.
And if he'd just been a little honest, stated that what he did was wrong, he'd learned from his mistakes, then...
What he did wasn't even wrong. Shut up. I'm just saying, this guy's doing the same thing. He's like, yeah, what he did, like, it wasn't wrong, but you want to seem like the good guy, the fence sitter. Well, if he just apologized for what he did was wrong, he could have moved on. He didn't do anything wrong. What are you talking about?
When it comes to this fence-sitting attitude, this is the approach I took when I first started doing research on CallMeCarson. I thought to myself, no one is arguing that what he did was okay, but he can become a better person at one point. I was listening to the terminally online crowd, and I now cringe at that old perspective too. It wasn't really immoral at all, is the long and short of it. This person wants to be perceived as taking a middle ground perspective, when, in reality, it's a safe play to not get cancelled. That's a whole other topic in and of itself that we'll get to later. I don't hold resentment towards people with this perspective at all. It's frustrating since it's just a poor attempt at appearing logical. This logic is based on a false assumption that sexting fans within a reasonable age range is fundamentally wrong. It isn't inherently without context. Again, this is coming from a person who used to despise sexting and nudity with a burning passion when I was younger, even between grown adults. I too was a black and white thinker who didn't understand how the world worked. Thank God I got out of that mentality.
Sure, what he did certainly wasn't commendable.
Wasn't really bad. He was just a really cringy fuck.
The final piece of evidence for where Carson is at the moment comes from Twitch streamer Connor Eats Pants, who stated on a stream from early May 2021 that Carson has been seeing a therapist and seems to be getting the help that he needs.
Yeah, I've been in contact. Not too much, but I do know that he's in therapy. He's getting help. So.
I just want getting help for what? Like getting help for the mental health problems? Yes, yeah, definitely. Getting help for talking to a 17-year-old? Shut up. If that's the truth. Shut up.
I want to talk a bit about therapy here and elaborate on this. I want to clarify that if you think therapy indicates some admission of guilt of wrongdoing in any capacity by default, you need to reevaluate that notion. That's very stigmatizing because it tells people with mental health issues that they are morally inferior to their peers and are considered lesser than. This prevents some people from getting the support that they need. I guarantee you some tweets exist that say something along those lines, as with most of the stupidity on social media. As for Carson going to therapy, I think it's beneficial for him overall and would encourage him to get help if he was my friend. Heck, I could even teach him how to approach his sessions so that he maximizes what he can get out of them. Therapy can be a powerful asset if you're willing to put in the effort and approach it the right way. Take it from me.
I just really wish that creators would take more of an active stance as to, like, Carson didn't do anything wrong. It seems to be more of like the mature streamers that take like this active stance, like fucking Critical, Moist Critical, and I know that like myself, and I know that the Destiny had like an active stance.
You know, even with Moist Critical, I have a few gripes on two things he said. Number one.
What's not normal is getting nudes from a bunch of 17-year-olds and keeping it. That's where it's bad.
First off, there are only two that we know of. Both were within a reasonable age range. As a general prescription, what he's saying is good. However, the phrase a bunch is a bit of an inaccurate sensationalization. Second, there's no way to know if they were ever deleted from the DMs. However, given the overwhelming guilt Carson was racked with, I highly doubt he would have kept anything. As we'll see later on, he's done being in relationships full stop for a long while. Number two.
Go after him for having child porn or something. Like, that's what you should be focusing on.
I respect that he fundamentally understands the difference between CP and pedophilia in this regard. We need to keep in mind that in the minds of a lot of people, those two are synonymous. By suggesting, even nonchalantly, to go after him for that, you're indirectly contributing to the narrative that Carson is a danger to kids, which could lead to more harm to him. Also, if the law does catch up, there's nothing to go after him for, as discussed. I'm not upset at Critical for this, as he probably doesn't condone straight-up harassment or any form of extreme behavior. He's just not taking a stance, which is a smart move for his own career and not immoral per se. More responsible wording that acknowledges nuance or even refusing to comment about it entirely would have been the smarter and more ethical move. That's all I'm saying, but that's just my opinion and I respect if you disagree with that.
But what happens, though, is people already decide to align with a particular story. And there are people out there, and I'd like to believe that I'm one of those people, and of course my audience as well, because you guys are incredibly intelligent, that after you hear more information about a story, you try to remain as unbiased as possible, and then you will change your belief based on evidence in their story. But a lot of people just like to double down on their confirmation bias. So what happened is, after the Keemstar intentionally left out the ages, people already made their mind up that Carson was a creep. And so the next thing that happens is now, oh, well, they're actually 19 and 17. But at this point, people have already decided that they feel a particular way. And so they're doubling down on their confirmation bias. And so now it's like, oh, well, the age is okay, but he manipulated a fan. Now, I've covered this story extensively. I've looked through everything. I actually made a playlist today or last night just so that you can go look at the playlist. At the first video I made about Carson, I looked through all of the DMs. Not going to do it again. There was zero manipulation. It was really cringy. It reminded me of two young people talking to each other. It was cringy as fuck, but it wasn't predatory. Do you want to know what this riles me up? This situation riles me up so much. Because this isn't like a nuanced conversation about something that can be interpreted in like 2 different ways, and like we need to have an in-depth conversation about it to make sure that we get it into like, that's not what this is. This is a very simple perspective that people are still fucking up on. It's insanity, bro. It's fucking insanity, bro. It's insane. It's insane. And every single time you counter an argument, they pivot. Oh, well, one was an adult, one was a minor. Well, it was 1917. Oh, well, she was still in high school. Okay, guess what? Let me ask you this question. Do you think that it's abuse if a 17-year-old drops out of high school and dates another 17-year-old still in high school? You'd probably say no. So the fundamental idea that, yeah, someone's in high school and somebody's not, it's not actually an issue.
I actually want to challenge the prescription of still in high school so it's creepy in a bit of a different way to add to what Papa Gut said. Picture this. Let's say a 12th grader and a first-year university/college student fall in love. Doesn't matter when they first met. Here, the age gap could, at most, be 2 years and is likely closer to 1. As a person currently attending university at the time of this recording, I know post-secondary class scheduling differs from high school scheduling. Let's say this couple began developing much more intense sexual feelings for one another and began sexting. It would make sense that the 12th grader would say, sorry, I was still in school, since the texts were probably sent when the post-secondary students didn't have class, while the 12th grader did. Heck, the 12th grader could be 18 as well, so even the minor argument can't be applied in every instance of this scenario. In discrete mathematics, we prove that statements are not universally true by providing a counterexample, and that's what we just did. We debunked the notion that interacting sexually with a high school student within a reasonable age range is fundamentally predatory by giving an instance where it is appropriate. Carson falls into this acceptable age range, so this logic also applies in his case as well. Enough said.
It's just that you need to continuously move the goalpost to make yourself right, because you decided Carson was guilty originally, and now you feel like a fucking idiot, so now you just continuously move the goalpost. And that's it. It's just full of a bunch of people online. People who still think Carson did a bad thing are just a bunch of fucking egotistical children online who can't be wrong about anything, and that's why you're dumb, because you won't admit you're wrong. That's how you never learn. That's what it really boils down to. Carson also has mental health issues. Carson's friends decided that they weren't going to defend him because they didn't like him. And this is one of the problems. There was one content creator that's like, yeah, he deserves it because he was a bad friend. Being a bad friend doesn't make you a fucking rapist or a predator.
Carson is speaking out of experience. I don't know how many of you remember his dabbling in the YouTube drama.
So I don't like that. Explain what the drama is. He had drama because I saw Def Noodles talking to somebody. They briefly talked about Carson, and Def Noodles said something in reference to Carson being like guilty in some capacity. It was something where he agreed that it was like justifiable. It was something very light. So but explain the situation. Explain the depths of it, because it's actually very frustrating when we talk about these things. Nobody's willing to talk about it in any depth, because if they had to, there's nothing there. There's nothing.
Without apparently realizing it.
And I'm sure they know, but they probably think, just like most people in the real world do, that it's fucking stupid and they got unjustifiably canceled.
Either these hosts need some better people doing research for them, or they just have to stay away from interviewing people that they know absolutely fucking nothing about.
I would recommend the same to you, Def Noodles. But again, if you watch the whole thing, I'm sure that they know what happened to Carson, but they're normal people who don't give a shit about the virtue signaling of drama content creators that don't have any in-depth knowledge or any critical thinking skills when it comes to very serious issues. And the worst part is Def, if he wouldn't even sit down and have a reasonable conversation about it. That's the problem. It's not like he would sit down and be like, okay, display information. Even if he sat down to talk to somebody, what he would end up doing is he would just double down with no actual foundation to his argument over and over and over again, and then he would talk over you, and he would try to railroad you while you tried to have a nuanced conversation. This is a very net loss perspective for the community. Drama communities need to get their shit together. I love fun, lighthearted drama community stuff. That's not for me. Rich Lux, he does some fun shit. He doesn't really talk in depth about social narratives, and he just basically, I remember he talked about the situation between me and Def Noodles. He didn't deep dive or have a deep understanding of what was happening. So what he did, he just said oh, I'm not going to talk about this aspect because I don't know about it. Perfectly respectable. That's what you should be doing. But stop talking about things you don't really understand, especially when it comes to social narratives that are very important. Because that's what happened here. It's very frustrating. It makes me very frustrated. I get very frustrated when we talk about these things, like especially when it comes to sexual assault survivors and things in this nature, because I find it so diminishing to actual sexual assault survivors. Every single time we have this negative conversation, we have this this conversation in this way, it's diminishing to them, and it's disgusting. Because if you talk to somebody, like I've consistently talked to sexual assault survivors, if you talk to them, you would feel insulted by hearing this being presented as some kind of like a predatorization narrative. So it's frustrating.
I have nothing else to add. Papa Gut did a great job dissecting the confirmation bias the internet has towards specific issues. Now, we have a bit of an understanding of how our emotions can get in the way of logical thinking. Often, we use words that describe how we feel about a particular situation rather than using objectively correct words. In my opinion, this is the root of where the buzzwording and sensationalization problem stems from. Papa Gut also mentioned the concept of moving the goalpost, plus dismantle some terminally online ideologies. Here, we'll focus more on its effects on people since we've already determined the root cause.
Everyone who's complaining about it are online social justice warriors that are usually young kids that don't understand a goddamn thing. Most realistic humans, people who live in the real world, don't give a singular fuck about this thing. So far, with all these, hey, maybe something happened claims, which is kind of what you just did, so far we started at he's a groomer, that's debunked because of the age. Then we went on to power dynamics, that's debunked because it's completely irrational. Then we move on to the illegality of the pictures. It's illegal, but it's been debunked from the perspective of like defending that he's a groomer, because it's like, it's really not that big of a deal. Well, by the way, if you're going to go with the illegality of sending pictures, she also should get like a similar punishment because it's illegal for you to send them or receive them, right? You realize that every single time we debunk a narrative, we come back to something like, well, something might have happened. Could you imagine that, like, somebody made a claim about you unsubstantiated, and they're like, well, you could have. There's no way to prove that you didn't do this thing, right? You're not guilty till proven innocent, because it's hard to defend conspiracy narratives. If you make up a claim with no basis to it, it's impossible to prove it incorrect because there's nothing in it in the first place. That's the whole narrative of a conspiracy, is it's impossible to debunk because there's no evidence in the first place. And that's what we're doing. We're just shifting to different things, right?
You know, there are always stories I'd hear from his roommates about how he treated them, how he generally just acted, that I glossed over, and I shouldn't have.
Again, all this, the subtext here is that he did such a terrible thing. This is the way I would talk about somebody if I had a close friend that was a drug addict and I accidentally or unintentionally overlooked their drug abuse problem. We're talking about a person having a conversation with self-admittedly and proof-wise 2 people, and we're acting like it's this insane situation. Nobody has even suggested otherwise. Nobody's contesting the number. Nobody reputable. None of the friends are contesting the number. So we're talking about 2 people. We're having a meltdown, and we're equating talking to 2 different people as almost to the same degree as a drug addict. This is how I would talk about a drug addict. This, to me, heavily expresses like an immense amount of like just weird fragility for these internet individuals. People on the internet are incredibly immature. It's like you guys have never stepped outside in like the real world ever. It's actually insane to me. It's fucking crazy. I could never like talk. I mean, it's just crazy just how just sheltered you guys are. Honestly.
Also, seeing the DMs he exchanged with some of the girls that have come forward absolutely fucking disgusted me.
I looked at all of the DMs. If it disgusted you, I don't think you've ever slept with a woman before. There's no way that you read those DMs were like, they were Carson and like that girl, Sam or Sarah or whatever, flirting with each other and talking about basically the way that like a couple would talk, like wanting to have a romantic relationship with each other. There's nothing disgusting about it. The only weird part was that he's like, we should wait till we're 18. Which you don't have to because you're 17 and 19. So it was just them like harping on the 18. And they may have thought it was wrong, but it wasn't wrong. Yes, it's the equivalent to middle school dating. I want you guys to like really understand that this is a perspective from myself as well as like most of the men in the real world. Do you know how most men in the real world would react to the interaction between Carson and the girl that he talked to? If he was next to me, we would have laughed at him for being a beta. That was like the most beta cuck shit I've ever seen in my life. It was laughable. It was just funny to me. Like how, like, it was beta shit. Like the way that like men talk to like, just like, bro, if it was like a Papa Gut, let's say it was Papa Gut's like DMs, which we've seen those before, it would have been like a little more sexually expressive. Now, of course, consent's always there. You know what I'm saying? So that was disgusting to you, my man. Get a real job. Like, work with people in the real world. Carson was 19. This girl was 17. If she was 18 and he was 20, nobody would be talking. But, of course, because he's 19 and she's 17 and we're on Twitter, and honestly, on the internet, the morals of children gets to dictate the app, or just the internet spaces in general. People are like, oh my god, gross. Then after we identified the ages, which, by the way, Keemstar was very tactical about making sure he didn't establish what the ages were in his first release with Carson, even though he knew the ages, right? After that was debunked that the ages were 1970, all of a sudden it's like, well, there's a power dynamic there. So he must have abused it. And so that's what we call moving the goalpost. You're wrong about the age, so now you pivot to a new point. And then lastly, the third pivot, the third goal, or the third argument, the second goalpost moving is, well, technically it's illegal. You know, my point still stands that Keemstar quite literally deplatformed CallMeCarson for money, never apologized, and this is kind of a pattern of being really shitty, inappropriate behavior from Keemstar. Keemstar is like 40 years old, right? You don't have, like, stop being a child. Stop acting like a fucking kid. You're an adult. Like, act like a fucking adult. No, but see, okay, people are saying it's less about the age and more about the abuse of power. That was never represented in the Keemstar thing. That's what we call fucking pivot. He said, did he tell you how old they were? The person then responded with not at the time, which means they know the age of the people who are supposed victims, and Keemstar moves on from the situation. He doesn't say, well, how old were they? And then he doesn't say, okay, they were 17, well, he's 19, well, that's not a bad dynamic. He doesn't do that in any capacity. He completely pivots away from it, and he actively promotes. This is where he's actively promoting the idea that Carson is a fucking predator. He's intentionally leaving out information. Like I said, I went through all the screenshots. You can look at it in my first video when I release it, but there's nothing wrong. So far, we have nothing. People are like, well, he admitted it in a Discord server. Carson was like racking himself with guilt because he was 19 talking to a 17-year-old, and he thought that was inappropriate. Because a lot of you younger kids have no fucking concept of like what is or isn't appropriate now, because everybody's getting canceled for underage shit. Nuance is fucking dead, and it's because 38-year-old morons are promoting that fucking like just black and white perspective. 17 and 19 is not an issue. You guys want to sit here and talk about sending pictures to a fucking minor? I don't care. Arrest them both. It's illegal for her to send them, and it's illegal for him to receive them. If your argument is, hey, that's illegal, that's fine. But that doesn't come along with a grooming charge. And this is just another place where you guys are fucking pivoting. Every single time something's debunked, you find another reason to condemn this guy. Do you want him to go to jail? I don't give a fuck. I don't care if he gets charged for some kind of distribution. She would get charged for distribution, and he would get charged for, like, watching it. But this isn't groomer. It doesn't mean he's a groomer. It doesn't make him a predator. You can't constantly pivot and be like, well, he might be wrong here, because you're so far away from your fucking like original argument at this point that you're just justifying this absolute moron that has no understanding of a goddamn fucking thing. You're trying to socially assassinate him on this shit. Stop moving away from the original argument when you guys get shit on your fucking arguments. It's so annoying.
She was 17, Carson was 19.
There you go. That's not too bad. We ended it. That's how this video was 15 seconds long. Thank you, Keemstar.
That's not too crazy, and I agree with them. However,
you agree with them, but you're actively promoting the idea of fucking, oh, I swear to God, if he goes to this fucking power dynamic thing, it's just like, it's literally every single one of you morons' fault for giving him this fucking ammunition.
if birthday suit pictures were being exchanged, well, that's against the law.
Who cares? You're talking socially about how he's a groomer. You heavily implied that he was a fucking groomer. This is all pivoting bullshit. He gets called on the serious allegations, and then he pivots back to some stupid point. I don't care if he gets arrested. I'll say it 100 fucking times. But this isn't, but labeling him, you're labeling him a groomer and a fucking pedophile when you do this shit. Like, this is what you're trying to do. You're killing his career over a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old looking at each other's tits. Like, it's not that big of a deal. It really isn't that big of a fucking deal.
If you're under 18, if that's happening, that is literally against the law.
That's great. It's also against the law to, like, slander people, Keemstar.
Joke.
And bullying people into killing themselves. Like, that's shit that you've done. It's crazy how you've seen no backlash for that. In fact, I'd say it's worse to bully somebody to the point of suicide than it is for you to sext a 17-year-old as a 19-year-old.
These hosts have any idea what the fuck they're talking about right now?
They probably do, but they don't care because people exaggerate it.
And why he's dancing around this subject.
Oh, it is? I'm not dating until I'm 35, okay?
Are you not on dating apps?
No.
What's with, like, the face? Like, why are you... What? Okay.
Why?
Because I don't want to be. I'm not ready.
Please tell me that these hosts have even the smallest idea of the literal hornet's nest of a scandal that they've touched upon.
What does that mean, a hornet's nest of a scandal? Like, this is what I'm talking about. Why? Why such disproportionate energy for this person? Like, explain to us what he did wrong. And he gets to hide behind, it's like, well, I have to keep my stuff PG-13 so that I don't get demonetized. But the reality is like, if you were just like, yeah, when he was 19, did you know he sexted a 17-year-old? Oh my God, what a hornet's nest. Bro, go outside. Talk to, like, people. I'm not trying to be an asshole. Talk to people, because it's incredibly frustrating when this gets platformed as fucking predatorization. So that's all I wanted to say, man. Listen, honestly, very frustrating. Like, I would generally recommend that you just stay out of anything drama related that has to do with any social justice topic, because I'm going to wash you on all of them. It's frustrating, man. It's so frustrating. We're still virtue signaling. We're still fucking talking about Carson. It's frustrating because he has an audience of people who listen to him and go like, yeah, that's a reasonable perspective. It's not. It's not. It's not a reasonable perspective.
That right there is what being terminally online does to a person. I should know because I used to be terminally online too. I honestly spoke in these ways until late 2021. I felt I always needed to ensure I expressed the quote-unquote best parts of myself, which includes standing up for what's right and being as quote-unquote virtuous as I can to be the best person I can be. The hard pill to swallow is that most of us don't know what's right and wrong, nor do we accept nuance. We don't have a good grasp on what's appropriate and what's not from a real-world perspective anymore. This is because we get our values from these spaces based on posts that get the most likes or content creators pushing narratives with their platforms. Their audiences eat it all up regardless of credibility, research, critical thinking skills, and the need to be educated on real social issues. Let's get on to the next topic that focuses on dissecting the behavior of social media users. We'll focus on the emotional factors that heavily influence them. This includes the fear of perception, gaslighting, guilt, shame, and that rush you get from the feeling like you're doing the right thing. At the same time, I'll also point out where these notions come from, how they manifest, and how to develop a better relationship with them. If that didn't fully make sense, don't worry. It will as we go along. Let's get to it.
A lot of people are constantly referencing, well, Carson is apologizing, Carson is this, and that's why he must be guilty. Okay, and that is a reason that you guys think he's guilty is because Carson, again, is a beta who apologizes for things that he doesn't do wrong. So here's the thing, right? Carson, we've already established, based on the evidence that's been given to us from the start, Carson has done nothing wrong in any capacity. Why is he apologizing? Well, he seems to think that 17 and 19 is weird, or he seems to think that people are not going to like it because of his cancel culture. He's getting canceled for nothing, and he really does seem to have some kind of paranoia. Seems to have some kind of weird mental health issue. But it doesn't make it wrong. Because you think something is wrong doesn't mean it's wrong. I'm going to give you an instance where somebody who's not wrong thinks that they're wrong. If we look at sexual assault survivors, individuals who are sexually assaulted, there is a narrative that we are slowly debunking, and it needs to be debunked. When it comes to these situations of sexual assault, all right, there's a lot of victim blaming for the woman. Of like, what were you wearing? Why were you there? Were you with any friends, right?
I have two main points I'd like to bring up. One of which most of you will definitely agree with, and one that might make you somewhat uncomfortable. Let's be honest though, if you've made it to this point in the video, you must be interested in what I have to say, so let's get into it. Number 1, when it comes to individuals who victim blame women for what they were wearing, saying statements like, oh, she was wearing revealing clothing, or she was acting in a way that was seductive, we can very easily debunk these statements based on the fact that subjectivity around what people find attractive exists. We're going to get a little intense here with what I find most attractive in women. For me, legs reign supreme, and it's been that way since I was 5 or 6. Feet came in as a very close second in the later single-digit ages as well. I know for damn sure I'm not alone with this attraction. When it comes to legs, I see periodic social media posts from people talking about how it's their fantasy to have their heads crushed between someone's thighs. Feet-wise, there's a prominent figure in my sphere who has status and is also pretty open about his foot fetish. People also talk about how they want to be stepped on frequently. It's hilarious to see, although it does go too far sometimes, to the point of being disrespectful. Now, back to the what were you wearing argument. When it comes to outfits, I definitely don't like nudity in any capacity. So if I see anything too revealing, it's an instant turnoff for me. As for different outfit types, I find a lot of them attractive. This includes short shorts, skirts, dresses that reveal thighs, thigh highs, tights, jeans, sneakers, flip-flops, and bare feet. Imagine you were to say in a sentence, "Why were you wearing blank?" and fill that in with any of the above. You'd be saying that women can't wear pretty much anything that makes them comfortable. People find different outfits attractive, and it's a very diverse range. You cannot use outfits to justify engaging inappropriately with someone and use them as a way to justify those types of advances. Most of us can agree on that. On to number 2, which focuses on OCD education. You may be going about your day and see a person, minor or adult, wearing an outfit that fits your criteria for what you find attractive. You may get an intrusive thought about engaging with them in a way that you fundamentally know is absolutely abhorrent and will never act on. You also know that we live in a society that will jump the gun to call every interaction abusive, creepy, or predatory. Even happening to glance at someone the wrong way can also trigger these labels. Because of all this, you start to experience anxiety and panic attacks, some other negative emotions, and maybe even groinal sensations as I specified above. I'll even include research to back this up. Is it possible that I am attracted to that child? Am I a pedophile? Am I gay? Someone with OCD experiencing groinal responses may even have a heightened fear that because they can't control the way their body responds, they cannot control their actions. This can lead to social isolation to prevent bad stuff from happening. Ironically, someone with OCD is most likely the last person to commit some sort of heinous act based on these obsessions. They are repulsed by their intrusive thoughts and feel a great deal of anxiety over them. People with POCD, pedophile or pedophilia obsessions, SOCD, sexual obsessions, also sometimes referred to as HOCD, will not act out their intrusive thoughts and images and experience a great deal of anxiety from these thoughts that are so against their moral beliefs and values or identity. Many individuals with POCD do not receive any treatment at all and suffer silently for fear of what others will think, say, and do if they seek treatment. Examples of groinal response compulsions: seeking reassurance from friends and family, searching online to see if groinal responses are normal, testing/checking their groin response by picturing intrusive images and thoughts, watching videos of people of the same gender kissing/hugging/holding hands to see if they experience arousal, adjusting the way they sit, walking a certain way, adjusting the way their clothes fit, or wearing baggier clothes. And so, we see a very key difference between intrusive, unwanted thoughts/urges, which is where I fall under as an OCD sufferer, and actively fueling these disgusting fantasies/desires. Thoughts don't make you a disgusting person, no matter how disturbing. The general public believes that anyone with these thoughts is a danger to society, which prevents them from ever seeking treatment. As a result, OCD sufferers believe that it doesn't exist, that they don't deserve it, that it won't be effective, or that it will result in a misdiagnosis. This contributes to the stigma surrounding OCD and mental health as a whole, and will continue to get worse without taking a stand, which is what I'm trying to do with this video. Both of these are facts that do coexist, whether you are willing to hear them or not.
Just because the narrative is, oh, you're guilty, just because that girl might think she's guilty doesn't make her guilty. You thinking you're guilty doesn't mean that you're guilty. Okay? It's a thing. So him apologizing is irrelevant. It doesn't mean that he did it. You could go confess to a murder. It doesn't make it a murder.
Papa Gut is absolutely correct, and I can elaborate on this a lot through my experience learning about OCD. Confessions are one particular type of compulsion that some OCD sufferers face. I engaged in this privately earlier this year when it came to my intrusive sexual thoughts. For now, I'd like to read an excerpt of a murder example. So what is OCD then? I like to describe it this way. Imagine you are driving your car and you feel a bump in the road. Most people wouldn't even notice this bump because it's nothing, just a pothole or crack in the pavement. But because you have OCD, your immediate thought is that you hit someone. You check your rearview mirror. There's nothing on the road. But you still can't shake the feeling that you've hit someone, so you go around the block and drive by the place where you felt the bump, scanning the road for bodies. However, one scan is not enough. In fact, the more you check the road, the more convinced you become that you must have hit somebody because your anxiety is spiking and you're starting to feel panicked. Okay, so now you've spent 15 minutes driving around the block, and in the process, you think you've hit 3 or 4 more people because you felt 3 or 4 more bumps. You park your car. You're starting to sweat. Your heart is racing. You feel sick. The only way to shake this terrible feeling is to go back and check the road for bodies again, this time on foot. So you wander around the block for the next 20 minutes, checking the road and checking again. And as irrational as it is, you feel sure that the people you killed were mostly small children, babies even. Why? Because that's the worst thing you can think of. As you circle the block on foot, you pass pedestrians, and you start to wonder if you're going to push them into the street, into oncoming traffic. Maybe you did just push that old man. You look back, the old man is fine. But how do you know he's fine? You begin to doubt even the most obvious things. Nothing can quell the feeling that you've done some irreparable harm. How does this end? You spend hours walking around the block. Maybe you finally go home, but you don't feel better. You feel worse. You feel like you just left the scene of a crime that you committed. Hey, another idea comes to mind. You call the police to ask if anyone has reported a hit and run. They tell you they have not received any reports. Well then you can't trust the police. How can they be sure? Maybe nobody called it in. Despite the irrationality of it all, you must sit with the feeling that you might have killed someone for as long as it takes. Maybe hours, maybe days, maybe longer. Yes, eventually the thought subsides, but by then you have moved on to the next obsession. Maybe you caught a life-threatening disease from touching the door handle of a public bathroom. Yes, it morphs like that. There are several types of OCD, all of which involve some kind of unwanted, unbearable obsession, followed by intense anxiety and guilt, followed by rituals or compulsions, such as walking around the block, as a means of seeking reassurance. If you can think of something awful, you can bet someone with OCD has obsessed over it. We see that a person might confess to murder if they think they ran someone over. They say things like, I think I pushed an old man into the street, or I think I ran over small children and babies when confessing. Simply put, you can think you murdered someone and quote-unquote confess to it. That doesn't mean you actually murdered anybody.
That's just reality of the situation. If you step out of an elevator and it scares somebody into a heart attack, it doesn't mean you killed them. You'll feel guilty. It doesn't make you wrong. Okay? Nothing wrong with what he actually did based on everything that we already talked about.
He was ashamed of what he had done.
And him being ashamed, we've already established, doesn't really matter, because just because you think you might be guilty in something doesn't mean that you are guilty in something. In fact, I'm going to bring up another thing. Would you say that a religious homosexual is actually guilty of a sin? Now, that's a weird thing, right? Just because somebody thinks that they're guilty of something, just because somebody thinks that homosexuality is a sin, or just because somebody thinks that because they were sexually assaulted it was their fault for what they were wearing, doesn't make it true. Do you understand what I'm saying? So really quick, this is very important too, because we're establishing Carson has some weird mental health issues, okay? Which all ties in logically together, that Carson has some kind of an issue where he's incredibly paranoid over something even if he didn't do it, right? That's the real thing, is being incredibly paranoid. He's innocent. What do you mean, is he innocent or not?
I don't know what causes this to happen. I don't know what compels content creators to do this, but
do what?
It happens.
At best, this whole video is just somebody with zero life experience speaking on a topic that he has no education on. There's no depth of thought here. There's so much that can easily be dismantled, which is why this was so easy to dismantle. This is not a good point against Carson. This is, again, at best, a sheltered kid giving his perspective on something from a place with, absolutely no life experience. That's the best case scenario. Worst case, this is somebody that's desperately trying not to get involved with Carson and trying to, distance himself so that he doesn't get canceled. I tend to be a little less optimistic here, but we'll give him the best case scenario. I do know Carson had an extreme amount of guilt for what he did, but it was completely uncalled for. It's one of those things where I constantly compare it. It's if somebody who was sexually assaulted apologized for being sexually assaulted, would you say that they're in the wrong because they apologized? No. Now, Carson wasn't assaulted, of course, but my point is just because he thought he was wrong didn't make him wrong. Unless there's some magical aspect of this fucking situation that I don't know about, he's 100% in the right.
I feel for you guys. You guys are in a tough spot, all right?
No, they're not. You're in a tough spot because you're literally bullying him to talking.
Now you're an accomplice, right? Because you know that this is going on, and you have a responsibility to do the right thing and tell everyone. But if you tell everyone, you're backstabbing your friend. You're put in such a hard situation. How did you guys deal with this situation from March until now?
Well, what happened was he said this, and we initially didn't really think that it was a super big deal because the age was 17 and 19. But then you reached out to us, and you harassed and bullied us into coming on this show and promoting a false narrative. And since we are weak-willed, pathetic individuals, we instantly folded because we're more interested in the 15 seconds of clout in a 12-minute fucking drama alert video with a washed-up fucking loser than we are with the reality of life. So that's the answer that you could have absolutely made.
Pretty much by doing absolutely nothing, because I just didn't want to involve myself in really anything that would be tied to this. I knew that someday it was going to come out. I don't know, I feel like I dropped a few hints about it just so that people, when it did come out, would know that I wished that I could talk about it. I didn't want my life to be ruined by a lawsuit or something, but yeah, just kind of...
What?
Didn't really make videos, didn't really do anything about it.
Oh, so you were afraid that, you were going to get a lawsuit for being disparaging towards Carson, the only reason that you would feel that way is if you're a completely unfounded idiot, which is absolutely the truth.
I want to talk about this fear of a lawsuit for a bit. I see where the interviewees are coming from with this. I believe this fear stems from a justice system that's not keeping up with society, resulting in distrust of it. We're at a point where actual victims of assault, especially from powerful figures, don't come forward since they don't have the money to get good legal representation. They don't think it's worth it to even take legal action since there's a good chance that they'll lose a considerable portion of their life savings. There's this popular notion on social media that the system protects abusers, which makes the court of public opinion on social media so appealing. Think about it. Societal shunning is more effective, costs nothing, and you'll get a lot of support if you're able to persuade the public. That's just the reality, regardless of justification. Unfortunately, that also means innocent parties like Carson get caught in the crossfire. The values of social media get conflated and dictated by children who don't have an in-depth understanding of the world. People get hurt because of it.
You know, you got to a point where you felt you had a responsibility to tell
No, they didn't. You even admitted that you kept reaching out to them until they came forward. Like, you opened up the door and, like, probably bullied the shit out of them until they came forward and, like, tried to gaslight them into thinking that it was the right thing to do because you're a fucking idiot and you're more interested in internet drama than actual, like, the reality of the world. Do you want to know why Carson is so frustrated about this situation? Do you know why kids are getting so, like, fucking paranoid about, like, having a 2-year or 3-year age gap? It's because of this shit. It's because people jump on a dime to cancel somebody because they love the toxicity. They're like, oh my god, you talked to somebody who was 17 when you were 19? Well, you know, technically it's illegal. You know, shut the fuck up. You know, a bunch of kids that sit here and they fucking download torrented files of shit. And all of a sudden, when two people who are within, like, a reasonable age engage in sexting, all of a sudden you give a shit about the legality of the situation. Half of you motherfuckers are tipped workers who don't pay your fucking taxes. But of course, this is illegal to you and you want to really just dig your teeth into some cancel culture. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Meanwhile, none of you motherfuckers are talking about, like, 30-year-old predators talking to 15-year-olds. No, that's not juicy enough because that's so obvious. We have to go with the ones that are like, oh, these a big name, so let me try to cancel him for fucking clout. And I also think it's really terrible because his friends just, like, abandoned him. He was very, for some reason, remorseful about it. He was like, I'm so sorry. Because I think what happened is that since he got pictures from a minor, he felt like that was, like, the end all be all, and that was, like, screwing him over. And I get it, but, like, that doesn't mean that what you're doing is wrong. You know, honestly, just because you think that you're wrong doesn't make you wrong, just so you know. So him being, like, feeling bad about it doesn't make him wrong. What it makes him is the victim of Twitter gaslighting him into thinking that, like, he did a horrible thing. Now, it's always good to be safe. You shouldn't be talking to people underage just to be safe, because obviously Twitter will destroy you. But his friends didn't even stick by him. His friends weren't even like, oh, yeah, you know, like, honestly, it wasn't a big deal. Like, you guys need to chill the fuck out. All the adults were saying it. All the adults were like, yeah, this is stupid. Like, it's not even newsworthy. But, you know, all the children were, like, slotting everybody, just throwing them under the bus. They didn't even defend their friend. They were like, yeah, it's really terrible. No, it wasn't. You're a fucking loser. And honestly, terrible friend.
I'm not seeking forgiveness, nor am I looking to make excuses. I'm sure some of you...
Excuses for what? This is the problem.
You are expecting some long, drawn-out video explaining my truth of the situation.
Yeah, I think that you could have had a truth, like, what's the truth of the situation from your perspective? Like, what is the truth?
But I have no intentions of doing that.
Okay.
I'd much rather just tell you what I can do in the future. For the next year, I plan to donate 100% of my profits to charity, with a different charity being the focus each month. Now, before you start thinking of this as an excuse to sweep things under the rug...
Well, see, my first thing is, like, that's really cool. Like, it's nice that he's giving up his profits. But, like, why? Like, if he was just one day like, hey, guys, I want to give my money to charity because I have too much money. Like, okay, that's cool. But it gets weird because in his head, he thinks he did something wrong. So, like, yeah, to him, this is like a let's sweep it under the rug. I'm going to do a nice thing. It doesn't really make sense. Like, it's really cool. I respect it. It's just weird. I notice he's reading off something, and I know people love to criticize people who write down notes on, like, apologies or reactions or whatever, but just, who cares? There's nothing wrong with sitting down and thinking about what you want to say before you say it.
I can attest to this as well. With the number of people who want to double down on their confirmation bias, Twitter users would complain that this isn't a good apology or statement. Some fundamentally believe reading off notes makes you sound disingenuous. It's bullshit and irrelevant. I personally like preparing ahead of time and communicate better when I can. These people nitpick anything they don't like about a video if they've already primed themselves to dislike the individual. There's absolutely zero connection to any facts or level of critical thinking. Again, they use words to describe how they feel, not what is objective fact.
Okay, I mean, it was fine. I just, like, I understand wanting to move through it. I just wish he would have defended himself, but I don't blame him because his friends are worthless and didn't defend him at all. So, I get it. Honestly, even if he does feel like he's innocent, like, what is he gonna do? This is one of the best ways he could have reformed or made things better. It's like, made what better? I just feel like people are just so ignorant, bro. I feel like it's super invalidating to, like, actual survivors to consider this situation like some kind of predatory scenario. But I know this guy has, like, a lot of mental health problems and stuff, so I get it. And when you say he admits to something, yeah, like, he admitted, in the Discord call, he's like, yeah, I was talking to a minor. She was 17 and he's 19. There's nothing wrong with that. Him thinking that it's bad doesn't make it something bad. I just want you guys to understand that. It doesn't make it, like, legally or morally horrible. I'm just letting you know. Bro, in all honesty, I would have just unedited her and, like, went like this. I would have just not given a shit. Just moved on, bro. But he decided to fucking spill his heart out.
This is about the messages that talk about his trip to California. I'm the type of person who would have spilled my heart out and give closure. Ghosting without having loose ends tied up used to be a pet peeve of mine. I also believed being vulnerable, open, and honest in every relationship was the right thing to do. So I understand where he's coming from. This isn't an admittance of guilt. It's setting a boundary respectfully, moving on, and embarking on a new chapter in life. At the same time, I now recognize that you have the right to end the conversation at any time, even if it's not done the most elegantly.
I'm not into kids, but I did trade nudes with people under the age of 18, which is very bad. I was 19. That's all.
And they were 17.
All you need right there. That's Carson's profile.
That's all you need right there, guys. This 19-year-old admitted to exchanging a picture with a 17-year-old. That's it. Kill him. Shoot him in the fucking face.
There you go. There's all the stuff for that. And then, if you go down to the very bottom, Carson's situation, this tweet, he says, "This shit is absolutely disgusting. I figure guys will be seeing this sooner or later, but yeah, absolutely gross messages confirming that this is true."
Okay. He was 19 or 17. And apparently he had a lot of guilt about it for whatever reason. Long story short, when I was 19, I sexted a couple of viewers that were 17. Extremely regrettable and incredibly embarrassing. Felt guilty since. Apologized to them both and resolved it privately last year, and Keem got a hold of it. Okay. Just want you to know, just because he feels guilty about something doesn't necessarily mean he did a wrong thing. I need you guys to understand this. Like, we don't have rules and laws like that are based on the way that you feel about the ruler of law, right? You might break a law and be like, yeah, I don't care. That doesn't mean that the law wasn't broken or that it wasn't bad anymore. You might do something that you think is wrong that turns out to not be wrong. Doesn't mean that you did a bad thing, right? It's like SpongeBob. Remember when he stole the balloons on Free Balloon Day? That's pretty much what Carson did, okay? That's what it really boils down to. And he has this, like, guilt that really just... It's just undeserved guilt.
If he wants to come back, you can just come back.
However, another issue is that Carson lied to his friends and destroyed their trust. And while repairing those relationships may not be possible, Ludwig commented that 3 of Carson's friends left Carson because he was a terrible friend.
That's possible. Nothing to do with, like, any of the actual allegations.
Like, everyone on live stream fail community thinks that all of Carson's friends are fake and abandoned him because of pressure from Twitter.
Yeah, I actually do, though, believe that that's what it is. Or those friends, I know he's about to air quote it too, were looking for something to deplatform him on because they didn't like him because maybe he was a bad person. So they weaponized, like, fucking pedophilia and grooming to do it, which makes you a worthless, shitty person. Even if Carson's a shitty friend, you're a fucking scumbag for weaponizing these things.
Friends that abandon him are the 3 people who hate Twitter the most. Connor Eats Pants, who does nothing but talk shit on Minecrafters and hates being associated with them. Schlatt, who's also hated by all of Twitter. And Josh, who does nothing but talk about the dangers of parasocial relationships with social media. The people who could not care less about the thoughts of people on Twitter. And the only reason that they left Carson was because he was just a terrible friend. He just lied to him. But I feel like that gets lost, and then there's weird misinformation.
Yeah, it gets lost because it's not really relevant in any capacity with the interaction. So what's happening is we're exaggerating the situation because they're upset. They don't like Carson, so it's okay for them to perpetuate misinformation about him. It's crazy, bro. We have a lot of people, and I've already watched through a bit of this, that will look at the Carson thing, and this is sensationalization. They'll be like, Carson did a bad thing, but they won't get into the specifics, because I guarantee you, if Death Noodles was pressed on the specifics of it, he wouldn't be able to defend what he's saying. And this is what people do. It's effectively a virtue signal, and it's very frustrating to me, because what you're meant to do is they're basically like, oh, I'm a defender of sexual assault survivors. I'm a defender. So you're going to look at the 19-year-old and the 17-year-old, you're going to virtue signal over it. Sexual assault survivors don't agree that Carson's a bad person. right? They're diminished because they're like, I have an actual negative experience, and it's tokenizing that. It's the same way that like during 2020 when BLM was going on, when everything was going on with George Floyd, and there was like, we were talking about black issues, people would put black squares in their Instagram bios and their TikTok bios, not because they cared about black people, but because they wanted other, mostly white people, to think that they're virtuous. And this is what it comes down to, is people want to be seen as virtuous. It's very frustrating because, well, what would have been a better idea? Oh, why don't you just put a black person on your fucking like platform? What about a black square? Why don't you just put a black content creator, have them make a video for your account? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a very performative aspect of it, and it's very frustrating to me. But I guess at least Keemstar and Def Noodles agree on this topic. They're just both very wrong.
Where do you suggest I go?
On a date?
Not right now. That's a whole debacle.
Oh, really, Carson? Please tell us, why is it a whole debacle?
Because people like you deplatformed him for having a completely fine relationship, and then his friends didn't defend him at all, and because they didn't like him and thought he was a bad guy, they decided to perpetuate the narrative that he was a predator. That's why, probably.
Let's say hypothetically, I ended up being attracted to some female 2 years younger than me, and we happen to have chemistry. Now, let's say we're having a conversation that starts to get a bit spicy one day when I'm 19 and she's 17. Let's also omit graphic photos from the equation, since I'm a person who would establish that boundary right away. Then suddenly, I get racked with guilt one day. I suddenly start fearing general statements from terminally online people about pedophilia and grooming. Because I have OCD, terminally online people will gaslight me into thinking I'm quote-unquote grooming a minor, and by extension, am a predator. I confess to my friends because I thought I committed an atrocious act. From there, twitlongers and out-of-context screenshots start to come out. The person I was with writes a statement about me and ends the relationship. Videos made by drama channels come out, and I start getting a lot of backlash and demands for quote-unquote taking accountability. Let's also say that this was my very first relationship that I only dared to participate in after beginning my OCD recovery. She was my emotional support who claimed to care about my mental condition. If this happened to me, I'd probably never date anyone for decades and live life fearing relationships for my entire life. I'd indirectly be inflicting harm to anyone I engage with, since that narrative is already set in stone. Even if I realized that I did nothing immoral in the eyes of the real world later on in life, most people have already made up their minds. The quote-unquote damage they believed I cause is done. There's nothing I can do to change that. This right here, folks, is what the internet is filled with. I often see responses that say something like, most people in this community are amazing and talented. Don't let a few creeps/weirdos bring us down. Which, at its face value, sounds perfect. The problem is those labels would get applied where they aren't deserved. Online communities and fandoms aren't usually filled with creeps as much as what gets sensationalized sometimes. It's filled with these terminally online, virtue-signaling, egotistical individuals, like Papa Gut said. The morals of these spaces are indeed dictated by children and everyone who wants to be on the quote-unquote right side of Twitter constantly. That's the majority of people on these major platforms. It's just as much of a problem as predators are. We've already discussed why, so I'm not getting into that again.
And since Carson is somebody that struggles with mental health issues, I think that he actually got gaslit into thinking what he did was wrong. This is one of those things. People are like, well, he apologized like so heavily. Okay, well, people can apologize for things that they're not wrong on. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I know this is going to be a very extreme example, but there are sexual assault survivors who apologize for getting sexually assaulted. Do you think that it's their fault? No. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's an interpretation issue, and if you have the entirety of your social sphere telling you that you're wrong, then you're like, oh, maybe I am wrong. It makes you question yourself. It's a very privileged perspective to take, where you're able to be like, well, he said he was wrong, so he must have been wrong. It's like, well, do you not understand different environments and different places? That's the same thing for like gay people. Like, there's gay people who live in very religious spheres who think they're wrong for being gay. Do you think that they're wrong for being gay? No. They live in a community that will ostracise them, and they will diminish them and even attack them or hurt them if they don't agree with that perspective. So, like, you understand that we have to understand that bubbles and communities, people that exist in, have a profound impact on the way that information is interpreted. It's something that we should really know.
Anyway, one of the hosts later talks about getting canceled and his friend getting canceled and then dressing up as a clown because his fans were apparently calling him a clown, and then how all the hate went away in like a week or so. And then Carson responded by saying this.
As soon as he leaned into it, the hate went away. I was shocked.
I mean, when it's something basic like that, you can do that.
Well, not for nothing, but like there is an aspect to cancellations that's like, we'll say 50% what happened and 50% your reaction to it. If CallMeCarson was strong in his conviction of like, I didn't really do anything wrong, you're being unreasonable, the backlash wouldn't have been so bad.
This is something I've pondered for a bit because I think the intensity of the backlash could either go away or amplify itself. From my experience, I agree, since I've always been an individual who responds to as little as possible to bullying. I'm not proud to admit it, but I even disregarded most criticism since I couldn't tell the difference between the two in the past. Whenever I did speak up, backlash towards me did go away for a while, but sometimes it did come back later. There are just too many unknown variables for me either way. If he explained the situation with the tone and insights of Papa Gut, I can see the backlash going away. Otherwise, the fear of being perceived as an individual who's quote-unquote normalizing grooming is equally as likely to me. I'm quite malleable on this and could change my perspective either way. So it's interesting to think about what could have happened had Carson responded differently.
Because he's like, what are you fucking kidding? But he didn't do that. And what the problem is that you have two groups of people, basically. They're the people like myself, but most people, like we'll say Destiny, for instance. Destiny would like looked at the scenario and said, this is fucking stupid, 1917, I don't care. Most people did that. So like his defenders were like, this is really stupid, we're not even going to talk about it because it shouldn't need talking about. Versus people like Def Noodles who want to virtue signal over the situation and don't have any depth of understanding of it. The situation that he was engaged in was so not an issue that people who talk about issues said like, who cares? But the other side still maintained their emotional frustration with it for literally no fucking reason. But yeah, if he took at it head on, it would have been better for him. And again, but if his entire social sphere of friends didn't like completely like fucking like, I don't know what the hell that was. It's not like they were like, hey, Carson's like a shitty friend and an asshole, but he's not a sexual predator. They didn't do that. They played into the narrative. They were incredibly disingenuous. People were like, oh, Schlatt was like, fuck that guy, bro. Like, this is disgusting. Like, are you serious? Like, this is not the appropriate response. Everybody was just gonna give a shit. You know, it was fucking crazy. Even Hassan's take on it wasn't good because I remember watching it and originally he was like, yeah, 1917 isn't that bad, but if his friends are saying bad stuff about him, there must be something we don't know. It's like, what are you fucking kidding me? Like this idea that there might be hidden information. There was no hidden information. There was nothing there. That's a way to maintain an appearance that like, you're being level-headed while also being like, yeah, but there's probably like a reason there. How is that any different from like anything else going on? Like just because their friends are fucking stupid and also susceptible to, I guess, feeling like they're gonna get canceled doesn't mean that like he's bad for. That's so dumb. Nobody talked about it in the right way. It's like screaming at a wall. It's so frustrating. It's incredible.
These hosts have to be absolutely fucking clueless because they're talking about a scandal going away in a week or two to a person who had to nearly stay an entire year off the entire fucking internet so that the scandal that he was involved in could die down.
See, this is what I'm talking about. What's the scandal, Def? You see how he won't even talk about it? One of two reasons. One, I think the biggest reason is because he can't. There's no defendable position there. He has nothing to say intelligently about the topic. So he's like, guys, he did a bad... You remember that he did that bad thing? I'm not going to tell you what it is. That's what this is. It's like, holy fuck, bro. Are you kidding me? He didn't have to stay away. This dude had mental health problems, which has been established consistently. You want to know why people don't talk about it a lot? It's because Carson didn't make it a point. Like, we knew he had mental health issues from his friends talking about it and some of, like, the surrounding information, but Carson didn't say, guys, I have a mental health issue. Carson is somebody that doesn't, like, bitch about his mental health problems. So he got bullied off the internet. So he stayed away. And also part of it said he had the ability to, he had financially had the ability to. But just because somebody stayed away for a year doesn't make them more guilty. It's like this guy stole a candy bar, but then we sentenced him to fucking life in prison. That'd be like, it's like, well, what did he do? He stole a candy bar? Well, you know, he's in prison for life. He must have done something worse. That's pretty much what that argument boils down to.
To finish off the Papa Gut portion of this segment, I have added a few extra clips that I wanted to share that didn't fit into any of the previous 7. I'll be reacting to those in the same way.
Where did CallMeCarson go?
I mean, I know that this young man struggles with like mental health issues, so I'm surprised you pieces of shit didn't bully him into taking his own life. Because if you guys did, then I really hope that you couldn't sleep at night because you're pathetic.
Oh, absolutely. The tone of this video would be completely different if he took his own life. Fortunately, As we'll see later on, he wasn't ever in danger of that.
Keemstar included, but I know Keemstar is a literal worthless idiot with no self-awareness. Keemstar is like a really fundamentally bad person.
Carson would leave the video up for approximately 8 minutes before removing it again, an action that made many of his fans question whether or not the video was posted accidentally. He deleted this 5 minutes after he posted it. Do you all think this was an accident or meaning something? However, the more likely reality is that Carson was testing the waters with how his fan base might react to a potential reappearance.
I think what's likely is that he posted it and then he felt like he wasn't ready emotionally to come back after being canceled, so he deleted it. Because I had done that before too.
So everybody in
I hate this.
Lunch Club
I just have to slow it down so you guys can
was
see
told
why I
firsthand
hate
from
this.
Yep.
Like this fucking sigh, like, oh my god, what a tough spot we're in right now. Like this subtext, like Carson was such a good guy. I can't believe he did this. What can't you believe he did? You got nothing. You're not saying anything at all. It's mind-blowing, and like this weird fucking like moral superiority you have when you've gotten people like hurt for false accusations is insane. People who can consume Keemstar seriously, those are bad people. If you're willing to support somebody who ruins somebody's life and who actively doxes people, you're a fundamentally bad person. If you seriously consume this man's content, if you make this man's content, you have no value to the world.
You know, when this story comes out,
There's no story.
I don't even know who these girls are.
Bro, how the fuck do you not know who the girls are? Hey guys, he's a predator. Who are the girls? I don't know. Where the fuck is the proof? I don't understand.
Knows who the girls are. We just know that Carson, confessed to his friends that he was doing this. What was he sorry for it? Did he say
In the fucking messages, he was like, yeah, they were 17. How the fuck is this monetized? Holy shit, Keemstar.
Yeah, at the time, I think he told me that he planned to take a step back and get himself right with everything.
Yeah, we just looked at the proof. It's nothing.
We get better and that he had made mistakes or whatever. And then he, as far as I'm aware, he didn't really take a step back.
As far as you're aware, the whole narrative was like, hey guys, I feel really guilty about being 19 talking to 17-year-olds. I'm venting to you guys because I want to be better. That's what he was saying in the fucking DMs. Even as people are saying they're fake, but if they're real, he was like, guys, I feel so guilty. And someone was like, well, they were 17 and you were 19. And you're like, I don't think he felt guilty. What the fuck are you talking about? 17 and 19 is not illegal. There's no story here.
My understanding of it. That's why part of why I remained so quiet about it for so long. Because I was genuinely hoping that he was going to just walk away for a little bit and get himself right. But
walk away from what? You wanted to shut down his platform because he was inappropriately sexting people irrelevant to age? Because they're a little bit gross messages. You don't need to completely walk away from your job in order to recorrect yourself in the boundaries that you set with women. You can literally you can still work your job and be like, okay, I need to be a better person.
In August 2021, King gained widespread attention when he randomly appeared on Misc's stream.
I didn't even know you were coming here. I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna play jump ticket.
Maya literally told you.
Yeah, 5 in the morning. She's like, yo, by the way, he's coming over. I'm like, that's fine with me.
This does kind of fit me, actually.
I think it looked good.
This is a very cringe video.
Alright, I gotta go. I look good. It's Misc.TV shirt.
He's right, chat.
Okay, I'm gonna leave before people die. Thanks for the shirt, or whatever.
Thank you. For viewers like you. Chat, I don't have fans over often, okay? It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
Also, people are gonna put this on YouTube or something, so and I'm sure you will too. I'll be back soon, real soon.
Cool, brother.
Later.
Anyways, Misc later mentioned Carson was only at his house for 30 minutes and was there to do charity work with Maya.
Carson was here for 30 minutes. He's gone. He came over for one thing and one thing only. Not me, okay? Don't think I invited him here. He wants to do a thing of charity with Maya.
Misc then said he regretted having him on stream even though he didn't think he was a chomo.
I don't ever want to hear that word come out of anybody's mouth when it comes to Carson. You have to physically and inappropriately engage with a minor to be a child molester. Do not ever use this word to describe anybody if they don't fit that definition. Given that Papa Gut called you out on misusing the pedophile label, I'm calling you out on using this word as well. You can't use those two words interchangeably. They mean different things. But that's a whole other conversation. Back to the point, that's more so a societal issue. Most people don't understand there's a difference between intrusive, unwanted thoughts/urges, actively fueling disgusting fantasies/desires, and actually committing to these deplorable acts. I need you all to understand this and recognize when words are being incorrectly used, as it causes harm.
CallMeCarson lives there? Dude, I'll say it. That was one of my biggest regrets. It was one of my biggest regrets. There, I'll say, I don't regret anything. It was one of my biggest regrets. There, I said it.
Why?
I said it. It was my biggest regrets. Wanna know why? Because
yes.
I don't think it's the slightest, right? Anyone who thinks that should just shut the fuck up. Why I regret it is because afterwards I learned things that I didn't know beforehand. And because I don't follow YouTube people. I don't give a
What did you learn?
I don't give a shit about it at all, right? And some friends of mine who know the situation, actually know the situation, talk to me about it and were like, dude, this is the real reason why we're like upset or whatever.
Oh, well, fill me in, because I still don't actually understand the justifiable reason people are upset. It still doesn't exist to me. Sounds like, here's what actually sounds like it happened. He had Carson on because it wasn't a big deal, and then people melted down about it, so now he feels like he has to apologize. Wow, that's crazy, bro. Bro, I find this embarrassing when people do this. Like, it's pathetic to me when people just don't, like, stand their ground and, like, their fucking moral issues. I find it's embarrassing. It's pathetic. Like, what kind of a person are you? Like, you'll fold instantly? Because what? Because you got a little heat? Bro, it's fucking embarrassing.
I used to fold instantly in certain situations too. I made it my mission to de-escalate and minimize conflict as much as possible. Regardless of my efforts, I learned the hard truth that conflict and drama all comes the same. It's uncontrollable, since you can't control other people's actions. The best thing you can do is educate yourself so you can face situations head on by calling out these things. Or, you can develop better interpretations of these situations and a better relationship with your emotions through things like meditation and mindfulness practices. By the way, I want to show you how this clip alone proves Carson's innocence. We already know that one of Carson's former friends, Jschlat, said he isn't a pedophile at this timestamp. If an independent streamer gets information from their friends who claim to actually know the situation, then he comes out of that conversation to say on stream that Carson isn't a pedophile, then there is absolutely no case to be made about any potential bigger age gaps. Unless some magical withholding of information is happening behind the scenes, we only have sexual interactions between Carson and two 17-year-olds. In one, he was 19, and in the other, he was 20. There's barely even anything for the 20-year-old case, by the way. I feel it's safe to assume that if a conversation does exist between them, it was probably of the same intensity as the DMs when he was 19. As such, it's not really morally wrong at all. It may be a little yucky and give off a little bit of fuckboy energy, but that's about it.
And I didn't know that. I felt really bad afterwards.
Wow. What happened? Fill me in, bro. I would love to know. Because I'm sure that they just use buzzwords. Power dynamic, abuse, grooming. Probably the words that they just... He's like, wow, oh my god, those are words. I gotta say sorry.
I think King definitely needs therapy and would be best served avoiding relationships.
For what? What does he need therapy? He definitely needs therapy, apparently, because he has a mental health issue. But why do you think he needs therapy? Because he talked to a 17-year-old at 19? That's insane. What do you think therapy is for? Have you ever been to a therapist before? I'm just genuinely fucking curious. He needs therapy? For what? I hate that too. I fucking hate that too. I hate when people say, oh, I'm gonna get help, or this person needs therapy. For what? What is it? What is the reason somebody needs to go to therapy? Give me your take on it. Explain to me why. Ultimately, I think that you need to take a knife and just stab yourself in the testicles with it. Well, can you explain why? Like, I just want to know why do anything. Why should you do things? I just do this do a thing. Hey, just go pick up rocks and throw them at houses. Why? I don't fucking know. Just something you should just do that. You should just throw rocks at houses. Well, what's the reasoning for that? I don't fucking know. Wait, what's this? You should drink gasoline. Why? What? Why would you ask me that question? What do you mean why? Just go drink gasoline. Like, what the fuck is this world that we're living in? It's insane to me, bro. I'm fucking flabbergasted.
He has returned to streaming, but his viewership is only a fraction of what it was before.
Oh, no.
Only time will tell if Carson can make a comeback or if he damaged his career beyond repair.
He didn't damage his career. You fucking people did.
Personally, I think he won't be able to return to his full potential unless his audience sees he made big changes.
Wow, great.
And being silent and not...
What change should he make? Going to therapy for unexplained reason?
Explaining exactly what he did or plans to do is not going to accomplish that.
Oh my God.
That's just my opinion, though, and I could be wrong.
No, you
what do you think?
Wrong. Oh, 100% wrong. I mean, he probably won't gain his shit back because people like you are just perpetuating the idea that he did something wrong. But, like, yeah, you're totally wrong in this scenario. I tried to find the Connor Eats Pants thing, couldn't find it. I did find streamers react to him coming back, though.
My real opinion on the Carson stuff is like, yeah, I don't think he did anything wrong either. I think it's not a big
Asmongold's a fucking legend.
Deal. People are blowing it out of proportion.
Yep.
I don't think it matters that much.
Like, listen, if every single person that I knew that dated a 17-year-old whenever they were 19 went to jail, I wouldn't have any friends. Let's be fucking honest. So that's the way I look at it. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. I don't give a shit. People that think like that and think this is some kind of terrible fucking thing probably have never been outside of their house. It's completely.
It's true. And if Asmigul is telling you that you don't touch grass, that's saying something because he doesn't shower.
Fucking normal. 17's legal in Texas. Yeah, exactly. 16's legal in a lot of places in the world, and or a lot of places in the U.S. Excuse me.
Unfortunately, fucking 14 is legal in some places in the world. It's insane. But again, 2-year age gap.
So if people want me to think that like this is some kind of terrible, horrible fucking thing for this person to do something that's acceptable in not only most places in the U.S. but especially most places in the world, no, it's ridiculous.
Not only does it create a power dynamic, but also you can like choose or whatever. I'm sure he was getting probably hundreds of DMs from hundreds or dozens of people, dozens.
Maybe.
Yet this is a choice that was made. This is not a coincidence. This is the choice that was made.
But this is the problem. When you say this is the choice that was made, what you're saying is that the choice was bad. It wasn't bad, so it doesn't matter that this is a choice that he's made. He saw some girls that looked cute, and he talked to them. We also don't know how many girls he talked to that were of age, because it was never brought up. It was only those two specifically. We don't really know. But 1917, so when you say, this is the choice he made, you're saying that's a bad choice. It's not a wrong choice. Just don't date anymore, guys. Just fucking jerk off the rest of your life. Do VR porn or something.
There's a whole issue on the topic of porn addiction that I won't touch upon in this video. I want to say that situations like these discourage people from even attempting to form relationships with anybody, leaving them to turn to this as either a coping mechanism or sexual education. It opens up a different can of worms about misguided perceptions of sex. I always felt that something would go wrong with dating growing up, but only to the extent that the people I would have dated and maybe their friend groups wouldn't like me. Maybe rumors would spread that I didn't treat a person well, resulting in some disliking me. I didn't think it would get to the point of having labels like groomer or pedophile thrown at you potentially for life. But here we are. I never thought I'd have the confidence to say this sentence out loud, let alone in a video. But the reality is that sexually pleasing yourself and watching porn is becoming a more appealing and safer option by the day than actually engaging with people in real life because of shit like this. I'm not dating for a while, if ever. At least, not until I'm well past my early 20s.
Through all the other options that was chosen, I don't know why people go out of the way to downplay it. I don't make too big of a deal about it, because it's kind of like, okay, yeah, it's legal there, yeah, but, I mean, but why though? But why?
This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is what he's saying is that it was a bad choice, and Carson targeted this person. What's most likely true is that Carson saw somebody attractive, and then they happened to be 17 when they were 19. Come on, bro. This is embarrassing.
I don't know what the exact details are of Carson. I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what it is. But in situations like this, when your closest friends or your closest colleagues immediately fucking are the first people to be like, yeah, that was fucking wrong and fucked up, they often know more than someone like myself does on the outside, on the edges.
Bro, this is just such a pussy perspective. I don't know any of the facts, but the friends are saying it's bad, so that must be bad. This is just a safe play. Bro, this is insane. You want to know what's really interesting? I'm going to get a little intense here. When you look at pornography online, there was a study that was done, and when people watch like R-rated movies that have like very aggressive sexual scenes in them, it actually reduces the impact, it reduces the perspective of like sexual assault, like rape, on actual victims and actual survivors of sexual assault. And the reason that this is relevant here is because if somebody was sexually assaulted and your friends downplay it, it doesn't make them right. And I know Carson wasn't sexually assaulted, but fundamentally, your friends being dumb doesn't make them right about something. If you're friends with a bunch of fucking racists and you start dating a black person or a person of color and they're like, that's really bad, do you think that is actually bad? Probably not. You think that those friends are fucking dumb. But by this fundamental logic that, well, if the friends think something is bad, then it's probably bad, is just uninformed. They're wrong. They're wrong. And like the fact that he's not looking into it, or he probably knows about it, and he's playing the safe play, it's just another like embarrassing perspective from Hassan. And I would expect exponentially more from somebody like Hassan than fucking XQC or Asmongold, because Hassan is a fucking commentator, a commentary is somebody who does commentary, who's supposed to be talking about these things in a nuanced way. But, like, of course, once again, just a dishonest fucking no IQ perspective, bro.
Looking in, and they certainly know a lot more than motherfuckers in the chat, okay? I know you guys, it doesn't matter how parasocial you are, it doesn't matter how much you feel you know, okay?
What do you mean? Everything was displayed for us to know. How do we do police work? Well, you know, the friend said he didn't do it, and what the fuck do I know? I just have all the evidence that he did it. But, like, the friend knows something I don't know. Like, what the fuck kind of fucking perspective is this?
I don't care about the 2-year difference between a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old. I've already mentioned that multiple times. If it's just that, if that's the extent of the crime, then that's not a fucking crime at all.
Yes, that's the extent of the crime, Hassan. Thank you. You could have just led with that and not said the rest of the dumb shit that you said. But you're trying to like play it safe because you have a lot of like young people that are fucking Twitter warriors that will be like, Hassan, oh, he's normalizing grooming.
It's not even remotely criminal. You're a psychopath if you consider that to be like abhorrent, like a 17 versus 19-year-old. That's insane. Okay, like that is just insane. But that's not what the whole purpose is, or that's not the whole reason.
Is pretty much the whole thing. Yeah, Hassan, it literally is the whole thing. He sexted a 17-year-old. That's it.
Why are you trying to paint the best case scenario when you don't know what really happened? I'm not, which is why I specified.
Well, you are. You literally led with the worst case scenario, and even though you said you were unintelligent on it, you're like, the friends know more than me. It's like, dude, come on. And all the information's out there. Just don't talk about it if you're not going to educate yourself on it.
The only reason why I don't talk about this as much, or haven't talked about this as much, is because his friends are the ones who knows a lot more that immediately fucking shut this shit down. So that is significantly different, okay? That's a lot more different than just like
there's plenty of information
someone being like, I was 17 and, you know, Carson was 19. Having news from a 17-year-old is not legal, Pepega. Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, Carson was on Mrs. Stream, whatever. I don't want to talk about it too much. It's not a big deal. Regardless, there was some miscommunication between friends there in regards to stuff. But I wanted to clear up one thing. People were like, "Oh, Schlatt said it was okay for him to like go on stream and like come back and stuff." No, that was not what Schlatt or I said. The conversation was very much, you know, were they allowed to visit and stuff, and we were not aware that they would be on stream and stuff, and that wasn't what was like.
It's not okay for him to be on someone's stream. This is so toxic. These people are childish because that's what they're saying. That's what he's saying right here. He's like, it's not okay. We didn't say it was okay for them to stream together. Fuck Carson. We hate Carson for some other reason outside of this. I guarantee you that we don't know about.
Thumbs up. You know, there's just miscommunication. But then on top of that, I don't like people attacking Ms. or Maya either. Because again, a lot of the stuff in regards to stuff, you know, as you saw with Asmon's take and stuff, who I don't blame. I don't think Asmon's a bad guy, but some people just don't know the full situation, right?
Then explain it. Then explain it. Because we know. Explain it. I hate. It's such a fucking pussy move to have all the information that we have out here for us to make the logical and reasonable conclusion that Carson didn't do anything wrong, and then for you to say, well, you just don't know. Then fucking tell me, you coward bitch. Honestly, just fucking tell me. What am I missing? Did Carson send a fucking bomb to her house and say, if you don't fuck me, I'm gonna blow you up? Because then that is an abuse of a power dynamic. That would be crazy. Show me what I don't know.
Do you want to know what another aspect of uncertainty that people, especially OCD sufferers, heavily dislike but often overlook? Weaponizing it. Any unknown variables that appear when analyzing situations or people's motives result in different interpretations. Unfortunately, in practice, where there's room for interpretation, there's also an opportunity to push misinformation or disinformation. Misinformation is unintentional, while disinformation is intentional. Saying, well, you just don't know the full situation, to push the narrative that he did something worse after we've looked into it this much reinforces those fears. It's black and white thinking. It's faulty thinking. As a result, people end up believing what they want. When there's too much to process, they take the safest, easy to digest conclusions. In this case, buzzwords and the shallow perspectives we've thoroughly dissected become the norm. That's where a considerable amount of our societal problems stem, whether you want to hear it or not.
You're a fucking kid, bro. You're a dumb fuck kid. And I hate this because you're canceling somebody who's not a fucking pedophile and not a groomer for being a pedophile and a groomer. You're hurting the conversation and you're belittling and watering down like actual abuse of power dynamics and actual abuse of like grooming and situations like that. That's why I'm so irritated by this situation. Because you don't like a person. That's what it boils down to. I don't like a person, so they are the worst person. I hate that fucking pathetic shit. It's a loser shit.
I would appreciate people not attacking Miz and stuff.
Yeah, well, shut the fuck up. Meanwhile, we have this whole fucking situation where Glendon Cameron, all right, I'm not going to shut the fuck up about it. People refuse to talk about an actual predator, Glendon Cameron. They refuse to talk about this actual predator who admitted publicly and bragged about raping a 16 and 17-year-old girl with the help of their mother. This is a predator who openly admits it, and it's worse because he brags about it because he doesn't think that it was wrong. This is a predator. We're very quiet about this. Now, I understand that you do YouTube drama, but this is destroying the conversation because the words that you're using are equating CallMeCarson, a person when he was 19 that talked to a 17-year-old sexually, versus a guy who said that when he talks to underage girls, he makes sure that they come from bad family lives so their parents won't call the police. You're maintaining the energy of this situation for this situation. This is real world fucked up shit. This is stupid drama that you want to maintain for clicks and views, money and attention. And it's so easy to take this take of like, people will agree with it. I'm just going to go with it because people like what I'm hearing. Okay, that's pathetic. Think critically. This is hurting survivors of actual predatorization. It's frustrating. I hate when drama channels try to talk about real-world social issues because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and then they promote shit like this. It devastates the conversation around it.
I watched a few videos on this Glendon Cameron individual. If you have a conscience, you'll either be enraged, sickened, or some combination of both if you watch Papa Guts or anyone else's video on him. I'm not linking anything myself, but watch at your own risk if you search his name. That's all I have to say. Those are all the Papa Gut clips I could gather about Carson. He did a phenomenal job debunking a lot of the narratives surrounding the Carson situation. He also provided many eye-opening insights that can be applied to the general internet, and heck, I'd even argue life in general. All in all, I wish I had a father figure like Papa Gut in my life. Taking the time to sit down and truly absorb all this information helped save my life. I was able to rewire my brain, plus realign my ignorant, misguided, and malformed moral compass to the point where I'm confident navigating through life again. So once again, Papa Gut, thanks for everything. We're not done with debunking narratives yet though. I'm giving another shout out to a channel named Abba and Preach. These two individuals run a commentary channel specializing in culture, taboo subjects, and social issues. They made 3 videos on Carson discussing how dumb the story is, legality versus morality, and power dynamics respectively. We've gone over many of these points in detail already, so I'll only show clips that bring unique ideas to the table. There's a decent amount of them too. Let's go.
Yes, he was in the 12th grade, she was in the 10th grade, that shit's illegal. It's illegal.
Oh mon Dieu, j'ai quasiment pas le goût de commencer à commenter là-dessus.
Apparently.
Almost. J'ai quasiment pas. Tu sais, je veux dire, oh, tabarnak.
Mais.
Parce que l'affaire, c'est tellement. Oh, man.
Tell him.
Calisse que c'est cave. Listen, what I just said was. I almost don't want to, like, I don't feel like I want to talk about this. This is so dumb. Just the mere fact that we have to explain this to people. And to some people, it's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal. So let's say I'm for example, let's my girlfriend is 17 and I'm 18, because, you know, me and my girl, we have 4 months apart. She's born in the month of whatever. I'm born in the month of whatever. I'm older than her by 4 months. We started going out together. I was going to turn 16, so but there's like a 4-month buffer where we was illegal. Same year, 4 months. So where do you draw the line? Yeah, but it's 2 years. What's so much the difference? You're always ready to say that girls mature faster than boys, but then the 19 cannot go out with a 17. And to be fair, who cares? Then again, where do you draw the line? I don't know. I don't have the answers. But
2 years.
We're making a whole fuss and a whole cancellation, calling names for people for 2 years. It's like, let's say even a 10-year-old was going out with a 12. Don't act like the 12-year-old is grown. No! I'm not trying to excuse this. All those good people are going to jump on that wagon. You're apologist. You're apologist. Think with your brain 2 seconds.
Bruh.
Just think. Not with your outrage, with your brain.
This is it's America. This is America. It's facts. Twitter has ruined a whole generation.
Definitely.
They've learned about these abstract concepts and try to apply it literally to every situation as if it makes sense. Oh, age of consent.
A 19 to a 17.
Good luck charging somebody
grooming?
With that. Bruh. And then the other thing that they say was like, well, okay, yeah, the age thing is not an issue, but
he's popular and they're not.
You know, the power imbalance thing has got to be one of the dumbest ideas. So what? I can never be involved with somebody who admires me? So what, am I supposed to pick somebody who's never and just doesn't
never heard about you?
What about if we get in a relationship and then they find out and then they feel very inferior? Is there a power imbalance? Am I taking advantage of her? What if I get into a relationship, we're married for multiple years, and then I get in absolute amazing shape while she gets out? There's a power imbalance because she feels deeply insecure and she feels like she'll never measure up, and she starts to get jealous. Like, power imbalances exist in every dynamic. It's not inherently predatory to be involved with somebody. Like, these concepts, I think they sound like they make sense. They're stupid. They're not interesting concepts, because people talk about power dynamics like they always matter. Like, unless it's your boss, I don't care. Even unless it's like your correctional officer, unless it's like the police officer who's arresting you, or the lawyer who's prosecuting you, or someone who can have direct control over your basic human rights
and your livelihood,
I do not care.
There are two things I want to bring up here. First, let's discuss what the Canadian age of consent laws say about power dynamics, shall we? A 16 or 17-year-old cannot consent to sexual activity if their sexual partner is in a position of trust or authority towards them. For example, their teacher or coach. This doesn't apply since Carson isn't an authority figure. The young person is dependent on their sexual partner. For example, for care or support. This doesn't apply since Carson isn't in a caretaker position like a doctor, for example. The relationship between the young person and their sexual partner is exploitative. This wording is too vague, so we'll look at the points below. The following factors may be taken into account whether a relationship is exploitative of the young person. The young person's age. The age difference between the young person and their partner. Both were 17, and relative to a 19 or 20-year-old, so in the real world, it's negligible. How the relationship developed. For example, quickly, secretly, or over the internet. Here we get into a conversation about how outdated this law is. It doesn't take into account how much society has developed. Not all relationships that develop online are exploitative, and they're becoming increasingly common as time goes on. If they met on a dating app and were transparent about their age beforehand, without breaking any terms of service, how do they not have the right to have sex later on? If they exist in an online community together, realize they live close by, then meet up in person and develop chemistry, they don't have that right either? As Papa Gut said, the law is catching up in this regard. If that does become a reality, charges like this should be dropped immediately, just like weed possession, whether the partner may have controlled or influenced the young person. This doesn't apply since he definitely didn't control anyone, nor leverage his platform. I'll give another example of an actual inappropriate dynamic that involves therapists and their clients. Though it may not be a legal issue, it would be considered taboo and an ethical issue for therapists to have sexual relations with their clients. That intimate emotional connection gets in the way of the professional relationship needed for therapy to be effective. That is an example of an abuse of a power dynamic, and, if violated, would result in the therapist being fired.
You are a grown-ass person. If you want to go with a celebrity, you have the right to. Who am I to tell you you can't? I think this kind of rhetoric is plain silly. It's ideas that were born from a real problem in life, but these ideas don't actually have applicable uses in most situations. This idea that because there's an inherent power dynamic, like, yes, women traditionally like dudes who make more than them, are taller, are bigger. Like, women like to date up a lot of the times. It is what it is. Are you going to deny them that agency and that choice to make that because you feel like there's somehow something predatory? Who are you to decide that? And by you infiltrating this idea into their heads, you're inherently making them victims of situations where they felt very comfortable. And now you guys are trying to cancel young people for decisions that they made with other young folks. 19 and 17? Really? What about 18 and 16? Is that also a problem? 17 and 15? Is that also a problem? What about 18 and 20? Let's say she was 17, the next day she turns 18. Is it now illegal? 1 day difference? Like, some of this stuff is so silly and arbitrary, and people sound so indignant. They sound so proud to be like, you're disgusting, you're a pig. Like they're so sure. When the difference can be a matter of weeks, when the difference can be a matter of months, and you guys act like there's such a change between those 2 points. It's crazy. People will be like, yeah, take your $15,000 loan to go to university at 17, but if you want to bang a 19-year-old, you don't have the agency. You're a victim. Bruh, miss me. I don't know Carson, I don't know these people involved, but this rhetoric that we got going on needs to die.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to say this earlier, but I actually didn't know who Carson was before the situation beyond seeing his face a few times. So you, the viewer, can't make the argument that I'm biased. In fact, after looking into this situation in detail, I gained respect for him. I'm now a bit of a supporter of his because of this situation.
The power dynamics that you were talking about removes the moment of account. I was weak. It's crazy because I feel, and it's a feeling, maybe it's not real, but I hear a lot of womanists using that rhetoric of power dynamics, right? But I look at it and it's the least womanist thing to say. Because if you're a womanist, you want to be equal and you have accountability as equal as others. But if it's like, I was weak, you remove all the accountability of people. It was not me, I was weak, I'm a little sheep, man. But you want women, you want to empower women. But they were weak, it's just more power. I don't know what to do when people have more power. It's the inconsistency for me.
I like to call it a double standard. Empowerment and accountability go hand in hand. Agency also comes with responsibility. It's a hard truth to swallow for some people, but it's an important one that will benefit you long term if you put in the mental effort.
The amount of people who slide in the DMs trying to be like, yo, say I was single, I'm trying to go on a date. Are you telling me all those people are potential victims?
Oh, trust me.
They have zero self-control, they have zero agency.
Ooh, they slide all right. This is the whole Winter Olympics.
Bro, it's just wild to me that
50 Shades of sliding, my friend.
It's crazy, bro. Oh yeah, we're all man, shut up.
All of them are victims. That was going on.
And if you got this,
they were empowered by some magical.
Bruh, Twitter's a toxic cesspool, and if you get your cues from Twitter, if you're getting your values and your ideas from Twitter, I feel bad for you.
Oh yeah,
it has zero real world application.
After taking a massive step back this year and reflecting on my time online, I realized that I formed my moral compass on Twitter way too much. Only recently did I realize how much it mentally fucked me up, leading me to my lowest point. I still feel various emotions, reactions, and sensations with what I see on my timeline more often than not. I view tweets from a distance and think more critically about what I see than ever before.
Do people not know the difference between morality and legality? Just because something is illegal does not make it morally wrong. But just on the point of legality versus morality. For people who are staying there like, oh, it's illegal, so it's his problem. Do you guys not realize that's the same logic they used to imprison minorities for minor weed offenses for so long? Now that they're making it legal for tax revenue, everyone's turned a blind eye.
Now they're
but
making
you
it a
ruined
business.
communities.
They're making it a business.
Bruv. And I'm going to show you how little sense this whole situation makes.
Go ahead.
So here's the law in place. The law in place says that any sharing of pictures of someone under the age of 18 is wrong. Now, on its face value, it sounds great. Sounds perfectly fine. But tell me how this makes sense. A 17-year-old can take out hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of student loans. A 17-year-old can drive a vehicle. A 17-year-old army can join the military and go off to war. A 17-year-old can even choose to legally sleep with a 19-year-old in most states. But if that 17-year-old wants to send a picture of herself to a 19-year-old, there's something wrong. Or if she gets asked and she agrees to do it, there's something wrong. Does that make sense?
No, it's
hold
not,
up, does that make sense?
No, hold on. It's not illegal for the 17-year-old to send it, but it's illegal for the 19-year-old to receive it.
No, actually, it's not. It's illegal for both of them. Because her taking even pictures of herself in some situations can be considered that too.
I knew I wasn't the only one who thought like this. As I mentioned, it's crazy how in every case that arises on social media, so many people default to the always abuser, never victim mentality. All of the faults are always applied to the slightly older person. Again, I'm talking about real-world reasonable age ranges, not terminally online ones. As Abba said, he's the guy on the right by the way, this mentality sounds great at face value, but clearly not always in practice. Playing the victim is a social currency game nowadays, which creates the shield from any accountability and responsibility. Let's do another hypothetical actually. I could have taken a picture of myself as a minor, methodically claim that some older person abused me, and plant fake evidence with out-of-context screenshots. It would send a lot of hate their way and result in their lives being a living hell for at least a few months, at the very least. I could leverage these blanket prescriptions to get people on my side. Even though some may catch on to what I'm doing, I would have succeeded in harming the person I disliked to at least some degree. The moral of the story is that some people have so much hate in their hearts that they would sacrifice their own well-being to make the lives of others worse just to feel something inside again. This is honestly how a lot of violence and domestic abuse cases happen. Unfortunately, we're not ready to have those conversations, it seems. I digress.
Oh, well. So tell me how this makes sense, Preach.
He's going to be the irate one.
He can be inside her, he just can't have a picture of her. He can be inside her, but he can't have a picture of her.
I don't even like cider.
Bro, and
I'm gonna calm you down with some other shit, but it's not
you want to know
gonna
how
work.
stupid this law is? They charged a 17-year-old and a 60-year-old who were a couple for sending pictures of themselves to each other. A 17-year-old and a 16-year-old were charged with this law in place because they were sending pictures of themselves to each other. A 13-year-old and a 14-year-old were also charged with using the same law because they were sending pictures of themselves to each other when they were in a relationship. Now look, I'm not advocating that people be sending off pictures of themselves. Like, that's not my point. We also just have to get out of this mindset that because something is said by the government, that somehow you should be behind it. It used to be illegal for black folks to be involved with white folks in a romantic setting. I just question whether people thought about this beyond it's illegal. Some laws are in place that are stupid. In Connecticut, you can't sell a pickle unless it bounces. Does that make sense?
In some states, you cannot. It's forbidden to have a ice cream in your back pocket.
Yo, it's illegal to go to Arkansas and say the name wrong.
Arkansas.
Arkansas. It's only... Guys, make that make sense for you. He can be inside her, but he can't take a picture of her. Due to the Romeo and Juliet laws, most people in most states, including the state that Carson lived in, he can sleep with her. But he can't have a picture of her or ask one? Does that make sense to you? Really?
You know what the thing is? Do you understand why it's like that?
Because people have no time for nuance. I think the real problem is that we've given too many people a voice and abilities to speak on everything. And the truth is, everyone wants to exercise their right to speak, but very few want to exercise their responsibility to listen and to learn. People are just yapping. Cancel. You haven't even thought these issues through. You haven't looked at it at all. People don't want to read anything beyond the headline.
Laziness.
It's super lazy.
But it's super easy to be like, it's illegal. And then, like, it forces you not to think.
Right? Yeah, of course. But then it also removes not only the context, but the humanity of the people involved. Yeah. Because you're criminalizing regular teenage behavior. And let me be clear. A 19-year-old is just as much a teen as an 18 or a 17-year-old. It's literally in the definition of the word.
Again, a person isn't substantially more mentally developed at 18 or 19 than at 17. Society is going in a direction where young people are maturing slower. I'd also argue that more young people are attending post-secondary education than ever. More people around my age are becoming privileged, entitled, and virtue signaling as well with the rise of social media's invasion in our daily lives. It doesn't help that even older grown adults, let's say 25 plus, are also acting like this as well. I want to bring up an interesting tweet I found from Daily Dose of Internet. It reads, "Maturity is something that is learned. Just because someone gets older doesn't mean they become more mature. I've seen 8-year-olds that are more mature than 50-year-olds. Now, this mainly refers to behavioral maturity above all else, and doesn't go anywhere near related to sexuality. Any reasonable person can see that. All I'm saying is that in terms of other forms of maturity, I genuinely don't think they correlate that much with age. But hey, that's just me."
It comforts people to have that security to know what is going on. Stupid. People are not comfortable with gray areas. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So all the gray areas, because they're gray areas, they do not want to spend time to think. Yeah. So they want to remove the gray areas. It has to be all black or all white. If you remove the gray area, then people don't need to think. That equals that. I didn't think today. I just saw it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it's gonna become just like right now. Whenever you say 2 + 2, you don't have to think about it. It's 4. You know what I mean? It's very. So it removes the ability of people to just think.
It's magic.
It's just magic. It's just that's the answer.
It's ooh woo,
and not.
It makes no sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense. But that's what happens in people's brain.
Imagine you're 17 years old.
Yeah.
11 months have gone by. 30 days, 23 hours, and 59 seconds. Illegal. A second goes by. It's magic.
Yes.
But it's also a matter of like, people don't want to admit their own ignorance or accept that. And the reality is we're all ignorant to so much. It's okay.
That's what happens. Okay. When you talk about ignorance, it just makes me think of the laws that we have. And you're talking about gravity. So if you put an apple in the air and it falls down, you know it's gravity. Most people cannot explain to you what actual gravity is and what the forces of gravity is, but they know gravity.
I'm going to explain this in a bit of a different way. There's a big difference between knowing something and understanding something. Gravity is a concept that exists all around us, and we subconsciously know that it exists. Yet, most of us can't give a good explanation as to what gravity is and why it exists in detail. Most will say that gravity pulls everything down or to the Earth's core. I know a bit more about it since I've taken physics classes. I know that if a body of mass is large enough, it exhibits its own gravitational pull. That's why the moon influences tides, for example. But that's besides the point. In summary, way more people know of certain concepts and principles, but don't truly know them. That's the point Preach, the guy on the left, is trying to make.
So whenever they see someone making magic, it doesn't make sense to them. They're like, oh shit! And they can't comprehend it because they understand, they can't explain it. But to a person that knows, yeah, there's a trick there, you could do this and fake it. You know what I mean? So that's a bit what happens with the laws. The laws, you put them there so people can be like, it's illegal, it's gravity, and not think about that. They don't have to think about it. You understand? But whenever there's a situation that's very gray, they're like, yeah, but it's supposed to be illegal. It's impossible. It doesn't, cannot compute, and it can't function.
You know what the problem is, though? Is that when you walk through life and you want to comment on things with such certainty, as if they weren't magic, that's the problem. When you don't acknowledge the fact that you believe in magic, and you're like, well, Sandra, why did you give him $1 million of your life savings? Well,
magic.
Because he does magic. No, he runs a scam, and you're an idiot.
But you're not able to see that because you're like, oh,
he did the sparkles, and he did a couple card tricks,
and then
you're like, I gotta invest. So it's faulty thinking, and the problem is there's real life consequences for people involved. When people are like, well, then look at the text messages. First off, I got a huge problem with reading people's private messages. Like, there's something very perverse about everyone's like, ooh, let's get some tea out and let's go read these DMs that someone. First off,
we have the whole transcript.
Bro, it's creepy.
Calm down.
But also recognize, okay, you look at the DMs, right? You're like, that's manipulative. The reason why you think it's manipulative, the real reason, is because you walked in with a narrative, and when you're reading these text messages, which are often out of context and don't include the full length of conversations between two people, you've already primed yourself to believe it is what it is. In that same token, when I'm at a park and a little kid runs up to my leg and I try to walk away, you think something shifty happened when I recognize that people are already primed to view certain people a certain way. You see a black dude in a neighborhood late at night as you're walking towards you, most of us are already primed to see that person a certain way. So you have to recognize the bias that you're going in when you're reading those messages.
I felt like giving a standing ovation when I heard this come out of Abba's mouth. I'm talking aggressive cheering and all of that, like we're at a movie premiere for Avengers Endgame. There's also no better opportunity than now to describe OCD sufferers who deal with the burden of intrusive pedophilic themes as I have this past year. We're going to get a little intense here, so buckle up. Let's say that the person in this scenario is an OCD sufferer. Having a child run up to you while you're on a walk in the park would be their worst nightmare, and here's why. Not only would they worry about people thinking that something shifty happened at the moment, they'd also begin performing any combination of the compulsions I mentioned. This includes rumination, checking, researching, and more for days, weeks, months, years, to potentially more than a decade in some extreme cases. These intrusive thoughts would be reinforced so much to the point where they experience panic attacks, depression, and crippling anxiety that disables their ability to function. We live in a society that exacerbates this problem and will continue to make it worse since we're overcorrecting the issues of not caring enough. Every single type of interaction that exists between adults and children apparently fits the definition of the buzzwords we've already talked about nowadays. These are the effects of being overly vigilant about everything, folks. I'd argue that it's equally as dangerous as actual predators. It felt so relieving to hear that a notable content creator is saying this, as now I definitely know that I'm not the only one who worries about these scenarios. There are a lot of people out there who are suffering because of this. It's the biggest reason why I wanted to make this video, to help my fellow OCD sufferers. Help is available to you. I talked about it a bit already, but I'll also be talking more about it in the final segment, so stay tuned. For now, know that treatment works and you can indeed develop better interpretations to get your life back on track. I'm here for you in spirit, so hang in there.
I had a girl one time, I remember being 20, and this girl was talking to me, and we were talking about meeting up, blah, 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 and then a week out, she started to feel guilty. And she's like, Ab, I don't think I could do this. I'm hyper religious. You know, you don't believe in the same faith, blah, blah, blah. She's going on all this emotional stuff, and it's okay. And I'm like, you know what? We don't have to meet up. Was she trying to emotionally manipulate me? Or did she just have real insecurities that she was sharing? How do I know? And how do you know who don't even know her? But you'll read a couple text messages. This is what it is.
No. There's two type of people in the world, Abba.
It's just boring.
People are going to come in with this retort. Yeah,
you don't know. You don't know what he was trying to do. I read it. You know what it looked like? It looked like an awkward, dorky-ass 19-year-old who's probably been unpopular most of his life. And now he's got a whole bunch of adulation, women who are interested, and he's conflicted. That's another... I'm not saying it is that. I'm saying there's a possibility. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't put a referendum on his character after reading a few messages because I don't know him. Neither do you. So for you to play armchair psychology to be like, this is textbook narcissism. You don't know what textbook narcissism looked like. You aren't educated enough to know. I can't fathom for the life of me how people try to come up to these like certified 110% conclusions based off of limited information. You dig what I'm saying?
Because people like to know that they know. Bro. It's like if you ask people, what do you want your superpowers to be? Yeah. And reading the minds come in the tops. You know, people want to read minds. People want to know what you're thinking. People want to think they know what you're thinking. They know this, they know that. Ooh, predicted it. Oh, you're a Virgo. That's because you are a air sign, so it means this and that and that. Oh, you're this. So you are a dog in the lunar. They want to think they know how people are going to act, how people are going to be able to behave.
And I'm not even mad at that. If you want to pontificate, go ahead. But acknowledge that it's pontification. That's all. Don't be out there speaking with such certitude of who people are when you don't know. That's the only thing that bothers me about this whole situation. We had that case here in Montreal where people got super mad at me because a guy was dating a girl and he was overweight and they hadn't slept together even though they were dating for months. And then one night he asked, he was like, yo, is it because I'm like unattractive and ugly and fat? Like, because he has his insecurities. And she's like, no, it's not. I really want to do it. And they slept together. And later on, she claimed that he manipulated her. That's the story she told. So that's the details. That's the gist of the details that she gave. Did he manipulate you, or did he not just share his insecurities with you? You know, we love to tell dudes, share your emotions, this and that. But when they do, they're trying to initially manipulate you.
Bro, I'm still on no on that one.
You know? And then,
I am still on no. People want me to share, man.
Bro, people want you to share so they can use it against you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
A lot of times.
I know.
A lot of times.
Why don't, even to my friends, I don't share my shit.
No.
I know, because there's a cost to this.
Yep.
There's something that can potentially happen. I'm just going to be super mad. Not even at you, at myself, if you actually use it against me in a context that has nothing to do with what I said or what I did. So, yeah, no, I shut the fuck up. I just keep to myself. And that's that.
Yeah, it's just disappointing.
As time goes on, I'm starting to realize that I probably did share too many of my mental struggles on social media. I thought that by staying silent, I wouldn't be doing enough to advocate for mental health. Now, it's clear that most people don't care if you don't share anything, and then there's a select few who will use it against you. Being open online can do more harm than good for you in the long run, as harsh of a truth as that may be. It's better to just seek professional help and comfort from the people you can trust if you have any. It can be in a close friend group or with your family in private, as I have. I thought law enforcement and social media companies themselves would keep more of a watchful eye for reports of harmful posts. Alas, nothing could have prepared me for how inhumane social media users themselves treat each other at any point in time for possibly no reason. Some people who deserve to be banned aren't, and some who don't deserve it do. Life's unfair in that way, unfortunately.
It almost feels like everyone is so ready to throw rocks from glass houses. Like, they didn't send cringy messages at 18 or 19, or if I didn't go through their DMs, I wouldn't find, like, conversations that could be interpreted. It's just like everyone needs to chill, man. Everyone needs to just take a step back and acknowledge the fact that he's a 19-year-old who gained fame over the last little while, and there's nobody to help guide him.
No, people like to judge.
He should know better. What 19-year-old knows better? What 18-year-old with all that adulation knows better? Look at every child star, every child famous person. They all come out a little crooked in some type of way. There's nobody there to guide you. There's nobody there to mentor you in most of those situations because there's not too many people who've gone through it. And rather than being like, yo, let's help educate people, the first thing we go to is like, you're trash, you're garbage, you're... Why?
We need to change our approach to these subjects and focus on educating people. Clearly, we're doing the same crap every single time some allegations of sexual misconduct come out and nothing changes. The cycle we're currently in goes a little something like this. Allegations come out from a potential victim or a prominent voice. Then, dogpiling comes out at full force with various reactions. Some express outrage and disgust. Some express disappointment. Some make memes. Some make entire videos on the situation. Some wish harm on the individual. And a select few go to extremes with death threats and doxing to boot. All of this occurs regardless of how justified a situation may be, and this cycle will keep repeating because there's an incentive for it. We already talked about money, clout, personal gratification, and the like. It's a self-perpetuating problem that'll continue until more people give a real-world perspective to challenge these terminally online perspectives like Papa Gut, ABBA, and Preach. Unfortunately, it seems like this is the world we live in now. So, at the very least, we need to prepare ourselves to mentally navigate it as a starting point. I'll try to help within the final segment of the video, so hang tight. It's easy to look down on other people and look back at your own situations after the fact and make a lot of harsh judgments. But the truth is that we aren't always rational in the moment. It's one of the basic flaws of humanity that we all share to some degree. Working towards mentally letting go of these judgments would make the world a better place. That's a learned skill we need to start teaching before any notable progress is made.
And people think that in the same situation they would do better. Oh, well, if I put myself in their shoes, most of the time when people say, oh, well, I put myself in their... No, you didn't put yourself in their shoes. If I was at his place or at her place, you didn't put yourself in her or his place. You put yourself at your place looking at her place. You were right there. You're like, yeah, if I was there, I'd do much better. But you don't have the whole context.
But I'll say it again. Unless this person is your boss, and even then, unless this person is your correctionals officers, the police officer charging you, the lawyer presiding over your... Like, unless it's one of those situations, I genuinely don't care about who you choose to date. Unless this person has legal guardianship over you. This idea that, oh, there's a power imbalance. Have you guys never had a deep-seated crush for somebody? Do you not remember being a young person and you had a huge crush and that person could have asked you to... Even when I was 18, 20, like, when I had a huge crush on somebody, did they have this huge power dynamic where they were being predatory? Are IG thoughts who are fleecing their simps being predatory by using their beauty and their power over other people? How far do we want to take it? Oh, the problem is when you're soliciting nudes. Why is that the main issue? If you want to be somebody who sends pictures of yourself to somebody else because you admire them, that's on you. Have people turned into such babies that we have to protect them from everything? You don't have enough agency to look at someone you admire and be like, no? Listen, I like a lot of people. If they came in my DMs today and be like, I want to see you, I'm not doing it. And if you would, that's your problem. And if you guys are going to go around canceling people who want to sleep with their fans, it's such a dumb way to go about it because you're putting the spotlight on one thing as if this is not a society-wide reality for all different walks of life. I can't understand the idea that someone's grown enough to, again, join the military, join enough to take out hundreds of thousands of loan, open a business, do whatever they want, but they can't decide whether or not they want to take a picture of themselves and sell it to the person. Now, this is coming from somebody that, one, doesn't like nudes, and I tell people don't ever send them to me. This comes from somebody who generally, someone says they're a huge fan, I don't like it. But I can't, just from an ethical standpoint, understand why that would be a wrong thing. If people want to be groupies, let them be groupies. Why are you, a third party, coming in and be like, that's predatory, mind your business?
It's not because someone has power that they're automatically gonna abuse it. I understand how it could sound, but it's not a reality of things. Even engaging in a relationship, you could be in a relationship and you think there's a power dynamic. It doesn't mean that the person is gonna abuse from it. Now, if the person is acting because the person is impressed by the power that person has, the person's not doing anything. You know what I mean? If I'm giving you another example, there's a lot of people that are saying that I'm intimidating. And you're intimidating. No. You, little bitch, are intimidated. I haven't done shit to you. I'm not even looking at you. I'm on the side of the room, and it's a big room. You don't have to stand next to me. You walk in the room, you feel intimidated. I haven't done shit.
You want to give you a different example? There are very attractive women who guys go like, you seduced me. No.
No.
You were seduced.
You were seduced.
You saw her and felt like she was making a signal to you. She was just standing there looking good.
And that's it. And sometimes the bartender is just polite. She ain't trying to hook up with you. You got seduced. That's your thing. That's not her clown, not her circus. That's on you, boo-boo. So it's not because you feel some type of way because of the power of the person, the money the person has, the beauty the person has, that they are going to act on it. Sometimes it's you. Even if the person is being proposed something and there's a power dynamic and the person says yes, he is still not abusing of his power. He's not.
Yo, everyone wants to be a crusader. It's cringe.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to take up a cause that they don't actually really believe in or understand. They use words like grooming and, oh my god, he's a pedophile. You guys don't even know the definitions of the words. You just misuse them because you saw it on Tumblr or Twitter a couple times.
It's cute and everything whenever it's words like on fleek or on deck or lit or trill, and then you use it and abuse it and not even knowing exactly what it means. That's a little word. But when it comes to bitter words that has more baggage and more implication in them, it can become very dangerous. Calling someone a groomer, that is not grooming. That's not what it means. That word you're using like that, willy-nilly, it doesn't mean what you think it means. There are consequences to that. Lives are being ruined.
I've definitely used words I have no understanding of in my youth. I'd say these words sometimes in a family setting, but pretty much never on the internet, since what you post online is out there forever. It seems most people do the opposite. They quite literally think in tweets and social media posts. Likely because even though it's out there forever, it's also anonymous. People uneducated on internet safety feel empowered to say things online that they would never otherwise do. But we already knew that.
People act like celebrities are these magical creatures who can get whatever. Bruh, I'm telling you, there's a lot of people who get whatever they want who have nothing to do with celebrity status. No. Whether they're super attractive, look at IG Thoughts. They got millions of followers for just posting pictures. They could go into their DMs and pick anyone, and they often do. And guess what? There's nothing wrong with it.
Do you?
Do you? If you want to fleece those simps, go ahead. I don't care. But what I do have an issue with is how much everybody wants all these additional rights and blah, 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 but nobody wants to have any kinds of responsibility towards their own well-being. They want to make it everyone else's responsibility for them to be okay.
Yeah.
As if they have no responsibility. He was a celebrity and I was just so enamored with him. So, that's your problem. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you shouldn't buy into celebrity culture that way. And if you can't stop yourself, maybe you have some soul searching to do. Because there's a lot of us who really can.
We're not saying that, it doesn't happen, but it's not everything.
No. They make it sound like you can't ever do this.
No, that's what I'm saying.
They don't like to be accountable, yeah.
They don't like to be, you f***ed up.
No.
Or you engaged in that behavior. You fed that. You need counseling. Counseling is not a bad thing, but there's some things that you need to sort out, right? There's some things that you have to check. People don't like that. I'm this little perfect bunny. No, nobody is. But you have to work on yourself. And sometimes whenever you're like, oh my God, it was so this and that and so impressionable and all this money and all this power and all this, it tells more about yourself than about the person. But I'm not saying it's all the cases, of course.
You know what it makes me think of? It's like when they used to have execution squares.
Yeah.
And people would just show up and they don't even know who's being executed. But then all of a sudden they're cheering.
Yeah.
People love that.
It's the burning the witches all over again.
Bro, it's sad.
And that brings us to the end of the 3 Abba and Preach videos. The same things I said for Papa God apply to Abba and Preach. Thanks for teaching me, and hopefully my audience, just as well as he did, and Godspeed to you 3. At this point, I've made myself abundantly clear with my defense of CallMeCarson. We could go even further than this, but I'll stop here as the ethical analysis I wanted to give is complete. If you're interested in the deeper intricacies of Carson's situation, I'd highly recommend the video Why CallMeCarson is Innocent by Alex the Critic. I watched it in full and it was phenomenal from the start all the way up to just before the conclusion. The ending is a bit of a miss for me, but that's because Alex said some things that past me would have said. He mentions how technically something could have happened to him with what he did. He says Carson should have been more responsible with who he talked to, especially the second girl, which may or may not be a fair point since we don't have much information about her. The wording just felt a bit off since I watched it after learning about everything I just talked about. In the end though, he does ultimately wish Carson well, so I won't fault him for anything. It's worth the watch if you're interested. Now, even though we're done with the case study, we're not done talking about Carson just yet. We're going to hear from the man himself. As a brief history lesson, Carson got cancelled for this at the beginning of early 2021. He left the internet for 8 to 9 months and came back in September 2021 to do a year of charity. 100% of the profits would be donated to various charities, minus operating costs and paying his team. Reactions to this move were mixed across the board. Some people say that this is the best way he could have come back, or this is how you redeem yourself after messing up. It bothers me since we already proved that nothing he did was really morally wrong when it came to his sexual interactions. Legally, the law might catch up too, so even that argument could be null and void in the years to come. The final video I want to showcase comes from a channel called Ryan the Leader. In it, Carson talks about what it was like being cancelled, how he spent his time away from the internet, and how he reflected on his own life. This video is divided into 4 parts. In part 1, Ryan gives an overview of cancel culture, which is the subject of this particular episode in a series called Follow the Leader. In part 2, he takes to the streets and asks civilians about what they think of cancel culture. In part 3, he does a political comedy segment where he acts out the extremes of conservatives versus liberals in response to cancel culture. In part 4, he conducts the interview with Carson. For this video, we'll only be looking at footage from parts 1 and 4. If you want to see the video in full, I'll have it linked in the sources. And we're off.
James Charles, Logan Paul, David Dobrik, James Gunn, Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein, Jussie Smollett, J.K. Rowling, DaBaby, Travis Scott, Louis C.K., Kevin Spacey, Big Bird. This is just a small list of our infamous canceled celebrities. As a society, we group these people into one group, when they really shouldn't be just one group, but we seem to do that anyways.
Absolutely true. I've seen so many videos, posts, and memes that lump Carson in with actual predators and groomers on Twitter. I've also seen posts from people who genuinely believed that Carson was a 30-year-old interacting with a 17-year-old. Black and white thinking is the cause of this. In the eyes of impressionable, terminally online individuals, you're either cancelled or you're not, like a binary switch. That's why this situation got so out of hand, since we're actively conditioned to ultimately pick one side or the other. You'd be considered a bad person by the other side, or even by both sides if you remain neutral sometimes. It's good to be unbiased, do your research, and come to your own conclusions. But most aren't mentally equipped for that by default. Once again, it's a skill that needs to be taught and learned if we're going to make progress as a society.
For instance, Bill Cosby is a serial whereas James Gunn had some bad tweets. But for some reason, some people equate these crimes equally. Innocent until proven guilty, but when it comes to Twitter, it's guilty until proven innocent. Nowadays, if you get accused of something, you better pray that you have all the proof in the world proving your innocence. It doesn't matter if you did or didn't do what you're being accused of. As soon as someone reads that headline, they're going to accept it as fact and move on with their life.
This is another contributing factor to problems with social media. The general public is conditioned to only have the time and mental energy for reading headlines. Most people who only read Carson's headlines immediately took it as fact, acted out in response, and moved on. This resulted in a mass amount of tweets against Carson since it's easy for us to do that. As I've already mentioned numerous times at this point, by the time videos like the ones we just reacted to come out, people have already moved on and call it old news. Only then do individuals question the validity of the situation, even if only to a small degree. But by that point, it's too late. The damage has been done already. It's the unfortunate reality.
Nothing nowadays gets more clicks than drama or someone falling from grace. You clicked on this video because you saw Carson's face. Welcome to the second episode.
I'm here with CallMeCarson, Carson King.
It's me. I'm getting interviewed.
So my first question is, what was the first morning / day like?
I had some fair warning that it was gonna happen.
You had like, hey, this is gonna happen. Prepare yourself.
Yeah, basically.
What went into the preparation for you?
Oh no, there wasn't.
You just kind of were waiting for just staying.
Yeah, no, I was like, this is gonna happen. Well, like for a long time, I was like, okay, this could happen. Many times, I was like, I should probably just say it publicly, like,
kind of get the head start on it.
It's something I already felt bad about.
There's yet another aspect about these types of situations that don't get discussed much either. It's the fact that people who get heat from social media get conditioned into a trap where they're screwed no matter what they do. This occurs completely separate from looking at the facts. If you say it publicly to get a head start on it, you're just trying to get ahead of the allegations to control the narrative and hide the truth. If you don't say anything, others will say, oh, he's only responding because he got caught. He doesn't care about the horrible thing he did. When the accused make responses, they'll say, that's a terrible apology. Why is he doubling down? Or, why is he downplaying what he did? If he doesn't respond at all, another group of people will say he's clearly guilty if he hasn't come out with a response yet. There's no stopping with this discourse. The unfortunate reality is that the accused are conditioned to panic and try to make a response as quickly as possible. They fear that the longer it takes, the more people will turn on them, which is why plenty of rushed statements exist. Bullying tactics have evolved to require this mask of self-righteousness, a threshold to cross before it becomes justified in one's mind to degrade a person relentlessly. Quote-unquote, bringing back bullying is a reaction to something a terminally online person doesn't like. Also, I can't remember where, but I think I saw something that said bullying is this necessary evil to quote-unquote discourage weirdos from being weirdos. We're also at a point where buzzwords get thrown into the mix. It effectively targets anyone who doesn't follow the terminally online status quo. It also gaslights people who want to act in good faith into thinking they are in the wrong when they might not be, or at least not as much. This all ties in with what Papa Gut talked about with different spheres and environments, so you can connect the rest of the dots yourself.
I mean, I've had that thought with myself when it comes to like I was an idiot in high school, and there's videos of me on people's phones saying ridiculous things, and I'm like, should I just get the head start on this that I was like a big fan of Filthy Frank and iDubbbz, and I was like, hey, I thought I was being funny, and I know
2016 was such a different time, dude. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I had the worst Minecraft username. I was in high school. I didn't think about any of my actions before I did them. I was fueled exclusively by
gamer culture,
and also the fact that I was still going through puberty.
Yeah.
The unfortunate reality is that socially, this gamer culture was a lot more prevalent back when edginess was accepted and rewarded a lot more than now. From the time I stepped foot on the internet to now, societal values have radically shifted, arguably to the point where we've gone a bit too far with what we get offended by. I ultimately like the landscape a lot more now, but we have to be understanding of how what was culturally acceptable back then isn't now. I'll even make a bit of a confession of my own. Despite my nature of trying to be kind, insightful, wholesome, and pure, I actually did get influenced by a bit of edginess before I stepped foot online. I think back to my elementary school days with this. I'd say this lasted up until summer 2017. This included jokes about drinking bleach, AIDS, and even the occasional sex joke here and there. I'm not proud of it looking back. I wanted to keep what is now my former PG nature back then, for the most part for sure. At the same time, PG-related movies usually tried to cleverly sneak in a few jokes and adult references sprinkled throughout, so I thought I could make a few here and there. I used that to try and add some comedic effect for both my content plus to fit in socially. Growing up, many of us can relate to this underlying theme of trying to conform to the culture of the time and place that we're in, for better or for worse. It's more of a societal issue than a personal one, in my opinion. I believe targeting individuals doesn't actually solve anything long term. In fact, it may only hurt them more and discourages them from ever trying to be anything other than what they're being targeted for. It's a classic trope, actually. If the world sees you as a monster no matter what you do, why bother trying to be anything else? Think about that for a moment. Simply put, many of us indirectly contribute to this problem when we don't give people the opportunity and space to grow as people.
I just had the most racist Minecraft username. There's been so many times in the last like 6 years where someone would tweet it out and be like, question mark, and I'm like, yep, no, not proud of that, you know, actually.
Yeah.
Not my favorite thing I've ever done, now that you mention it, but I've talked about it on stream. I've been like, this is not something I stand by, but people are still very gung-ho to get very angry about it.
It's like, don't worry, I wake up every morning and think about it. You don't have to bring it up.
Right.
It burdens me.
Yeah, about the racist username, I've seen it and it was horrible. Carson's description is pretty accurate here. For perspective, if anyone with this username interacted with me or joined a Discord server I moderated, they'd be blocked and or banned on site. Now, it's easy and tempting to hold something like that over someone's head for years down the line. But as I said, focusing only on weaponizing people's past actions against them does no good in allowing them to improve as people. It doesn't make us that much better either. There's a difference between saying a racist thing, doing the racist action, and being racist. Even then, there's an environmental factor at play that doesn't even get acknowledged. I've seen TED Talks from people who have previously participated in hate groups against minorities. They shared how they got out of that mindset and shared life advice with others to ensure they don't go down the same path as them. That's proof that people can improve and change for the better for much more intense things. Therefore, from a real-world perspective, this is not anywhere close to Beyond Redemption, as it's less intense. Carson most likely isn't racist, and you're an idiot if you think otherwise without any further evidence. It takes serious courage to admit a fault like this, and he has my respect for that.
Just to circle back to that question, what was going through your mental that day?
There was a lot. There was a lot going on, and there were a lot of different facets that people probably don't know about. It was a very layered day where it wasn't just, oh, this came out.
That was a future question I had for it, was in what ways has it affected your life positively?
I just feel like I'm more capable as a person as a whole.
Like there's liberty in it?
The thing about it is I don't look back on it with like, this was life-shattering, this was XYZ. You know, I'm surrounded by like really good people because my family's great. I'm very lucky to have a very good family structure, and I have good friends. Like there was a lot of absurd rumors going around where people were like saying I killed myself and shit like that. And I was never in danger of that. I was never in that mental state.
Good. That's really good.
In terms of my family structure, I'm thankful to have a decently supportive one. They listened to me and allowed me to safely vent my pain to them about things I wouldn't tell any of my closest friends. They didn't jump to conclusions or judge me as a person. Everyone else absolutely would have when it came to how intense the themes of OCD can be. Unfortunately, I was in a mental space to take my own life for a month or two until I was diagnosed with OCD in February 2022. From there, we did all our sessions and worked through the treatments I mentioned at the beginning, and the rest is history. God bless my therapist, man. She, along with the others I've shouted out in this video, pretty much saved my life. It's the reason I stand before you today. Don't worry, I haven't been in that headspace ever since, and am doing the best I've ever been.
I got canceled in 2018, not like, it was just I made like a shitty Twitter girls video.
What did you do?
I dressed up as a girl and I said girls on Twitter, and then I posted it on Twitter, and I was just making fun of like how girls behave on Twitter, and then I had like 9,000 people replying and DMing me being like, kill yourself. And then like it was funny, like the conclusions that people would jump to is like I made fun of like people pretending to be bisexual online to get likes. Like that's what I made fun of a little bit. And then people were like, you're biphobic, you're homophobic, and then they're like, you're a pedophile, and then they're like, you're a sexual assaulter, and like all this, it just like kept getting worse. And I was like,
yeah,
okay.
They escalated.
Yeah.
They
Once you're one of the things, you're all the things.
All of this ties back to binary labels of good and bad. The moment you do something that's interpreted as not necessarily good, you're met with a disproportionate response where every bad label gets applied to you. It may sound ridiculous to us logically, but we still feel this way. We end up expressing it since we pretty much think and emote in tweets/posts on social media. Essentially, escalation happened with Carson's case, where every party involved made it seem worse than it actually was. From there, it spread in the way that it did. In reality, if you objectively look at it from a real-world perspective, there's nothing there at all.
How much has it changed your life day to day outside of the internet?
I mean, like, besides, like, I just don't really look at Twitter. Like, there were multiple times this year, well, I guess last year, where I was just like, I'm going to take a break from this app, and I just deleted it off my phone for like 3 weeks. One of the things I learned was moderation, just being more aware of my mental space and saying, okay, I need to make this step or this thing a little different, and I would just take that step much more easily now. So if it's stop looking at Twitter, it's very easy to just delete the app.
I keep Twitter off my phone. I just have it like on the computer.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
It's an entertaining app. I'll say that. It's a double-edged sword because it's like, it's very fun to look at.
It's the best and the worst because it's where people do get that like herd mentality of like, let's kill someone. But then it's also like where all the like best memes and like people saying funny tweets.
For my fellow Twitter users, my advice would be to mentally distance yourself from what you see on the platform and be mindful of the information you consume. Take a step back and make an effort to change your relationship with the app, whether mentally or algorithmically using browser extensions. Take advantage of features that customize your experience. This can take the form of muting accounts, muting words, categorizing the accounts you follow using the lists feature, and more. As for deleting the app on my phone, I may try doing that for long periods of time and see how that goes. Perhaps it is better if it's PC only. Heck, I may even delete my accounts altogether. Find what works best for you and don't be afraid to experiment. You deserve to have the best experience you can at the end of the day. No one has the right to dictate how you use these platforms, provided it's ethical, of course.
When you were on break, when you weren't streaming, how did you reoccupy your time?
I mean, it was like 9 months, so
yeah.
I got really back into gaming. I've been doing gaming as content for a long time. The break let me kind of rediscover gaming as a passion. Before I was doing YouTube, I just loved playing video games. I think that's a pretty normal thing for any guy who's a kid. And it's something I've always really loved, is just video games, stories and video games, all of that kind of stuff. And I think I disconnected from a little bit of that when it just became a work cycle.
It's like the sandbox kid. There's a kid playing in a sandbox, and then this guy sees him playing in a sandbox, and he's like, hey, if you come back here and play in the sandbox, I'll give you $5 tomorrow. And the kid's like, all right. So the next day he comes back, plays in the sandbox. The guy hands him $5. This goes on for a couple days. Then on the fourth day, the kid is playing in the sandbox, and he's waiting for the guy to come bring him $5. And he's like, hey, why aren't you giving me my $5? And the guy's like, oh, I don't have any more to give you. And then the kid never returns to the sandbox ever again. So something that started as like an initial just fun thing for him to do, once he started tying money to it, he lost the like why he did it in the first place.
Right.
It's a metaphor I've heard for like YouTube especially.
It's a thing. It's like a thing you came up with.
It's a thing I came up with. No.
Yeah, no, it is kind of like that. There was a lot of time spent where I was just playing new games and loving it. I think I've played more new games in the last year than like any other year before it.
I was honestly in the same boat this year. For a lot of my life online, I forced myself to only play video games as content most of the time. I got really good at self-restraint in this way, as I'd intentionally prevent myself from playing video games or finishing playthroughs until I had more time. Heck, that's why one of my Let's Play series on my channel started in 2017 and didn't finish until 2020, even though there were only 10 episodes in it. 2022 was the year that changed though. I started playing some games I always wanted to, just for fun. I mainly played all the later games in the Burnout franchise. The footage you're seeing right now comes from Burnout 3 Takedown, an action-packed arcade racer. You take out your rivals at ludicrous speeds and try not to crash. There's also a game mode where you try to make the most spectacular crash possible. It's both fun and accessible to all, even those who aren't fans of arcade racers. This franchise means a lot to me, as it was my first real video game I ever played after playing on kiddie consoles like the Leapster and the V-Smile. Never have I actually disliked this game or believed that it hasn't stood the test of time in all my years of playing it. I don't think it ever will. It's fun to watch and is a massive stress reliever as well. I hope that you've been enjoying the gameplay alongside the commentary thus far.
And then I spent a lot of time with family, and I spent time being like, okay, what are the next steps for me as like a person? How do I see myself? It was a lot of time actually spent working on myself mentally. I think in the past I had tons of anxiety and tons of lack of self-confidence and stuff like that. And so it gave me a lot of time to focus on how I see myself and how I want others to perceive me, or how much I don't care about others and how they perceive me.
Back to like the liberty thing, like, do you feel like getting canceled has given you like a lot of freedom with yourself?
Before, I think I was trying my hardest to be what others wanted me to be, and now I know myself better is what it should come down to. I can stand on my own 2 feet without constantly second guessing myself and stuff like that.
How isolated did you feel? Do you still feel?
That's an interesting question. I don't know if it's a unique situation compared to others. I don't really have that experience.
Do you still have like a lot of friends in South Carolina, you said, right?
No. Not in South Carolina, but I do have friends. I swear I have friends.
I meant like, were they like your support system, or was it mainly family?
It was mainly family. I reconnected with a few people. They're probably like my secondary support structure. You know, I'd prefer to go to my family for a lot of things, but for example, my assistant, his name's Matt. Me and him gamed quite a bit over the break, and there were multiple times where I was like going to him to be like, here's my thoughts on X, Y, Z, and here's what I'm thinking, and he'd just be a very good sounding board for me, and he has that perspective of the internet and all of that, so that was very valuable, and he's still very valuable. He works for me.
Did you debate on never coming back?
Oh yeah. After something like that, it's like, well, how much do I really care? There were many times where I was just looking at like the discourse and I was like, this is just annoying, and it's such a pain having so many people know my name. And I had already had this like lack of anonymity that I didn't really love. I definitely made like a pro and con list of coming back. But it wasn't until the whole year of charity idea popped up where I was like, okay, this is a good way to come back and have like a reason for me to actually do this.
Yeah. How has the year of charity been so far?
It's been good. There's multiple things here, actually. First of all, I'm much smaller than before, so I think a lot of people would be surprised by the lesser amount of money, just because a lot of people think that I was streaming to like 35,000 viewers every stream or something, which was never true. And people had like this very high sense of, oh, Carson is giant YouTuber, when I was like, I made my videos and then I streamed to like 2K people. But like $40,000 to $60,000 a month for each charity, wow, which I'm very happy with.
Yeah, that's very good.
I mean, that's what happens when you give 100%. You know, like I have multiple YouTube channels and stuff like that, so we're just pumping that revenue with videos and stuff.
And everything is going to charity?
Everything except for I need to pay editors and my assistant.
At the time of this recording, Carson completed his year of charity already and shared how it went in a video titled 1 Year Later. In it, he describes how it went, how much he raised, and how he wants to do it all again, which I'm happy about. Over $300,000 raised is phenomenal. Kudos to him for sticking with it for the whole year. If this is how much he would have made in 1 year, I think he's going to be just fine financially speaking.
Not to name names, but were there some people who made public statements against you, but in private told you something different?
Not like directly, but after time.
Yeah, after time.
After time had passed, yes. It was very weird because there were a lot of people, like everyone felt like they had to make a statement. Mm-hmm. You know, I come back 9 months later and I get messages from people being like, hey, let's reconnect.
It's sad when you think about it. The dogpiling from everyone comes in full force from the start. It seems everyone unites against a particular person like they're 100% sure this massive tragedy occurred when it actually didn't. I'm guilty of participating in this behavior myself in the past with a select few cancellations, and I've hated myself for it ever since. Fortunately, I know better now. I will make it my life's mission to challenge this mentality as much as possible by encouraging critical thinking and offering ways to step out of these primitive mindsets. When it comes down to it, situations like these really show you who's really your friend and who's not.
Do you feel like cancel culture as a whole is a good or bad thing?
I think cancel culture is just a buzzword. I think it is okay for people to have repercussions online for messing up. I think that's a normal thing. If a company messes up, they're going to see backlash. They're going to see discourse about them messing up. That's been the case since media became a thing. What I will say is weird is with the internet exploding how it has, people want to make everyone the villain. I'm not even talking about me. Like, there's no reason I should go on Twitter and then see Tommy Innit trending for messing like the smallest thing up on stream. Like, when he's probably very well intentioned and not trying to step on anyone's toes. And he's like 17. Like, I shouldn't see thousands of tweets saying Tommy Neg, you know? I think that's crazy. I think it's weird that so many people want to make out creators or anyone in the public eye to be a villain, even when they not necessarily have done that big of a screw up.
I believe a lot of this resentment ultimately stems from some form of oppression from companies and governments. Since the general public grows more and more frustrated with an entity that doesn't listen, they develop this desire to make a tangible impact that positively affects them socially. They start dumping their outrage on everyday citizens, such as people who work for these institutions or people who have status but are more vulnerable, regardless of whether or not it's justified. Yet again, we see that it's all to satisfy a feeling of doing good for the world through shaming and dogpiling, when in reality, you're not helping in the way you think you are.
Because people make mistakes all the time, and there's nothing that's going to change that because it is very core to human behavior. There are so many mistakes you can make in a day, and if we were to hold every single person at gunpoint for those mistakes, it would be terrible. Obviously, I know that's like a little bit hyperbolic, but it seems like too much for what some people do. And I think society would probably be better off if they focused on themselves a little bit more. But it's very easy in your day-to-day to jump on and be like, well, this person messed up, and that makes me feel a little bit better about myself.
Yeah.
I don't think you or I are going to post about somebody's mistake publicly in front of thousands.
Nope.
Like, most creators don't, unless it's something that's really bad, you know, or like something that affects them.
I think a lot of it is virtue signaling.
There is that aspect of, I want to be looked at as a good person, so here's me looking down on someone who did something bad. But the world is so much more gray than that. Like, I don't think it's fair to group people into good and bad, and that's what the internet wants to do all the time.
Ethically, like, people are just people. There's no really good or bad. Everyone has their own moral judgments of what's good, what's bad, and stuff like that. So it gets subjective.
I'll say it before and I'll say it again. Gray areas often exist naturally in the world and aren't manufactured as much as we like to think they are. I used to be a black and white thinker before this year. I thought those gray areas were manufactured, but the opposite is true. My therapist told me this, meditation has taught me this, and now we're hearing it from CallMeCarson himself.
But I mean, we can all agree there are things that are bad that we're like, this is bad.
No one's out here arguing Hitler was a good person, you know? If you're in the right state of mind, you're not going to be like, well, he did do some art.
Well, think about the economy of Germany at the time. Did it make your relationships that you still have more valuable?
Yeah. I would say so. I think it gave me perspective on what I value in a friendship or in a relationship with someone, not like a dating relationship, heaven forbid.
Just a relationship, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Damn straight. I already talked about how I believe dating is becoming a more dangerous game by the day, and how it's contributing to the loneliness pandemic. I'm not repeating myself.
Well, thank you so much for allowing me to interview you. Talk to you about
it. Hey, no problem. I appreciate you just being willing to like have a conversation about stuff and not like pry. I think that's really valuable because a lot of people are somewhat predatorial and just want to get the scoop.
I just want to get the scoop. I want to know all the juicy facts.
I want pictures.
I want pictures of Spider-Man now on my desk. Yeah.
It truly is a rare find nowadays to actually find conversations like these that don't seek to appease an algorithm or focus on the most amount of clicks possible. We really need to appreciate gems like these without taking them for granted. Here lies the true starting point on how to make the world a better place through meaningful change. Critical thinking and logic must pave the way forward, not primarily emotions. Emotions are powerful, but they're also just as volatile. Many people are more predatorial in this regard than they might think. They end up accusing others of being predators to hide their own insecurities, since that's both easier and more rewarding. Papa Gut said it best. We need to have conversations about how things can be interpreted in multiple different ways and work within them. We should not always say that one or the other is 100% correct. Ultimately, I still believe Carson did the right move in stepping away to improve himself mentally. In his time away, he reflected on his entire life, not just the sexual exchanges. I wholeheartedly believe he wanted to become a better person after all of the stuff that he both went through and what he's done. This includes that racist username and being a quote-unquote terrible friend, as some claim. I don't know the specifics of that, but it's not beyond redemption in any capacity. We've already talked about the harmful implications of expressing otherwise. The response against him was disproportionate, and he got screwed over by almost everyone in his life. He didn't deserve pretty much any of it at all. The best case you can make is the sending and receiving of nudes, which, yet again, is negligible morally from a real-world perspective. There is no justification for phrases like, well, yada yada yada, sex, but he got better either. What he did sexually wasn't morally wrong to begin with. Finally, that brings us to the end of this multi-hour segment. I genuinely hope that you learned at least something from all this, and that you'll be more mindful of how you interact in this world. Unfortunately, some people will tell me they agree with me on some things or have learned something, but will continue their lives in the same way. I'll only believe that you learn something if you are open to having a respectful conversation that doesn't try to pry or apply this knowledge when it counts. I am, however, happy to say that my inner sphere is slowly starting to come around after educating them on this. As far as the greater internet is concerned, that's a whole other monstrous beast entirely. We won't be able to change everyone's perspective, but we can change on our own, and you can help with that. I want to finish this segment off by giving final words to CallMeCarson directly. To Carson, you did a phenomenal job overcoming what happened to you, taking responsibility for whatever you felt like you needed to, and moving forward in your life. I'm glad you stepped away to take time for yourself towards bettering yourself mentally. It's clear from how your friends tried to help that it wasn't working for you. You didn't have anyone to help guide or educate you as to what's right and wrong in these situations, as well as nuance and the actual reality of societal issues. There's a whole lot of work that needs to be done as a whole, so don't put the burden on your shoulders and take it personally. I have within the past, and it's not healthy. Also, your year of charity is probably the most commendable act that I've ever seen come out of any content creator. Even though you probably won't ever be as big as you once were because of what happened, you're clearly the happiest you've ever been. You're not chasing any algorithm or trying to virtue signal over everything. So in my books, you're doing a lot better than most creators on these platforms, to say the least. If you do end up doing another year of charity, I hope to donate and catch a few streams of yours as well. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Godspeed, my man. Godspeed. With that, we move on to the last segment. I clearly just dropped a full-blown nuke of information on you all, especially in the previous segment. It took me months to learn, process, research, collect, organize, and script out everything into a coherent flow of content that viewers can digest. I imagine you'll need some time to sit with this as well. There are a lot of lessons for us to all learn. We keep repeating the same song and dance of emotionally driven allegations. Crazy and genuinely messed up stuff that we see in our timelines or in the news gets flooded into our brains relentlessly with no end in sight. As a way to cope, many distract themselves and stay in their own spheres to get away from it all as much as possible. I did that too. These methods of escape don't work like they used to. They've become more and more crowded, especially after COVID. Eventually, somewhere along the way, we all reached a point where all that crap invades our spaces. Predators, scummy people, and virtue signalers alike brought us to this point. There's no escape from it, and it's spreading like a disease. As mentioned before, I'm an individual who wants to educate, rehabilitate, and reform to help people find a better path forward in life. I tend to be solutions-oriented in nature. Harping on problems all day gets us nowhere. We need to change our approach regarding values, moral prescriptions, and best practices both mentally and digitally. Only then can we navigate the modernized digital world. Otherwise, more people will get hurt, including victims of both actual abuse and social media platforms, much like Carson did. As such, I'll be dedicating this final segment to talking about how we can help the internet generation manage themselves the best they can. Before that though, I do need to give 2 disclaimers specific to this section. Number 1, all points, tips, and advice I share in this section are purely my own opinions and analysis. Number 2, I have 0 qualifications to give any diagnosis or medical advice. I am not a therapist, psychologist, psychiatrist, or anything of the sort. I am speaking purely from the perspective of experience. With that out of the way, let's start out with a simple question. What do we do about all this? The very first thing we need to do is take a step back and educate ourselves on how the internet world truly works. There's a lot more to it than you might think. I separate this into 2 perspectives, cultural and business/technological. We already talked about the cultural perspective in detail, so let's discuss the other perspective. I'll start with the obvious and we'll work our way in. Social media and entertainment websites are among the most popular and most visited in the world, with a few monopolies dominating the scene. You may or may not know that these websites are designed to keep you as engaged as possible for as long as possible for profit. It's often called audience retention, but do you necessarily know how? Let's find out. As a person who's taking computer science, you could say I have at least a bit of an elevated understanding of algorithms, design, and data collection. All 3 of these factors, and probably more of them, are always at play in your digital life. When you create an account, complete the setup process, and start using it, you start off with a clean slate where the platform recommends what's purely popular. Over time, you'll start seeing more people, accounts, hashtags, and/or topics that you want to see. This can be explicit in terms of straight up telling the platform what you want to see through its interfaces, or implicit in terms of the content you consume. The former is obvious, but not the latter. There are various factors at play when it comes to the content that you see. This includes liking a post/video, staying on a post/video for a longer period, or even so much as click on something. All of those actions transmit information to an algorithm that contributes to personalizing your experience. Within about a week of usage, the platform already has enough info about your browsing habits to know what appeals to you, thus keeping you on the site longer. Combine that with the ways that these websites are uniquely designed as well. Here are some examples. YouTube has a grid layout of videos that are infinitely generated as you scroll. You can also play previews when you focus on their corresponding thumbnail for long enough. Twitter has character limit counts that increase the number of tweets on your timeline. It also recommends tweets to you on what others you associate with are interested in. TikTok focuses on purely short-form content and bombards you with new videos every minute. Also, the moment you watch a few videos about a topic, you get flooded with more videos on that topic in the future. I could go on for a while. This could be a video in and of itself. The point is that social media platforms have their ways of figuring out what appeals to you the most. Their goal is to get you to use their services for as long as possible, since you generate more money for them through the ads that get served to you. There's a conversation to be had about selling your data to the highest bidder as well. But that's a little outside the scope of what we're talking about here today. We're focusing purely on tailoring your experience on the internet. If that involves the privacy aspect, which I believe it should, then hopefully the advice I'll be giving in a bit still applies. Much like in the first segment, I'll be going over tips that will hopefully help you learn how to navigate internet spaces more healthily. Number 1, take back control of your privacy and the content you consume. To do this, you'll need to educate yourself on the features that each service makes available to you. Despite what you may have been told, you actually have more of a say in what content gets served to you than you think. Set time aside to familiarize yourself with the tools that can shift what you see and don't see. Look out for icons with 3 lines, 3 dots, and symbols of that nature. These contain additional options that allow you to filter out the content that you no longer want to see. I'll use YouTube as my main example since most of you can relate to it the most. Sometimes you can click a video by accident, Or you might end up clicking on a video you intended to watch, but lost interest midway through. Maybe you even watch a video to the end, but don't want to see the channel anymore. In any case, get in the habit of filtering out content that clutters your feed. It'll do you wonders long term. Let's use a random channel that uploads Moist Critical reacting to various To Catch a Predator episodes. I watched one for a bit, but now a few of them take up slots on my recommendations, and I don't want to see them anymore. Look for 3 vertical dots next to each video on your home feed. If a specific type of video constantly appears that you're just not interested in, select Not Interested. If it's a channel you wish to not see anymore, choose Don't Recommend Channel. If you refresh the page or continue to watch videos, they won't be recommended anymore. It sounds simple enough, because it actually is. Getting in the habit of continuously using this feature probably isn't quite ingrained in your head as much. It's good to practice cleaning your feed like this more often, and you'll see this difference more over time. You can also apply this logic to other platforms with the ability to mute accounts, for example. It'll do wonders for your mental health since it's a change that only benefits you without affecting anyone else. Unlike blocking accounts sometimes, blocking is more public as people can screenshot it, which can lead to drama and conflict very quickly. Another thing you can do on desktops only is use browser extensions to completely overhaul certain aspects of the websites you use. For Twitter, I'd recommend the Tweak New Twitter extension, which allows you to configure a lot of settings. It's the ultimate tool to take back control of how you use these apps, as it hides features and content down to the exact preference of the user. For example, you can use it to disable the distracting features of the site, such as trends and quote-unquote recommended content that tries to predict what you like based on your habits on the app. It also completely overhauls existing features to simplify the experience to what you actually use and want to see. The moral of the story here is that popular internet platforms are designed to be as overwhelming, emotionally charged, and as addictive as possible by default. They want to keep you engaged at the expense of your time and well-being. But you also have a plethora of resources and tools at your fingertips to assist you in developing better habits regarding your usage patterns. It's a skill that will have profoundly healthier effects on your life as a whole. Number 2. Avoid falling into terminally online echo chambers. Beware of falling into a sphere that hyper-focuses on specific beliefs, worldviews, agendas, political affiliations, and that sort of thing. Surrounding yourself entirely with people you agree with 100% of the time leads you down a path where you become out of touch with reality. It's good to have friends who share common interests, of course. At the same time, it's beneficial to have meaningful conversations with people in your life to both hold you accountable and keep you grounded. I personally want to surround myself with critical thinkers who aren't terminally online. Echo chambers form when certain beliefs and ideologies get solidified so much to the point where critical thinking ends up being discouraged. That's what leads to all those online prescriptions we just learned about. So, in addition to being mindful of the content you consume, be equally as mindful of who you surround yourself with. This is much harder to do. The desire to connect with people is very strong, trust me, I know. It's a human desire almost unparalleled in nature. At the same time, you gotta be careful with bad crowds. Explore your options, try your best to find good people who will treat you with respect and bring out the best in you. Plus, set healthy boundaries from the get-go. We've seen what happens otherwise. Number 3. Understand nuance, interpretations, gray areas, and uncertainty. The dictionary definition of the word nuance refers to a subtle distinction or variation. After doing my research on everything I've talked about, I realized that people throughout pretty much every online space are black and white thinkers. I would know better than anyone because I used to be one, even in my day-to-day life. I'm thankful to be enlightened as to how gray humanity and a lot of the world naturally are now. We've talked about gray areas extensively throughout the video. So the advice I'd like to give is to not let yourself jump to conclusions based on your initial feelings or pressure from others. I equate this to scamming in a way. Scammers are more likely to succeed in getting to their victims if they speak in this authoritative, fear-mongering tone that subconsciously forces you not to think. We also talked about how much black and white online prescriptions are encouraged on social media. Think about the various interpretations of every societal topic imaginable. People develop different points of view on things. often with little to no context or based on limited and sensationalized information. Remember the self-fulfilling prophecy I talked about? The way to break that cycle is to take a step back and take your time to just think without immediately commenting on everything. Taking the time to breathe and give your brain time to process things will help you make better decisions on how you communicate. Sure, there are some objectively incorrect statements, bad takes, and straight up morally wrong perspectives. I've even criticized some common ones in this video alone. My point is that usually we only focus on emotionally charged perspectives because it's the culture that we've cultivated for ourselves. Just take a deep breath and give yourself time to process everything. If you do wish to make a comment and don't have time to say what you want to say, don't comment until you're ready. It's that simple, but it's not easy. So, if you struggle to learn when not to post, maybe it's best to remove yourself from certain spheres for a good while until you train your mind on how to think versus what to think. Abba said it best. Maybe you have some soul searching to do. Number 4, do your research. This ties in with the misinformation age I talked about in the first segment. Please do not take what you see at face value after only reading the headline or top tweets in a thread. Do not believe what you're reading if it doesn't come from reputable sources, and for the love of God, do not use words without knowing what they mean. The sensationalization and buzzwording discussion we just had explains the rest. Please don't contribute to it. Words absolutely can hurt, and the unfortunate reality is that those words get thrown around carelessly, resulting in innocent people getting caught in the crossfire. Heck, sometimes they're the targets. Much like the previous points, take your time with this, and don't jump to conclusions. I've for sure done that in the past, and I hated myself for it this past year. So, I took a step back, reevaluated myself, and set out to start anew, which is what this video is meant to represent. Never again. Number 5, beware of blanket prescriptions. Here's the best way I can describe blanket prescriptions. I'd make a comparison of this term to that of religion. There's this idea that came about as a way to make sense of things we don't understand, and that's what a lot of people throughout history turn to for answers. Regardless of what you believe, and I fully respect your beliefs, you have to acknowledge that religious participation rates are declining rapidly in Western society. As humanity developed, more information became available to us. What follows is the empowerment to think for ourselves, since more is at our fingertips. We can come to our own conclusions now. We can question things and be more skeptical of everything in general, which is the direction I'm heading in, within reason of course. As an aside, I'd honestly consider myself an agnostic now, and have distanced myself from religion quite a lot in 2022, but that's beside the point. How is this relevant? Well, there exist these magical rules, as Papagat said, or New Age concepts, as Abba said. These somehow, someway, now act as a basis for what is morally right and wrong in terminally online spaces. We've seen these prescriptions already, where people are terrified of dating someone who isn't born in the exact same millisecond as them. And that's just sex. Other forms of abuse in the world get diminished online because people melt down over things that they don't like and want to condemn everyone else about them. Let me give you the best example I can. Think about this statement for a second. Always believe victims, never abusers. 100% accountability falls on the abuser. On its face value, it sounds great. What happens though, is they view every situation with this perspective, which is what makes it a blanket prescription. The moment any conflict or controversy appears, people scramble to pick a side and apply the abuser label to the opposite side, which circles back to black and white thinking. I'm not trying to be rude here when I say this. Even if you don't take a side right away and look at the information, you're still susceptible to these prescriptions. You may pick a side based on what's safest for your online perspective, even if it's not based on truth or reality, which ties back to the fear of getting cancelled conversation we just had. Developing critical thinking skills and similarly challenging these perspectives is how we combat this. In 2022, I unfollowed and stopped supporting a considerable amount of people I looked up to. I started seeing patterns of them becoming a part of the terminally online crowd in the tweets they like or the statements they make, which conform to these dangerous blanket prescriptions. Honestly, it hurt a bit to do. Ultimately though, it was good for me long term to disconnect. Look for resources, spheres, and people that encourage healthy conversation, plus value human decency wherever possible. Try best to disconnect yourself from other spheres. even if it means making the difficult decision to stop supporting the people you admire. That's the moral of the story. Those are the 5 main tips I can give you, and you can take them with a grain of salt however you'd like. For those who do resonate with some of this advice, the easier said than done thought probably pops into your head. How do we actually start the process of learning these skills and building healthier habits? No one in my real life can relate to these struggles, so who can teach me or guide me in the right direction? The reality is that there are a lot of modern day issues we have to deal with that no one could prepare the internet generation for. This is where my final shout out of the video comes into play. Enter Healthy Gamer GG, a mental health platform designed to help the internet generation succeed in building the life they'd like to live. According to their official website, mental illness is on the rise, especially for young people. But mental health resources as they exist aren't built for the internet generation. Traditional resources are too slow, too old, and too expensive. Number 2 cause of death, ages 10 to 34 worldwide. 18 to 25-year-olds have highest rates of major depressive disorder. 10 weeks average wait time for an appointment. 55% of psychiatrists are 55 plus years old. 6th most expensive disease is depression. We believe in a proactive approach to mental wellness. Much like nutrition and exercise are active parts of maintaining physical wellness, coaching and community are just some of the ways to begin taking a more active role in your own mental wellness. The reality of today's world is that the internet generation faces unprecedented challenges that are radically different from the previous generations at an unprecedented level. It's changing very, very fast. Our rapidly changing needs require modern solutions, and this organization has been revolutionary in filling this gap in the mental health space. There's been no mental health community I've seen that is as successful as this one. It's truly one of a kind. For me, Healthy Gamer GG has done wonders for my mental health in 2022, and I'm confident it can help with yours too. I'll mainly be focusing on their YouTube channel and Twitch streams in this video. Know that they also offer programs, guides, and other resources that range from free to paid in pricing, plus a Discord server where you can connect with people from all walks of life. They host events there too. Meet Dr. Alok Kanogia, more commonly known as Dr. K, the host of this platform's YouTube channel. He's a Harvard-trained psychiatrist, a lifelong gamer, recovered gaming addict, and co-founder of Healthy Gamer. Healthy Gamer leverages Dr. K's expertise in psychiatry to help the internet generation live fulfilling and healthy lives. This is just a brief snapshot, and there's a whole mini biography that you can read on his website if you're interested. Dr. K gives off the captivating energy you'd expect from successful content creators when it comes to keeping their viewers engaged. These videos consist of an assortment of mental health topics with case studies, research, and his own experiences. They can be categorized into 3 types: reactions, lectures, and interview/group sessions. Starting with the reactions, the least common of the 3, Dr. K sometimes reacts to a compilation of health-related short videos on platforms such as TikTok, where he elaborates on the points made in them. He also corrects misinformation. Social media has warped our perception of mental health with how we use these terms. Combine that with the misinformation age, and it's a recipe for disaster. These videos are great for offering quality advice on the topics being discussed, plus ways to be mindful of what content you consume. Nothing more to say here. It's simple and straight to the point. Next up, lectures. Dr. K often records and live streams lectures where he talks about any topic you can think of. The catalyst for these lectures is usually a post on either Twitter or Reddit. Sometimes it's purely a video he wants to make. Other times, it's based on some other common problem. One great example is his Class of 2022 video where he gives a phenomenal graduation speech. I even showed this to a few of my online friends who were graduating around that time, and they loved it. In the day-to-day content flow, they're usually one-off videos on some particular issue that some people can relate to or struggle with. The beauty of these lectures is that Dr. K isn't afraid to tackle anything, everything from the typical mental health topics you'd expect to social issues all the way to even the most socially taboo topics. Here's a small list of them: OCD, as we discussed, ADHD, anxiety, challenges with success and happiness, family issues, friendships, loneliness, overthinking, anger, ego, incels, gender-based issues, school shootings, dating, abortion, parasocial relationships, even porn addiction. I could go on and on. This scratches the surface, barely at that. It just goes to show you the variety of content this channel has to offer. There's likely a video that covers a topic or specific situation which resonates with you, and that likelihood increases by the day. What fascinates me most is the amount of confidence Dr. K has, as well as the support the community gives to each other. This is especially true when it comes to talking about socially taboo topics. Other online spheres would rip you to absolute shreds if you even mention taboo topics. They make you feel like the scum of the earth, or maybe even gaslight you into thinking that you're a danger to society. This only makes problems worse, as it discourages people who are struggling from seeking treatment. Make no mistake, when someone feels like they don't have anywhere to turn to, they feel they have nothing to lose. And when you have nothing to lose, that's when shit really hits the fan. We need to gain the courage to make room to have these uncomfortable conversations in our lives if we're going to make progress with destigmatizing mental health issues. Just the fact that Dr. K acknowledges these issues in detail like this is a huge step forward. These videos might just be the nudge you need to start your mental health journey, as it was for me. Lastly, interviews and group sessions. Dr. K often speaks with his viewers and even a decent amount of content creators about their mental health struggles. For those of you who watch content creators, there's a decent chance that at least one person you watch has done an interview with him. For example, Abba from Abba and Preach discussed men's issues with Dr. K. It would be awesome to see more people from my sphere, the Geometry Dash community, plus individuals like Papa Guts, participate in these interviews. The possibilities for where the conversations could go are limitless. I feel that we can make real progress in the mental health landscape while also destigmatizing social issues and mental illnesses. The last thing I'd like to talk about concerning Healthy Gamer GG is how this platform helped me on my road to recovery. Remember that video on Pure OCD I showed in the beginning? I found it by searching up the keyword pedophile in the Healthy Gamer GG subreddit and saw a person link it in the replies. Funny how life works, huh? Also, Dr. K made a video discussing intrusive thoughts, which discusses the same things we've been talking about throughout this video. It's a great watch and helped me all the more. Healthy Gamer GG helped motivated me to seek the specialized treatment that I needed to connect the dots and, to be blunt, get my shit together. Healthy Gamer GG is not a substitute for therapy, and I need to clarify that again. To me, they help motivate you to seek professional mental health treatments, plus approach the conversations regarding mental health in the right way. The discovery of OCD and working through treatment was eye-opening because I discovered that it was the root of practically all of my mental problems. Thanks to everything I discussed and went through in my journey, I'm now at the most confident points in my life. Let me and my story be proof, a living example, that you can improve your life circumstances. You can learn to manage your mental struggles with the right treatment. You can also learn and realign your values and your perspective on the world. So one last time, a huge shout out to the entire Healthy Gamer GG community. I'd personally recommend that all of you subscribe to the channel for all the reasons I just mentioned. Before we wrap up this segment, I'd like to discuss my path forward. Now that I've learned these lessons and shared this information with the world, what's next for me? What's the state of my channel and my online presence under the Unknown680 name as a whole? First and foremost, I'll be doing a mass overhaul of my social media presence. I'll officially be rebranding myself away from the positivity labels, as I've realized how toxic and naive being that vocally positive about everything really is. In the long term, it destroyed me mentally because of how much I let these unrealistic worldviews cultivate in my mind. Pure resistance against all things negativity doesn't work, isn't helpful, and fosters black and white thinking. It's a dangerously out-of-touch mindset in a world that's filled with nuance and grayness. Also, becoming too radicalized in trying to do and say the right things at all times held me back so much. By letting that go in this past year, I've finally been liberated from the hold social media had on my character. Make no mistake though, my optimism isn't going anywhere. I'm just going to manifest it differently from here on out. I'll be making my presence revolve around values such as mindfulness, gratitude, compassion, and respect. Intellectual and rational conversations are the way forward, simply put. Most of our modern lives are becoming much more digitized by the day to the point where having computer skills is becoming more of a must-have and is no longer a nice-to-have. The COVID-19 pandemic only accelerated that process even more. Due to that fact, along with the internet's nature, a lot more messed up situations and stories have been brought to light. More than ever before. Many of us are online much more of the time, and it's taken its toll on us mentally. The hard truth is that we need to learn how to adapt on how to navigate this reality so we can better deal with it. The challenges it presents to us are unparalleled, and it's especially important to educate our youth since they'll be growing up in this reality. Whether we like it or not, the number of teens and even younger kids entering the online world is increasing at an unprecedented rate. Nothing is going to fully mentally prepare them for it. At the same time, there are things we can do about this, so to believe we're powerless to do anything is also not helpful. Here's how I would go about this challenge. We need to accept that we can't protect children and teens from everything. I refer back to the example of not being given a proper sexual education and its effects on me. As mentioned, we've reached a point where if you begin to attempt to have these conversations, you can be bombarded with those negative labels. Of course, exposure to the material needs to be gradual so that it's digestible. Children absolutely need to experience childhood. It's being stolen from them by both the internet and actual predatory behavior. If I had a kid, I wouldn't trust the school system I grew up in to educate them properly, so I need to take matters into my own hands. I'd rather that my child hears about the harsh realities from a person who has both real-world knowledge and internet knowledge. I can guide them on the right path and teach them best practices over leading them to fend for themselves. It's better than the alternative of having them learn the hard way through the mass amount of cyberbullies and predators that may go after them if they're left unprotected. I'll say it again. Back when I was a kid, I wish I had someone to teach me all this. So it's my responsibility to be that person for my own child. Second, when it comes to parenting styles, it's dangerous to go to extremes in both directions. What do I mean by this exactly? Well, if we shelter our youth from everything completely by being 100% authoritative, that will likely make them resentful of us. They'll lose trust in their authority figures and end up rebelling by engaging in the exact activity we tell them not to do constantly. An example is a kid or teen creating a social media account behind their parents' backs after being told no so many times without explanation. On the flip side, not supporting a child in their developing years puts them at risk of being harmed and or exploited as well. It can take the form of being a victim of a predatory act or conforming to the terminally online culture of the platforms themselves. Think about it. Having no one to guide you in life will result in you turning to the internet for all the answers. If you explore the wrong areas, you'll end up getting your cues and social values from there, which often come from people who have little understanding of the real world. Clearly, both extremes are harmful, and we need some form of middle ground. It has to exist somewhere, but this is all I can offer, at least for now. So I digress. As I said, I don't have all the answers as I'm just one person. This is as far as my education on these subjects goes at the time of this video. That's all the advice I have for all of you. Other than that, I do have a few ideas for things I may want to do in the future. In terms of gaining knowledge and insights about both myself and the mental health world at large, I definitely want to look more into OCD and possibly become a mental health advocate in some capacity. Maybe I'll even participate in projects that help break the stigma. I'll also be looking into an official diagnosis of high-functioning autism on my own time. I definitely want to take the time to read more books and articles. I also want to listen to people's stories and gain knowledge about the real world. I want to further develop an appreciation for the beauty of people, the beauty of grayness, and the beauty of the world, simply put. Education and critical thinking have always been passions of mine, so I hope to continue gaining intelligence through both research and experience as well. In terms of my online presence, I've definitely changed the way I use online platforms going forward. I'll be more reserved with who I follow and support. I need to cleanse my mind from as much terminally online content as possible. I don't want to get sucked into any more rabbit holes again. I have other priorities in my life as well, so the amount of time I'll be spending online will obviously decrease accordingly. I'm honestly thinking about deleting my Twitter account entirely, but that'll appear as a community post if I do decide to commit. I haven't decided fully as of this recording. I've also been a big fan of reading and writing as well. As such, I'm happy to introduce my very own Tumblr profile, which I'll be linking along with the rest of my socials. Unlike Twitter, you have the space to write as much as you'd like. This is where I'll be discussing various topics I'm interested in. Overall, I aim to make this my space to nerd out a lot more. Speaking of, in terms of my hobbies and personal passion projects, I'm happy to announce that I've developed my own website. I figured that I'd take the skills I've learned as a computer science major to good use. So here's a preview of it. I have a few sections such as links to all my socials, an about me section, my projects, interests, passions, fun facts, and more. Check it out if you're interested. Essentially, in my spare time in this regard, I hope to develop my skills as a programmer, learn more about modern day technologies, get back into gaming and game development, and overall enjoy media, such as games, movies, and shows for the sake of enjoying them. It's time for me to focus on building the life I want to live and help out whoever I can along the way. I'm done burdening myself with the feeling of being responsible for other people all the time. I live for myself henceforth, and that's that. With that, we finally reached the end of the video, so it's time for some closing thoughts. I'd like to make it crystal clear that I am not becoming a commentary channel, as that's not what I'd like to pursue. This video is purely a one-and-done culmination of everything inside my head in 2022. I've at least thought about this video every single day since I came up with the idea. I've been so passionate about it that I find myself reiterating parts of this video countless times. Now that it's complete, I feel a massive weight lifted off my shoulders. I've been liberated, and am now free from my mental burdens for the most part. It's the end of an era for me, as well as the start of a new one. Though I may deal with OCD for the rest of my life, that's okay. Intrusive thoughts only become a problem if you start to connect them to your sense of self. If you're worried about them too much to where it starts impacting your daily functioning, help exists out there for you. Treatment for OCD has been super effective for me, as these horrific thoughts have both become less common and less hindering. I still feel anxiety from time to time, but I can enjoy life again since I process it more healthily now. I feel like I can take on the fucking world now, so I'm ultimately grateful for the journey. You can disagree with points that either I made or any of the people I highlighted made. Even I disagree with some views that the people I highlighted today have. But guess what? That's human nature. I still have immeasurable respect for the people mentioned in this video. Both of these facts can coexist, contrary to what some parts of the internet try to make you believe. It's called nuance and interpretation. Heck, you can even believe that I may have quote-unquote platformed bad people or am one myself if you dislike any of us for whatever reason. Maybe I said something that offended you, or you believe I'm supporting horrible ideologies. Guess what? I'm at a point in my life where I could not give less of a shit. Plain and simple. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. The life of being a content creator and having that be my main source of income/status is long gone. I've never been monetized on this channel at the time of this recording, and I don't know if I ever will. Don't worry about my online presence going forward though. For the rest of you who do care, or are at least interested in sticking around, I'll still be your typical community guy in the spheres that I'm in. My online presence isn't going anywhere unless I decide otherwise. I simply won't be creating content like I used to. I do have a few ideas for videos and streams, so I'll make them as I see fit. My old style of content will be put to rest most likely. That's all. Life goes on and takes unexpected turns. It's time to embrace change and look for a brighter future amidst all the chaos. There's a lot wrong with the world to be sure. Equally as true is the fact that there's a lot of good in it as well. The future is uncertain. It's not our fault that our current society has become what it is now. But it's still our responsibility since this is the world we live in. It may be a difficult fact to accept, but being understanding of our circumstances along with acknowledging our limitations is the crucial first step we need to take. Only then can we actually start planning and executing methods for improvement going forward. We can turn it around at least somewhat. Since there are some things that we can do, it's time for us to get to work and build a better future for ourselves and for others together. I'll sign off with an attempt at a poem, which is an elaboration of the phrase carpe diem. It's a phrase I learned from Phineas and Ferb, my all-time favorite childhood TV show, which is Latin for seize the day. It reads as follows. We can't always have full control, uncertainty's the name. Yet we usually try to, all the same. Of course, when it comes to that, all or none often can't be done. There are both deeds that we can and can't do. Sometimes we try and succeed in at least some way. Sometimes we may not see it through. Time marches on, all throughout. It's limited for us, and that fact can make us pout. But at least take hold of compassion for yourself as you process and make progress. The past, history. The future, mystery. The present, a gift, often said. So beware of the notions to dwell or to dread. To perceive any of the three as always threats will only lead to eventual regrets. As such, interpretation becomes our situation. So where possible and reasonable, cultivate to rehabilitate. Above all, at least in some way, be sure to make the most of every day. Whether that means doing more, doing less, or doing things differently, making moves big or small, or just for a moment, not trying to change anything at all. Thanks for watching.
My weakness comes and goes, it goes, it goes. My weakness echoes in my soul. Oh, it echoes in my soul. My weakness comes and goes, it goes, it goes.
I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight.
There's so many things that I keep in my mind, like a past. There's a reason why we live. All the emotions I built up inside you.
Got enough of every melody, they all sound the same. From my broken heart, no remedy, but maybe if you stay, we can get away with it. No, 'cause I'm feeling so
I gave you everything.